Lin Chen is a delivery rider. One day, while delivering food, he was involved in a car accident. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. Suddenly, a system voice sounded by his side congratulating the host on traversing into the Longzhu world. His head pounded with pain. What was happening? I have actually traversed into the Longzhu world, a universe as vast as the tip of a finger. The system reminded me that the host periodically receives a grand gift package. After a long moment of contemplation, I said, claim it. Then I asked, by the way, system, what time is it now in the Longzhu world? System host, I am uncertain. It should be during Ladiza's arrival on Earth. Currently, Sun Wukong is engaged in battle with Sun Wukong. Host Lin Chen, age 18. Skills: Chi Perception, Sky Dancing Technique, Triple Kaiō-ken, and Kamehameha, inherited Super Saiyan bloodline. Now the host can freely switch to Super Saiyan 2 without expending energy, and the use of Kaiō-ken is effortless. Now that I know the time, I prepare to seek out Sun Wukong, my childhood idol. At this moment, Sun Wukong had reached the pinnacle of battle. He unleashed a Kamehameha at Ladizi, but it proved ineffective. With a single gesture, Ladizi deflected the energy wave, leaving Sun Wukong utterly astonished. Soon Sun Wukong faltered and could no longer stand. A mission arrived for the host to assist Sun Wukong in defeating Ladizi to earn 100 Zen-Oh and 1000 combat power. Host Lin Chen. Speed 1000, combat power 3000, attack 2200. At this moment, Lin Chen approached Sun Wukong and gradually administered Zen-Oh to him. The system granted Lin Chen 10 Zen-Oh. Soon Sun Wukong's body recovered. Thank you, he said, but you are no match for him. You should leave now. I said to Sun Wukong, there's no need, I can handle him. With that, I erupted with a tremendous surge of chi, my aura blazing with immense power. At that moment, Ladizi had someone approach and immediately analyzed my combat power. Ladizi was astonished to see it had reached 3000. In mere moments, I dispatched Ladizi with 3 punches and 2 kicks. Host Lin Chen, age 18, combat power 6000. I was astonished by my newfound strength. Sun Wukong looked at me in amazement, exclaiming, you are truly formidable. Who exactly are you? Lin Chen scratched his head and said, my name is Lin Chen. In the future, we can train together to become stronger. At that moment, the system voice sounded, host mission complete. Rewards are being granted. In addition to Zen-Oh and combat power, an extra reward of a Dragon Ball was granted. Lin Chen was elated, for this was the key item needed to summon the Shenlong. Later, Lin Chen and Sun Wukong embarked on a journey of cultivation. They encountered various adversaries, but by virtue of Lin Chen's unique modern combat thinking and Sun Wukong's extraordinary talent, they repeatedly turned danger into opportunity. With every battle, Lin Chen discovered that his inherited Super Saiyan bloodline harbored even more latent power waiting to be unearthed. And after unlocking a new ability, he would always seek opportunities to spar and exchange insights with Sun Wukong. During an intense combat exchange, Lin Chen unexpectedly broke through his own limits, his combat power surging to 1000. He knew well that in this perilous yet opportunity-filled Longzhu world, only by growing stronger could he protect everything precious to him, including the mentor and friend before him, Sun Wukong. Soon Vegeta learned that Ladizi, once a worthless being, had perished utterly futile. The system granted Lin Chen a skill to scan an enemy's combat power. Lin Chen quickly scanned Sun Wukong's combat power, which turned out to be surprisingly low. Name: Sun Wukong, combat power 1300. I gave him a Zen-Oh that boosted his combat power by 1000, raising it to 2300. Soon Vegeta gathered them together and brought them to Earth. At Gixinren's place, Sun Wukong felt a surge of immense power. Lin Chen speculated that perhaps Vegeta had finally arrived. If not, he would have set out to seek him anyway. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and his companions had been diligently training within the Spirit Time Chamber, thereby elevating their combat prowess. Gixinren 30,000. Bike 32,000. Kellen 30,000. Sun Wufan 39,000. Sun Wukong 50,000. Lin Chen 80,000. Soon Vegeta appeared before Sun Wukong. With a disdainful sweep of his gaze over the assembly, his eyes finally rested on Lin Chen as he remarked, it appears you are indeed the one rumored to possess a modicum of strength. Lin Chen replied calmly, Vegeta, you did not come to Earth merely to provoke, did you? Vegeta sneered, my purpose here is to test my strength, to determine if it is sufficient to defeat Kakarot. After his words, Vegeta erupted with a formidable aura. Sun Wukong leapt from the chamber and declared, Vegeta, we may engage in a proper bout, but spare the collateral damage. Vegeta snorted disdainfully, Kakarot, today I shall undoubtedly defeat you. In an instant, the two charged at each other, their fists colliding as turbulent currents of energy swirled about. Watching from the sidelines, Lin Chen observed intently. He understood that this was the hallmark of Saiyan combat, yet he remained poised to intervene at any moment, knowing well that Vegeta's haughty nature could lead to disaster if left unchecked. As the battle grew more intense, Sun Wukong gradually found himself at a disadvantage. At that moment, Sun Wufan shouted, "Dad, keep fighting." Inspired by the cry, Wukong's aura surged anew as he plunged back into the fierce fray. In the midst of their torrid clash, Vegeta suddenly roared in anger. His entire body was bathed in radiant golden light as he shattered his limits, his combat power soaring by an astounding 1,000. The sudden change caught Sun Wukong off guard, and a single punch from Vegeta sent him flying. Witnessing this, Lin Chen's brow furrowed deeply, knowing that if Vegeta continued unchecked, Wukong's fate would be grim. Without hesitation, Lin Chen darted forward, positioning himself before Wukong. Enraged, Vegeta bellowed, "How dare you stand in my way, Lin Chen?" Undaunted, Lin Chen retorted, "Vegeta, enough. This battle loses its meaning if it continues thus." Vegeta then burst into a maniacal laugh. "Do you truly think you can stop me? Today no one shall prevent me from defeating Kakarot," declared Vegeta as he once again launched an attack on Lin Chen. Matching his intensity, Lin Chen channeled his inner energy and engaged him head-on. Every collision sent massive shockwaves of energy cascading through the air, forcing onlookers to step back. Yet relying on his formidable might, Lin Chen managed to momentarily withstand Vegeta's frenzied assault, leaving the situation deadlocked. Amidst the stalemate, an idea flickered within Lin Chen. If Vegeta could transcend his limits to enhance his power, why should he not do the same? With a sudden roar, Lin Chen unleashed a dazzling radiance from his entire being. His latent potential was drawn out inexorably, and his combat power skyrocketed by an astonishing 1900 in an instant. Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of incredulity. Seizing the moment, Lin Chen counterattacked with a flurry of swift, varied maneuvers, leaving Vegeta confined to a defensive stance. Amid his onslaught, Lin Chen urged, "Vegeta, battle is not solely about victory or defeat, but also the relentless pursuit of greater power. Since we have both transcended our limits, why cling only to defeating Wukong?" Vegeta, moved by Lin Chen's words, felt a stirring within as his defensive stance gradually softened. Wukong stepped forward, patting Lin Chen on the shoulder in gratitude before turning to Vegeta and saying, "Vegeta, let us duel again next time, with all our might." Vegeta responded with a cold snort. Though his heart harbored discontent, he subdued his overwhelming aura. As the crisis subsided, everyone heaved a collective sigh of relief and gathered around in awe of the formidable power Lin Chen displayed that day. Vegeta soon joined Son Goku's team, where he became acquainted with Bulma and welcomed a child named Branks. Before long, Lin Chen proposed that everyone train together in the hyperbolic time chamber, for a formidable new enemy loomed on the horizon: androids created by Dr. Gero. According to Lin Chen, 2 androids would soon emerge, threatening to wreak havoc upon the cities. The power levels were as follows: Master Roshi 100000, Krillin 210000, Piccolo 260000, Gohan 290000, Vegeta 360000, Goku 600000, Lin Chen 100000. In the shadows, a sinister chuckle echoed. "Everything is proceeding according to my plan. The Omni King's universe has indeed summoned 5 formidable powers, but to me it is Lin Chen who is truly powerful." 3 years passed, and everyone's combat abilities had significantly improved. Master Roshi 2 billion, Krillin 9 billion, Piccolo 12 billion, Gohan 22 billion, Vegeta 31 billion, Goku 50 billion, Lin Chen 140 billion, Yamcha 900 million. Goku soon witnessed androids rampaging through the streets. Just then, he and Vegeta arrived, working together to save a victim from harm. However, a multitude of androids soon emerged, catching Goku and Vegeta by surprise. Exchanging a glance, Goku and Vegeta charged forward. Vegeta launched the first attack, sending an energy wave toward the foremost android, who effortlessly dodged and retaliated with a powerful punch aimed at Vegeta. Caught off guard, Vegeta was struck in the chest and sent flying backward. Goku, witnessing this, instantaneously teleported behind the android and delivered a kick, only to find his foot colliding with what felt like steel, numbing his leg. At that moment, more androids closed in. Gohan, Piccolo, and the others soon arrived, forming a protective circle with their backs to one another. Lin Chen hovered in the air, arms crossed, and shouted to the group, "These androids are made of special materials. Ordinary attacks are ineffective. We must locate their core energy devices to defeat them." Upon hearing this, Goku and Vegeta's expressions hardened with resolve. They charged into the throng of androids, once more battling while searching for the elusive core energy devices. The others unleashed their ultimate techniques, engaging the androids in fierce combat, and a grand conflict erupted. Gohan seized the opportunity, unleashing a powerful Kamehameha that temporarily repelled several androids before shouting, "Dad, Uncle, we need to coordinate. By understanding their patterns, we might find their core Goku and Vegeta, upon hearing this, adapted their strategy. No longer charging blindly, they began to bait the androids into attacking. As the battle raged on, the sky suddenly darkened. A massive figure descended. It was the leader of the androids, Android 12. Emanating an aura of dread, its power far exceeded that of the other androids. Lin Chen furrowed his brow, sensing an unprecedented weight of pressure. Android 12 spoke, "Do you really think you can easily defeat my subordinates? How naive." With that, it unleashed a barrage of energy beams. Lin Chen swiftly darted to the front, erecting a barrier to block the assault, shouting, "Concentrate your power to attack him. His core energy device will certainly be more challenging to deal with, but if we can shatter it, the other androids will cease to function." Thus, the group pooled their strength and surged toward Android 12, heralding a decisive confrontation. Lin Chen ultimately vanquished Android 12, and with its demise, the other androids fell as well. At that moment, Lin Chen erupted with golden energy, amplifying his power as he unleashed the 12-fold Kaiō-ken. His speed, strength, and combat effectiveness soared. Simultaneously, Android 17 and Android 18 unleashed their own white energy, and the three of them clashed together. The surrounding space was continuously torn apart by the shock waves of their battle, accompanied by a series of thunderous booms. With the formidable power granted by the 12-fold Kaiō-ken, Lin Chen found himself evenly matched against the two androids. However, Android 17 and Android 18 displayed an exceptional synergy in their combat, swiftly adjusting their tactics. Android 17 launched a feigned attack to draw Lin Chen's attention, while Android 18 seized the opportunity to circle around and launch a surprise attack from behind. Lin Chen sensed the impending danger, but remained unfazed. In an instant, he blurred and evaded the attack, simultaneously delivering a powerful kick toward Android 18's back. Android 18 stumbled forward a few steps before regaining her balance. At that moment, Lin Chen quickly gathered energy in both hands and shouted, "Kamehameha!" A massive golden energy wave shot toward Android 17. Unwilling to back down, Android 17 retaliated with a white energy blast of his own. The two energies collided, resulting in a violent explosion that illuminated the entire battlefield. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen charged at Android 18 with blinding speed, his fist roaring through the air as it struck her. Caught off guard, Android 18 was hit and sent hurtling backwards, crashing to the ground. As Android 18 fell, she quickly flipped back onto her feet, her eyes blazing with fury. The white energy surrounding her surged violently, causing her hair to whip around. Seeing this, Android 17 immediately flew to her side, standing shoulder to shoulder with her as they fused their powers once again. Lin Chen felt the overwhelming aura emanating from their fusion, silently awed, yet showing no sign of fear on his face. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to break through his limits. The golden energy enveloping him gradually transformed into a dazzling spectrum of colors, signifying that he had forcibly activated his advanced Super Saiyan form. In this state, his speed, strength, and sensory abilities reached unprecedented heights. Like a lightning bolt, Lin Chen charged at the combined force of Android 17 and Android 18. They barely had time to mount an effective defense before he unleashed a flurry of fierce punches and kicks that drove them back. Finally, Lin Chen concentrated all his energy into his palm and struck a powerful blow to Android 18's core. Unable to withstand such overwhelming force, her internal energy systems collapsed, and she slowly crumpled to the ground. Witnessing his partner's defeat, Android 17 realized he was outmatched and turned to flee the battlefield. After successfully overcoming Android 18, Lin Chen exhaled deeply, the radiant spectrum of colors around him gradually fading away. Lin Chen observed the direction in which Android 17 escaped, but chose not to pursue. He understood that today's battle was merely the beginning, and many more unknown challenges awaited him. Gently descending to the ground, Lin Chen found the area in ruins. Just then, his communicator buzzed with a message from headquarters. The recent battle had attracted the attention of other forces in the universe, and some with nefarious intentions were preparing to come to Earth to seize the secrets of his advanced Super Saiyan form. Clenching his fists, a glint of determination flashed in his eyes. He understood that he must rapidly increase his strength to protect the Earth. Thus, he resolved to journey to planet Namek to seek the Dragon Balls, wishing to obtain greater power or a method to cultivate even higher levels of strength. En route to planet Namek, Lin Chen encountered several small interstellar pirate groups attempting to ambush him. However, these mere minions stood no chance against his current prowess, and he easily repelled them, arriving at planet Namek without further incident. Upon setting foot on this mysterious planet, an ancient and enigmatic energy enveloped him, as if heralding a grander adventure about to unfold. Lin Chen cautiously explored planet Namek. Suddenly, a peculiar beam of light descended from the sky, and after it vanished, an elderly figure radiating blue light appeared before him. "Outsider, why have you come here?" The elder's voice rumbled. "I seek the Dragon Balls to enhance my strength," Lin Chen replied earnestly. The elder chuckled lightly. "The Dragon Balls are not easily obtained. This place is fraught with trials and traps." Lin Chen resolutely stated, "Regardless, I must give it a try." The elder then guided him into an ancient temple. Inside, mechanisms lay scattered throughout. Using his agility, Lin Chen deftly avoided various dangers. Eventually, he found himself in a secret chamber containing 7 shimmering orbs. Just as he approached in excitement, a multitude of phantom warriors surged forth to attack him. Remaining calm, Lin Chen reignited his power and transformed once more into his advanced Super Saiyan form. After a grueling battle, he defeated all the phantom warriors. When he reached out to grasp the Dragon Balls, they released a tremendous energy that surged into him. Lin Chen felt his strength dramatically increase, and he comprehended a new method of training. He understood that from this moment onward, he was better equipped to confront the cosmic forces coveting his power. At that moment, a figure emerged from the crowd. It was an android. The android approached Lin Chen and smiled slightly, exclaiming, "Ha, what a surprise to see you again, Lin Chen." With that, the android, known as number 17, unleashed a surge of blue energy. Lin Chen responded in kind, channeling his golden power. Facing number 17, he determined that transforming into a Super Saiyan would suffice. Lin Chen's body radiated golden energy as he swiftly teleported behind number 17. He struck, forcing the android back several steps. "How could you be this strong?" Number 17 exclaimed in irritation. With that, he unleashed all his might, a white energy breaking through the heavens. At this moment, number 17's power and battle prowess surged significantly. Lin Chen intercepted a barrage of punches from number 17, whose speed had become even more formidable. Number 17 seized the opportunity, enhancing both his speed and strength. The two fighters found themselves evenly matched. Lin Chen then summoned all his strength, the red energy bursting forth into the sky. This was the Kaiō-ken technique. However, it proved ineffective against number 17. Lin Chen's punches landed on the android without any effect. At that juncture, both Lin Chen and number 17 unleashed their full power, launching simultaneous attacks. Just as their blows were about to collide, an unexpected event transpired. Number 17 suddenly spread his arms wide and began to absorb all the energy Lin Chen had emitted. The onlookers gasped in shock, and Lin Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. It turned out that after his modifications, number 17 had acquired a unique ability to absorb his opponent's energy and convert it into his own strength. With Lin Chen's energy absorbed, number 17 was enveloped in a strange glow, his power escalating dramatically. Yet Lin Chen did not falter. His gaze resolute, he resolved to unleash the Kaiō-ken once more. This time, he unleashed a full 20 times Kaiō-ken, shaking the very fabric of space. Seeing such formidable energy, number 17 smirked, unflinching, as he activated his absorption ability again. The surging power of Lin Chen's 20 times Kaiō-ken flowed into number 17, elevating his strength to unprecedented heights. As his power surged, number 17 let out a mighty roar, releasing a colossal wave of energy towards the sky, showcasing his newfound strength. Realizing he could not allow number 17 to absorb any more power, Lin Chen quickly altered his strategy. He halted the output of Kaiō-ken energy and teleported behind number 17. Concentrating his ki into his palm, he formed a ki sword and thrust it towards the android. Number 17 sensed the movement, but could not evade completely, resulting in a wound to his back. This infuriated number 17, who then turned and launched a frenzied attack on Lin Chen. As Lin Chen dodged, he contemplated his next move. Suddenly, he recalled an unexploited technique, the spirit bomb. He began gathering energy from the surrounding life forms, and a dazzling spirit bomb gradually took form. Upon seeing the spirit bomb, number 17 sensed its terrifying power and rushed to intercept Lin Chen. However, Lin Chen's friends rallied to block number 17's path. Finally, Lin Chen propelled the spirit bomb towards number 17. Despite his desperate resistance, he was unable to withstand the force of this collective attack. Upon being struck by the spirit bomb, his body gradually began to dissipate, while Lin Chen collapsed to the ground, exhausted from the effort. But it was futile. The spirit bomb had vanished. In a moment of desperation, Lin Chen unleashed his Super Saiyan form. The ferocious energy erupted like a devil's wrath. The green energy soared high into the sky. This was Lin Chen's ultimate technique. Number 17 stood in astonishment, unable to comprehend the scene before him. Lin Chen had created an overwhelming super spirit bomb. At that moment, Android 17 unleashed all his might against Lin Chen, who as a Super Saiyan stood resolute in the face of 17's assault. With determination, he erupted with his full power, preparing to strike back. Just as their energies were about to collide, a sudden rift in space appeared, exerting a powerful pull that drew both fighters within. For the first time, a look of astonishment crossed 17's face as he struggled to escape the gravitational force to no avail. Lin Chen found himself in the same predicament. Despite the Saiyan's formidable strength, the unknown power of this spatial anomaly was too overwhelming to resist. Once they were engulfed by the rift, they discovered themselves in a bizarre realm filled with flickering energy crystals, the ground resembling a flowing liquid of pure energy. 17 cautiously scanned their surroundings while Lin Chen curiously examined the peculiar environment. Suddenly, the surrounding crystals emitted a blinding light, transforming into mechanical beings that charged at them. Taking the initiative, 17 unleashed his energy blasts while Lin Chen, refusing to be outdone, released the full extent of his Super Saiyan power. Every punch and kick he delivered radiated waves of destructive energy, turning the strange space into a chaotic battlefield. Yet the mechanical creatures seemed to be endless, continuing to swarm towards them. Gradually, both 17 and Lin Chen began to feel overwhelmed. In a moment of inspiration, Lin Chen proposed the idea of merging their powers. Despite some hesitation, 17 agreed. They positioned themselves back to back and began to channel their energies, slowly intertwining the two. An unimaginable force radiated from their combined might, instantly shattering the surrounding mechanical beings into dust. As the mechanical foes were eliminated, the space around them started to tremble violently, with massive cracks appearing in the walls of the dimension. Aware that they could not linger, Lin Chen and 17 understood they had to find an exit. Suddenly, a swirling portal appeared at the top of the space, seemingly a passage to the outside world. They exchanged a determined glance and flew toward the light. Just as they passed through the portal, the strange realm collapsed behind them, vanishing from existence. Back in their original world, they shared a victorious smile, their bond of friendship fortified through this ordeal. 17 and Lin Chen became close friends, and 18 eventually married Krillin. However, their peaceful days were short-lived. One day the sky darkened, and a colossal spaceship descended upon Earth. It was a distress signal from Namek seeking Lin Chen's assistance. The planet had been ravaged by a mysterious evil force, resulting in heavy casualties among its inhabitants. Without hesitation, Lin Chen decided to help, and 17 insisted on accompanying him. Upon arriving at Namek, they were met with scenes of devastation. Almost immediately, they encountered towering enemies shrouded in dark energy. Lin Chen transformed into a Super Saiyan, while 17 unleashed his full arsenal. Yet the foes proved to be exceptionally powerful, and they found themselves gradually overpowered. In a critical moment, Lin Chen recalled their earlier fusion of powers and proposed the idea once more. 17 nodded in agreement, and they swiftly combined their strengths, unleashing a tremendous attack that finally forced the enemies to retreat. The immediate crisis on Namek was averted, and as a gesture of gratitude, the Namekians presented Lin Chen with a Dragon Ball filled with immense energy. After accepting the gift, Lin Chen and 17 returned to Earth, well aware that greater dangers awaited them in the cosmos. In the dark corners of the universe, the tyrant Frieza observed Lin Chen and his companions with keen interest. After Frieza attacked planet Namek, he prepared to launch another assault on Earth. Meanwhile, Lin Chen and his companions were training in the time chamber when Lin Chen, while meditating, sensed an ominous energy in the sky. If he wasn't mistaken, it was Frieza arriving. Before long, Frieza landed on Earth, where a weak fighter with a power level of only 5 foolishly attempted to confront him. With a mere flick of his finger, Frieza killed the insignificant foe. At that moment, Sun Wukong, Piccolo, and Krillin sensed the powerful energy and rushed over at full speed. However, they were too late. The weak fighter lay slain by Frieza's hand, igniting a wave of fury in Sun Wukong. He unleashed his full power, and Piccolo soon joined, both radiating an intense energy that pierced the sky. The two charged at Frieza, but within moments they were defeated. Just then, Vegeta and Sun Wukong arrived. Frieza, upon seeing Sun Wukong, was reminded of their father, and all his hatred was directed toward him. Without wasting words, Sun Wukong and Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyans, leaving Frieza stunned. The legendary Super Saiyan, the one who had once defeated his ancestors, stood before him. Before Frieza could react, Sun Wukong and his allies struck, delivering a flurry of blows to his face. Enraged, Frieza unleashed a torrent of purple energy and charged at them, realizing he had to resort to his ultimate technique. Joining his hands together, Frieza unleashed a red energy wave, while Sun Wukong countered with the Kamehameha. The clash quickly neutralized Frieza's attack, but Frieza, undeterred, merged his hands again. A blue light enveloped them, rendering Sun Wukong and his companions immobile despite their desperate attempts to unleash their full strength. Just when Frieza was about to deliver a fatal blow to Sun Wukong and Vegeta, a golden light flashed, and Lin Chen appeared before them. Frieza's attack struck Lin Chen, creating ripples around him, but failing to harm him. With wide eyes, Frieza roared, "Who are you to interfere with my plans?" Lin Chen crossed his arms, disdain evident in his voice. "Villains like you are always so arrogant. Today I will teach you a lesson." With that, a mysterious and powerful aura radiated from him, embodying the elements of the universe. He raised his hand gently, and countless specks of light surged toward Frieza, enveloping him in a massive cocoon of light. Frieza struggled within, but could not escape. As Lin Chen clenched his fist, the cocoon shrank, rapidly culminating in a deafening explosion, after which Frieza vanished without a trace. The onlookers stared in astonishment at Lin Chen, and Sun Wukong scratched his head, asking, "When did you become so strong, Lin Chen?" Lin Chen smiled. Training in the time chamber involves more than just honing combat skills. The group relaxed, exchanging smiles as they gazed at the now tranquil earth. However, the peace was short-lived. The sky darkened abruptly, and ripples of distortion spread through the air. A commanding voice echoed, "How dare you harm my kin? You pitiful ants have such audacity." They looked up to see a gigantic figure emanating an aura of terror, Frieza's ancestral being. Lin Chen's brow furrowed, recognizing that true danger had arrived. Taking a deep breath, he charged at the entity, his elemental power swirling around him. The ancestor sneered, effortlessly dispersing Lin Chen's attack and sending him flying. Yet Lin Chen steadied himself midair, his resolve unwavering. Sun Wukong and the others rushed in to assist, uniting their might for a combined attack. A dazzling light illuminated the darkened sky. The ancestral being finally showed signs of concern in the face of their united front. Seizing the moment, Lin Chen concentrated all his power into a brilliant beam of light aimed at the ancestor. This strike, fueled by Lin Chen's determination to surpass his limits, struck the ancestor, wounding him severely and forcing him to retreat. Peace returned to Earth, and the group celebrated while Lin Chen emerged as the heroic guardian of the planet. Days later, while training alone, Lin Chen sensed an elusive, malevolent energy. Alert, he searched the surroundings and discovered that although Frieza's clan had retreated, they were secretly conspiring with dark demons. The ancestor had even summoned these malevolent entities for revenge, using his own blood. These dark demons, shrouded in mist, left a path of corruption in their wake. Lin Chen warned his companions of the impending danger, and they prepared themselves for battle. When the dark demons descended, they unleashed a powerful psychic shockwave that left everyone except Lin Chen reeling with dizziness. Lin Chen stepped forward, surrounded by elemental power for protection. Realizing conventional methods would be ineffective, he daringly attempted to fuse his insights from the time chamber with newfound strength. His eyes glimmered with an unusual light, and mysterious runes emerged behind him as he charged into close combat with the dark demon. Each collision generated intense energy waves. In the heat of battle, Lin Chen seized the opportunity to inject purifying energy into the dark demon. The demon writhed in agony, and Lin Chen intensified his power, ultimately dispersing the evil entity. With the Frieza clan losing their last hope, they dared not covet Earth any longer. At last, peace was thoroughly restored. At the pinnacle of a towering temple, he gazed down upon the ravaged planet beneath him. His eyes burned with a fierce fury, and his clenched fists seemed ready to condense all his hatred into one powerful blow. An overwhelming aura radiated from his being, golden flames swirling around him, a hallmark of the legendary Super Saiyan's unique power. In the preceding chapters, Lin Chen's family had met a tragic end at the hands of the Shadow Legion, an evil force from a distant galaxy. In their quest to seize the mysterious energy crystals hidden within the Saiyan planet, they had resorted to bloodshed. At the moment his family was annihilated, Lin Chen was saved by a mysterious power, narrowly escaping death. From that moment on, he vowed to avenge his family. Now he had finally located the Shadow Legion stronghold. It was a colossal fortress floating in the void, its surface adorned with various strange runes and weaponry emanating a chilling dark light. Lin Chen inhaled deeply, transforming into a bolt of golden lightning as he charged toward the fortress. "Damn Shadow Legion, today is your doom." Lin Chen roared, his fists crashing against the fortress' defensive shield like meteors. The once impenetrable barrier crumpled before Lin Chen's Super Saiyan might, as if it were mere paper. He burst into the stronghold, where soldiers of the Shadow Legion were scattered throughout, drawing their weapons to confront the intruder. Like a war god descending upon them, Lin Chen's figure flickered within the fortress, each punch stirring up fierce winds that sent the Shadow Legion soldiers hurtling through the air. His speed was so astonishing that his enemies could hardly discern his movements. Golden afterimages darted through the stronghold, and wherever he passed, foes fell in droves. "Curse Saiyan, how can he be so powerful?" The commander of the Shadow Legion exclaimed in terror upon witnessing Lin Chen's battle through the surveillance monitors. He hastily ordered the mobilization of more soldiers and powerful weapons to confront Lin Chen. Lin Chen raced through the interior of the fortress, his goal set on the leader of the Shadow Legion, the Shadow Emperor. He understood that only by defeating the Shadow Emperor could he truly avenge his family. At the deepest recesses of the fortress, Lin Chen finally confronted the Shadow Emperor, a colossal figure shrouded in darkness, radiating malevolent energy, his gaze filled with evil and cruelty. "Saiyan, how dare you invade my fortress? You seek death." The Shadow Emperor bellowed, his form suddenly swelling as an overwhelming dark power erupted from within him. Unfazed, Lin Chen unleashed an even greater golden aura, countering the Shadow Emperor's dark force. "Shadow Emperor, you have destroyed my family. Today, I shall make you pay in blood." Lin Chen shouted, transforming into a golden beam as he charged at the Shadow Emperor. The two engaged in a fierce clash, the overwhelming energies colliding within the fortress, igniting a cataclysmic explosion. The entire stronghold trembled, as if on the verge of collapse. As their battle intensified, both Lin Chen and the Shadow Emperor pushed their powers to new heights. Harnessing the strength of the Super Saiyan, Lin Chen continually shattered his own limits. His punches grew heavier, each one imbued with devastating force. The Shadow Emperor, unwilling to yield, enhanced his dark power, attempting to engulf Lin Chen. Ultimately, in a breathtaking showdown, Lin Chen triumphed over the Shadow Emperor through his unyielding will and formidable strength. The Shadow Emperor's form crumbled to ashes beneath Lin Chen's fists, his dark power dissipating into the ether. Standing beside the remnants of the Shadow Emperor, Lin Chen felt fatigue wash over him, yet his eyes brimmed with resolve and satisfaction. "I have finally avenged you, my family," Lin Chen murmured, his voice tinged with emotion. He knew this battle was merely the beginning of his path to vengeance, but he believed that with courage and strength he could safeguard the peace of the Saiyan planet. With the death of the Shadow Emperor, the soldiers of the Shadow Legion lost their will to fight, succumbing to Lin Chen's overwhelming presence. He looked upon the enemies who had once tormented his family with no trace of compassion. He understood that only by making them pay could true peace be restored to the Saiyan planet. Lin Chen returned to the Saiyan planet with the surrendered foes, delivering them to the elders for the justice they deserved. He then stood silently before his family's graves, mourning his lost loved ones. "I will not let you down. I shall protect this planet and ensure the everlasting prosperity of the Saiyans," Lin Chen vowed quietly within himself, his body once again erupting in powerful golden flames as he soared into the sky. His figure ascended higher and higher until it vanished into the horizon. The people of the Saiyan planet, inspired by Lin Chen's courageous actions, believed that under his leadership a brighter future awaited them. Soon Frieza arrived on Earth, intent on unleashing his vengeance once more. This time he had successfully evolved into Golden Frieza. Upon his descent, the warriors on Earth braced themselves for battle. However, Frieza merely cast a disdainful glance at them and shouted, "Goku, come out and meet your end." At that moment, a flash of blue light illuminated the sky as Son Goku transformed into his Super Saiyan blue form, appearing before Frieza. The two locked eyes, and an intense aura surged outward, shattering the surrounding rocks. The battle was imminent. Goku was the first to strike, launching himself at Frieza with astonishing speed, his fist glowing with blue energy as it hurtled toward his foe. Frieza, undeterred, effortlessly countered the blow and retaliated with a kick aimed at Goku's abdomen. Goku, using the momentum, instantaneously teleported backward to create distance, gathering energy in his hands to unleash a Kamehameha wave. Frieza responded with his death beam, the two energies colliding and resulting in a massive explosion. Amid the smoke, Goku suddenly appeared behind Frieza, unleashing a flurry of fierce attacks. Frieza roared in anger, concentrating all his power, preparing to unleash his ultimate technique. Sensing the impending danger, Goku broke through his limits, his Super Saiyan blue aura intensifying. With all his might, he delivered a crushing blow to Frieza, sending him hurtling away, ultimately leading to Frieza's reluctant defeat as he fled Earth in disgrace. The warriors erupted in cheers, celebrating Goku's victory. However, Goku did not smile. He gazed thoughtfully in the direction Frieza had vanished. At that moment, Vegeta approached him and snorted, "Kakarot, stop daydreaming. You won today." Goku shook his head, replying, "I can feel that Frieza is still hiding his strength. He won't give up easily." Days later, news spread throughout the universe that Frieza was rallying evil forces from across the galaxy, seemingly planning to assemble a super team for his resurgence. Determined to take the initiative, Goku gathered his friends, and they set off for Frieza's base. Upon arrival, they were met with a sea of warships and numerous malevolent warriors congregating together. Fearlessly, Goku shouted, "Frieza, today we shall settle this once and for all." Frieza appeared, sneering, "Goku, last time was my oversight. This time you will all perish here." The battle erupted once more with Goku leading his comrades into fierce combat. The energy waves clashed throughout the battlefield, this confrontation destined to reverberate across the cosmos. Despite their valiant resistance, Goku and his friends faced overwhelming numbers and formidable foes. Frieza stood atop a platform, a smug smile plastered on his face as he observed the chaos. Just then Lin Chen made his entrance, emanating a mysterious and potent aura that stunned everyone present. With a wave of his hands, Lin Chen unleashed a powerful beam of light towards the enemy ranks, instantly obliterating a vast portion of the evil forces. Frieza's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he descended to confront Lin Chen personally. Lin Chen deftly dodged Frieza's attack, then caught his fist with ease, twisting it gently, causing Frieza to cry out in pain. Lin Chen spoke, "You villain have committed countless atrocities. Today is your end." As he finished speaking, an overwhelming force surged from within him, enveloping all the evil beings. They struggled to escape, but were utterly powerless. Finally, as Lin Chen brought his hands together, a radiant light erupted, annihilating all the evil forces, including Frieza. Goku looked at Lin Chen astonished and filled with admiration. "Who are you? How can you be so powerful?" Lin Chen smiled faintly. "I simply cannot tolerate such wickedness." With that, he vanished, leaving behind a group of warriors who gazed at him with deep respect. Soon the news of Lin Chen's victory over Frieza spread throughout the universe. Jiren from Universe 11 gazed into the sky, realizing there were beings more powerful than himself. Clenching his fists, Jiren felt a surge of fierce determination. He resolved to no longer confine his training to Universe 11, setting out to explore other universes in search of stronger opponents and methods to enhance his strength. Embarking on a journey through the cosmos, Jiren encountered various dangers along the way, but each time he relied on his extraordinary prowess to turn peril into opportunity. Ultimately, he arrived in Universe 7, where he sensed the remarkable power of many strong warriors. Inquiring about Lin Chen's whereabouts, Jiren learned that Lin Chen was undergoing special training with Whis. Deciding to challenge other experts in Universe 7 first, he sought out figures such as Sun Wukong and Vegeta, engaging them in fierce battles. During these encounters, he discovered that their fighting styles were vastly different from anything he had previously witnessed, enriching his own understanding of combat. He soon became recognized as a formidable opponent among the warriors of Universe 7, and through mutual sparring and exchange, he felt closer to his goal of surpassing Lin Chen, gaining a fresh perspective on the diverse powers in the universe. While Jiren reveled in this growth, Beerus awakened. The god of destruction immediately sensed Jiren's formidable presence and recognized that he was not from this universe. In an instant, Beerus appeared before the battling Jiren, startling everyone. With an impassive expression, Beerus looked at Jiren and asked, "Outsider, what brings you to my Universe 7? Unfazed, Jiren candidly revealed that he sought to become stronger in order to surpass Lin Chen. Beerus raised an eyebrow and a smirk graced his lips. "Interesting. Let's see just how strong you are," he said, launching an attack on Jiren. Jiren responded with all his might, and the ensuing clash exceeded all expectations. The surrounding environment crumbled under the shockwaves of their battle, leaving Sun Wukong and the others to watch from afar. Jiren unleashed his full arsenal, but found Beerus' strength unfathomable. Yet he refused to yield, growing more tenacious with each setback. Eventually, Beerus ceased his assault, acknowledging Jiren's strength and resolve, allowing him to remain in Universe 7 for further training. Grateful to Beerus, Jiren continued his training in Universe 7. One day, he heard that Whis was an exceptionally skilled mentor and requested Whis to teach him. After a moment of contemplation, Whis agreed. Whis began to devise a specialized training regimen tailored to Jiren's attributes. He had Jiren train in conditions of extreme gravity on a distant planet, teaching him unique techniques for energy control. Following Whis' guidance, Jiren diligently trained, making rapid progress. However, as Jiren's power grew, it attracted the attention of malevolent forces in the cosmos. A group of formidable interstellar pirates set their sights on him, intending to capture him and sell him to dark forces for profit. The pirates stealthily approached the training grounds and launched a surprise attack. Jiren and Whis immediately sensed the danger and confronted the assailants together. Whis effortlessly countered some of the attacks while Jiren showcased astonishing combat prowess. After a fierce struggle, they successfully repelled the interstellar pirates. This encounter further solidified Jiren's resolve to grow stronger in Universe 7 as he immersed himself fully in Whis training. Feeling somewhat bored in Universe 7, Beerus recalled the delicious foods he had heard about from Earth. Observing Jiren and Whis absorbed in their training, he vanished in a flash. Beerus descended upon Earth, where the sudden appearance of the god of destruction sent the inhabitants into a panic. However, Bulma quickly composed herself, having encountered many aliens and deities before. She warmly invited Beerus to sample the culinary delights, and he gladly accepted. Just as Beerus was relishing his feast, the group of interstellar pirates, still seething from their earlier defeat, tracked him to Earth. Believing Jiren must have connections to Earth, they planned to kidnap several Earthlings to threaten him. The pirates wreaked havoc in the city, prompting Beerus to furrow his brow. He set down his food, slowly rose, and exuded an aura of terror. The pirates sensed this overwhelming presence and realized they had encountered a formidable foe, yet they foolishly launched their attack. Beerus snorted softly, effortlessly dodging the assaults and counterattacking swiftly. With a flick of his hands, waves of destructive energy erupted, and the pirates fell one after another. After resolving the trouble, Beerus returned to his table, resuming his meal as though he had merely swatted away a few flies. Soon Frieza arrived, and Sun Wukong immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan Blue, preparing to attack. He charged at Frieza with the utmost speed, yet Frieza remained unfazed, wearing a cold smile on his face. Just as Wukong was about to strike, a golden aura enveloped Frieza, effortlessly deflecting Wukong's fierce blow. "Kakarot, did you think you were the only one who became stronger?" Frieza taunted. Startled, Wukong quickly retreated to put some distance between them. With his fists clenched, Frieza's energy surged as he entered a new transformation, radiating an icy chill that seemed to freeze the surrounding space. Wukong took a deep breath and charged forward again, their fists colliding, each impact sending ripples of energy spreading outward. In the heat of battle, Frieza seized the moment, kicking Wukong away. Adjusting his position in midair, Wukong gathered a blue energy sphere in his hands and launched it at Frieza. In response, Frieza opened his mouth and unleashed a purple beam to counter it, filling the battlefield with blinding light. The two energy beams struggled against each other, but Frieza suddenly intensified his power, the purple beam overpowering the blue energy sphere and hurtling towards Wukong. Unable to evade in time, Wukong was struck and crashed heavily to the ground. Frieza, seizing the opportunity, flashed in front of Wukong, lifting his foot to stomp down. Just at that critical moment, Vegeta arrived, kicking Frieza away. "Frieza, your opponent is not just Kakarot," Vegeta said coldly. Frieza roared in anger, turning to attack Vegeta. Unyielding, Vegeta engaged Frieza in a fierce clash. The battle was evenly matched, with neither side gaining a definite advantage. However, Frieza gradually began to dominate, exploiting a weakness in Vegeta's defense and sending him flying with a powerful punch. Just as Frieza prepared to deliver a fatal blow to Vegeta, Wukong rose again, gathering all his energy into a massive spiraling sphere and shouting as he hurled it towards Frieza. Sensing the immense threat, Frieza was forced to abandon his assault on Vegeta and focus all his strength on blocking Wukong's attack. Though Frieza managed to block Wukong's strike, it drained a significant amount of his energy. Taking advantage of this, Vegeta regained some strength and flew to Wukong's side. They exchanged a knowing glance, their intentions aligned. Together, they charged at Frieza, their figures transforming into two streaks of light. Frieza shouted defiantly, his body swelling slightly as he attempted to crush them with overwhelming force. Yet Wukong and Vegeta deftly navigated through his attacks, retaliating with precision. Suddenly, Wukong and Vegeta pressed their hands together, merging their energies into a singular, overwhelming force. This power, glowing with a spectrum of colors, surged towards Frieza like a roaring dragon. Frieza's eyes widened in terror as he desperately released all his energy to resist it. However, the combined strength was too formidable, breaking through Frieza's defenses. With a resounding explosion, Frieza was obliterated into dust. Wukong and Vegeta slowly descended to the ground, exchanging smiles. This battle had finally ended, and they had become the heroes of the universe. They vowed to protect the peace of this universe together and embarked on their separate journeys of training, eagerly anticipating the day they would face even stronger foes side by side once more. Lin Chen witnessed everything, knowing that the outcome rested in Beerus' hands, though he remained unaware that Lin Chen was the Grand King's sealed Star God envoy. Soon Beerus turned his gaze to the crowd and asked if they had ever heard of the Super Saiyan God. The others shook their heads in confusion, indicating they did not know. However, Sun Wukong spoke up. "Lord Beerus, the Saiyans present here can channel their power into one individual, allowing the Super Saiyan God to manifest." Without further ado, the Saiyans transformed into Super Saiyans and released their energy. As their power began to converge, a dazzling light slowly ascended. Within that radiance, a figure gradually emerged. The Super Saiyan God had come into existence. He exuded a golden aura, his eyes filled with majesty and power. Upon witnessing the arrival of the Super Saiyan God, Beerus displayed a hint of excitement. This newfound strength indeed ignited his desire for battle. The Super Saiyan God spoke. "Lord Beerus, I can feel the immense power surging within me." Beerus laughed heartily. "Excellent. Let me witness the true strength of the Super Saiyan God. With that, he initiated the attack, instantly appearing before the Super Saiyan God and delivering a powerful punch. Unwilling to back down, the Super Saiyan God sidestepped and swiftly counterattacked. The two engaged in an intense aerial clash, each collision unleashing tremendous waves of energy that warped the surrounding space. Meanwhile, the other Saiyans and their allies watched anxiously, their hearts filled with awe at this peak confrontation. The battle between the Super Saiyan God and Beerus raged on, both fighters moving with incredible speed, each punch landing with force. Suddenly, Beerus gathered energy, enveloping himself in a purple-black aura, and unleashed a destructive energy sphere toward the Super Saiyan God. The Super Saiyan God crossed his arms to defend, but the ground beneath him cracked under the impact. At that moment, the Super Saiyan God felt the power granted by the other Saiyans beginning to wane. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to elevate his energy, and the golden light surrounding him intensified. He charged at Beerus, launching a relentless barrage of fists and kicks while Beerus defended and sought opportunities to counterattack. Just as the Super Saiyan God prepared to deliver his strongest strike, he suddenly felt his strength draining rapidly. The Saiyans' energy was nearly exhausted. Beerus seized the opportunity, landing a heavy blow to the Super Saiyan God's abdomen, sending him flying. However, the Super Saiyan God did not give up. He steadied himself, and with unwavering determination charged once more, fully aware that he might not defeat Beerus, yet resolute to fight with all his might. Despite his desperate resistance, the Super Saiyan God ultimately could not withstand Beerus' power. With a final crushing blow, he reverted to his normal state and crashed to the ground. The other Saiyans gasped in shock and hurried to his side. Wukong, his face filled with regret, shouted at Beerus, "Lord Beerus, we will grow stronger." Beerus landed beside them, shaking his head. "Your potential as Saiyans is indeed remarkable, but you are still far from being strong enough." At that moment, the Supreme Kai appeared, bowing respectfully to Beerus before speaking. "Lord Beerus, there exists a hidden power form that requires a special opportunity to unlock." Beerus' interest was piqued. "Oh, what kind of opportunity?" The Supreme Kai looked toward the Saiyans. "They must undergo a soul purification, and perhaps in the intertwining of utter despair and hope, that new formidable form can be awakened." Upon hearing this, the Saiyans ignited with determination, and Wukong clenched his fists, declaring loudly, "We will find this opportunity. We will not lose next time." With a playful smile, Beerus turned to leave, leaving behind a group of resolute Saiyans. "Lord Beerus, may I spar with you?" Lin Chen inquired. "Of course," Beerus replied. Sun Chen launched an attack on Beerus, his speed comparable to that of the God of Destruction. Yet Beerus effortlessly sidestepped, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. "Kid, you have some skill, but it's still not enough." Undeterred by a single failure, Chen pivoted in midair, his legs sweeping toward Beerus like a whirlwind once more. With a mere finger, Beerus easily intercepted Chen's strike, and with a gentle flick sent him flying like a cannonball. Just as everyone anticipated a heavy fall, Chen stabilized himself in the air, rapidly forming hand seals, while reciting a mysterious incantation. In an instant, dark clouds gathered above, and a massive bolt of lightning descended toward Beerus. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Beerus unleashed a powerful aura that dispersed the lightning effortlessly. Seizing this moment, Chen appeared behind Beerus in an instant, delivering a fierce punch. Beerus' lips curled into a smirk as he prepared to retaliate, but suddenly sensed a familiar and formidable presence approaching. His expression shifted, and he momentarily abandoned the fight, with Chen turning to face the source of the energy, puzzled as to who would interrupt this fierce battle. A figure swiftly approached from the distance, and upon realizing who it was, Beerus exclaimed in surprise, "Whis, what brings you here?" Whis landed gracefully, his demeanor serious as he addressed Beerus. "Lord of Destruction, the Omni King has summoned an urgent meeting. All Supreme Kai and Gods of Destruction must head there immediately." Beerus furrowed his brow. He had been thoroughly engaged in battle, yet the command of the Omni King was not to be defied. He turned to Chen and said, "Kid, consider yourself lucky today. I'll settle the score with you next time." With that, he vanished alongside Whis. Chen let out a sigh of relief. Although he had fought valiantly, he understood the immense strength of Beerus. Meanwhile, the surrounding spectators gathered around, showering Chen with praises for his recent performance. Chen smiled, modestly aware that he still had a long way to go. Just as he was about to leave, the ground suddenly began to tremble violently, and a massive figure erupted from the depths below. It was the evil beast that Beerus had previously sealed away, sensing the God of Destruction's departure and breaking free from part of its confinement. Clenching his fists, a glimmer of determination flashed in Chen's eyes. Despite the exhaustion from the earlier battle, he now faced a new crisis. Taking a deep breath, Chen summoned the dwindling energy within him and charged at the evil beast. The creature opened its gaping maw, unleashing a torrent of black flames. Chen nimbly dodged, while firing several energy blasts aimed at the beast's eyes. The beast roared in pain, angrily swinging its massive claws at Chen. He barely managed to block with his arms, but was still sent flying several meters away. At that moment, someone in the crowd shouted, "Let's help him." The crowd rallied together, unleashing various energy attacks toward the beast. Momentarily overwhelmed, the creature was caught off guard, allowing Chen to gather all his strength. With his hands pressed together, he shouted, "Light of demon destruction." A dazzling white beam shot forth, enveloping the beast. The creature thrashed and roared in a futile struggle against the radiant light. Ultimately, the beast could not withstand the onslaught and was resealed back underground. Exhausted, Chen collapsed to the ground as the crowd erupted in cheers, rushing to help him up. Gratefully, Chen looked at everyone and said, "Thank you all." This event fortified Chen's resolve to strengthen himself, further understanding that only by becoming powerful could he protect more people and safeguard this universe. Soon Lin Chen received a summons from the Omni King. Sun Wukong and Vegeta said their goodbyes, mentioning they had urgent matters to attend to. Lin Chen then ventured into the vastness of space, and not far into his flight, he encountered a spaceship. To his surprise, it was Kampa, and he deduced that the Omni King had likely summoned Kampa as well. Before long, Lin Chen and Kampa met up, and together they arrived at the Omni King's palace, where the Grand Priest awaited their arrival. "You have come just in time. The Omni King has instructed me to welcome you here. Please follow me," the Grand Priest said, his formidable presence palpable. Soon Lin Chen and Kampa stood before the Omni King. "Little Chen, you finally made it." "I was bored to death," exclaimed the Omni King. Beside him, Beerus and Kampa were astonished. How could Lin Chen possibly know the Omni King? The Omni King approached Lin Chen and expressed his boredom, stating his intention to hold a power tournament in a few months. Before that, however, he decided to organize a universe martial arts tournament to be held above Earth, involving the lower-tier universes. The more powerful ones were exempt from participating. Clearly, the 9th, 6th, 7th, 11th, 2nd, and 4th universes were deemed less capable. Thus, each universe was required to send 10 representatives, while the universe martial arts tournament would feature 5 contenders. A total of 70 participants were necessary for the power tournament. Consequently, the Omni King decreed that the Universe Martial Arts Tournament would take place 3 days later above Earth, with mandatory attendance for all. As soon as the news spread, various associated organizations became busy selecting their participants. The 7th universe, where Lin Chen resided, was especially lively, with the Kaiō-ken gathering to discuss potential candidates. Naturally, Sun Wukong and Vegeta were among the most sought-after choices, with Gohan and others also highly anticipated. Meanwhile, Lin Chen was brought to the destroyer god Beerus by Whis, who curiously circled around Lin Chen. "How on earth do you know the Omni King so well?" he inquired. Lin Chen scratched his head and simply attributed it to coincidence. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the skies above Earth were transformed into a colossal arena. Contestants from various universes arrived in succession, the atmosphere tense and charged with anticipation. Lin Chen stood among the 7th universe's team, observing the powerful contenders from other universes, a surge of fighting spirit welling up within him. Just then, the Omni King's voice echoed throughout the arena, announcing the imminent start of the matches. The audience erupted in cheers as the first match's draw began, everyone holding their breath, eager to see who would be the first to showcase their strength on the stage. The draw was revealed, and the first contestant from the 7th universe was Wukong. With a cheerful grin, Wukong leaped onto the ring, greeting the audience with a respectful bow. Opposing him was a hulking figure from the 4th universe, his muscles as hard as rock and his gaze fierce. As the match commenced, the brute launched a ferocious assault, fists howling through the air. Wukong nimbly dodged, occasionally counterattacking, yet the opponent's defense was formidable, absorbing Wukong's strikes with only a slight shift. Suddenly, the giant began to swell, ballooning in size as he attempted to crush Wukong with his weight. However, Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan God, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying to the edge of the ring. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Yet the giant did not fall out. Instead, he expelled a viscous substance, ensnaring Wukong's foot and yanking him to the ground. Instantly, Wukong broke free from the goo, teleporting behind his opponent and landing a punch that knocked him off the stage. The 7th universe celebrated their first victory with exuberance. As the subsequent matches grew increasingly intense, the elite fighters from each universe showcased their unique skills, while Lin Chen silently observed, contemplating strategies for the true brutal battlefield that awaited in the power tournament. Soon, the 5 warriors from the 9th universe launched a coordinated attack against their counterparts from the 4th universe. As both universes struck simultaneously, the sounds of combat filled the air, and the god of destruction, Rat, furiously shouted, "Get them off the stage." The atmosphere of battle on the arena soared to new heights. The 5 werewolves have fused. The immense power they radiated was unmatched, only rivaled by the likes of Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Lin Chen. The strongest werewolf exuded a vibrant blue aura. With a speed visible to the naked eye, the strongest werewolf charged toward the 4th universe, which braced itself to meet this formidable force. It was truly astounding that the warriors of the 4th universe could hold their ground against the fused fighters from the 9th universe for so long, Sun Wukong remarked. On Sun Wukong's side, things weren't easy either. His opponent was a plump woman from the 2nd universe, whose power stemmed from the very essence of the universe itself. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan god. With a sudden burst of speed, Sun Wukong rushed toward the woman. Despite his transformation, her defenses and attacks were remarkably strong, and he found himself at a disadvantage. Kakarot, show your true strength, and stop fooling around. Vegeta shouted from the sidelines. At the sound of Vegeta's voice, Sun Wukong unleashed the full might of his Super Saiyan god form, sending the woman flying with just 3 strikes. Enraged, she transformed and unleashed a pink aura, charging at Sun Wukong with incredible speed. Clearly he was outmatched. She unleashed a Kamehameha wave against him, while Sun Wukong responded with his own. However, he was overwhelmed and reverted to his normal state. Haha, I am the strongest. The woman laughed, reveling in her triumph. At that moment, Vegeta was eager to join the fray, but Lin Chen held him back. Let me handle this, he whispered. The turtle hermit, observing from the sidelines, recognized that the opponent Lin Chen faced was undoubtedly formidable. Suddenly, Lin Chen's system awakened. Ding! Defeating your opponent will grant you the Super Kamehameha Advanced Ultra Instinct and a 100-fold Kaiō-ken. Finally, you awaken after all these years, Lin Chen thought calmly. Thus, Lin Chen stood beside the pink woman. Haha, another one seeking death. Come at me, she taunted before launching her attack. Lin Chen defensively retreated a few steps, acknowledging her strength and deciding to gauge her true power. He transformed into Super Saiyan 2, his speed and strength surging. In an instant, he teleported behind her. The pink woman, however, was no slouch, as she caught his attack with one hand, and the two ascended into the air, exchanging blows. Lin Chen bore the marks of battle on his face. Realizing Lin Chen's potential, the pink woman quickly employed her psychic abilities. A pink aura ensnared Lin Chen, catching him off guard. He erupted with rage, but it proved futile. He activated the 30-fold Kaiō-ken, yet its power mysteriously returned to him. With no other option, he transformed into Super Saiyan, got a surge of red energy, breaking through the aura that bound him. Without hesitation, he shifted into Super Saiyan Blue and amplified his Kaiō-ken tenfold. With a series of quick strikes, he sent her flying. Damn it! How can you be so strong? The pink woman shouted, her aura intensifying. She swiftly formed hand seals, distorting the surrounding space. Lin Chen felt an immense pressure and recognized this as her ultimate move. Taking a deep breath, he channeled his energy and resolved to use the advanced Ultra Instinct he had just acquired. In an instant, he moved with incredible agility through the warped space, evading her attacks and swiftly closing in on her. The woman was taken aback, unable to react in time, as Lin Chen unleashed a Super Kamehameha. The blast struck her, resulting in a massive explosion. As the smoke cleared, she lay on the arena floor, devoid of combat capability. Cheers erupted from the spectators, and Lin Chen exhaled in relief. Just then, the system's voice sounded again. Congratulations, host, you have won. Rewards have been issued. A subtle smile graced Lin Chen's lips. He understood that greater challenges awaited him, yet for now he shone brightly in the arena, inspiring awe in the eyes of warriors from other universes. Even the god of destruction, Beerus, was astonished by Lin Chen's prowess. The system chimed once more. Congratulations, host, you have received the laws of heaven and earth and the rules of time. What a remarkable reward. Lin Chen reveled inwardly, realizing that defeating a worthy opponent yielded bountiful rewards. In the 9th universe, the mightiest werewolf unleashed his strongest power against his adversary, but to no avail. Haha, give up your struggle, he taunted. Impossible. A cry of disbelief erupted as this force shattered the very skyline. In an instant, he teleported behind them to launch an attack, only to be repelled by a wave of light, causing the strongest werewolf to disintegrate. Ultimately, the 4th universe triumphed, casting several werewolves from the arena, marking the downfall of the 9th universe. The Grand King proclaimed, I announce the failure of the 9th universe. The punishment shall be divine electricity, as several werewolves were rendered unconscious by the currents unleashed by the Grand King. Meanwhile, Lin Chen found himself in a relatively favorable situation. At that moment, 4 warriors from his universe simultaneously charged at him from different directions, overwhelming him with their combined might. Lin Chen erupted with the power of the super god, sealing their abilities and leaving them with mere martial skills devoid of combat strength. this super god power had been granted by the system. Without hesitation, Lin Chen unleashed a ki blast, sending them hurtling across the arena. The Grand King declared, "The second universe has failed. The punishment is disintegration." The High Priest employed divine power to extract their essence from within. Their cries echoed throughout the cosmos, and once the punishment concluded, they were left in a state of near death. In this round, the fourth universe faced off against the 12th universe, whose contestants exuded a formidable aura reminiscent of gods, manifesting their might, inducing a palpable sense of oppression. The competitors from the fourth universe sensed this overwhelming force, their hearts filled with trepidation, yet they feigned composure. One valiant contestant surged forth, employing every skill he possessed, launching a dazzling array of attacks at the giant-like opponent from the 12th universe. However, with a mere flick of his arm, the giant dissipated all incoming assaults and effortlessly sent the contestant flying. Lin Chen clenched his fists from the sidelines, acutely aware of the formidable strength possessed by the 12th universe's contestants. At this juncture, the remaining warriors from the fourth universe exchanged glances, resolutely deciding to join forces. They formed a circle, channeling their energies into a colossal energy pillar directed at their foe. Astonishingly, the giant opened his mouth wide and consumed the energy pillar, subsequently exhaling a far more powerful energy stream that sent all fourth universe competitors crashing off the stage. The Grand King stated flatly, "The fourth universe has failed. The punishment is obliteration of existence." In a blinding flash of light, the fourth universe vanished without a trace. Lin Chen was struck with alarm, cognizant that the trials ahead would be even more formidable. With a wave of his hand, the Grand King erased the presence of the fourth universe. The cosmos remained, yet the participants were gone. Lin Chen took a deep breath, centering himself. The next battle was imminent, and he was set to face a mysterious powerhouse from the fifth universe. This formidable figure moved like a phantom, boasting incredible speed, and immediately launched an attack upon entering the arena. Lin Chen relied on his super god power to sense the opponent's position for defense. Suddenly, the mysterious warrior formed hand seals, summoning countless black runes that surged toward Lin Chen. With a fierce shout, Lin Chen enveloped himself in a golden glow, striving to break free from the encirclement of runes. Just as the pressure mounted, he noticed tiny gaps between the runes and focused his energy to break through. Seizing the moment, Lin Chen unleashed his signature move, the Starburst Fist. The punch, infused with resplendent starlight, surged toward his opponent, who, caught off guard, took the blow to the abdomen and was propelled backward. Lin Chen capitalized on this opportunity, gathering his strength once more to unleash a ki blast. The overwhelming force sent his adversary flying out of the arena. The Grand King announced, "The fifth universe has failed. The punishment is the dissolution of the soul." As the decree was made, the souls of the fifth universe's contestants began to fade away. In this moment, Lin Chen became the center of attention in the arena, fully aware that even more daunting battles awaited him. With another gesture from the Grand King, the competitors of the fifth universe returned to their original state. At that moment, Hit's gaze shifted towards Julian, and he charged at him, only to be sent flying by a sudden surge of energy from Julian. In midair, Hit forced himself to stabilize, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth, yet his resolve only intensified. He swiftly danced his hands, unleashing a flurry of energy blades aimed at Julian. With a cold snort, Julian vanished, as if teleporting, effortlessly evading the onslaught and reappearing behind Hit, his right fist propelled with immense force. As if he had eyes in the back of his head, Hit sidestepped just in time, countering with a kick to Julian's waist. Julian staggered back a few steps, a hint of surprise finally breaking through his stoic facade. He had not anticipated Hit's swift retaliation, even in a wounded state. Regaining his composure, Julian radiated a brilliant light, causing the surrounding space to warp slightly. He initiated the attack, transforming into a streak of light, rushing towards Hit. Hit inhaled deeply, a mysterious black aura enveloping him as he prepared to confront Julian. The two collided instantly, and the tremendous shockwave emanated from their clash, shrouding the battlefield in a cloud of dust. Amidst the swirling dust, the battle between Hit and Julian raged on. Hit realized that conventional methods could not penetrate Julian's defenses, prompting him to unleash his hidden ultimate technique. His body began to shimmer with strange runes, his speed escalating and strikes becoming increasingly elusive. Julian found himself momentarily suppressed, forced to retreat. However, Julian's formidable strength was undeniable. He focused intently, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes, and he broke through Hit's assault wave, closing the distance. Just as he was about to deliver a fatal blow to Hit, a mysterious beam of light descended from the sky, separating the two fighters. It was the Omni King, having sensed the intensity of their battle and fearing excessive destruction, who intervened. The Omni King declared the sparring session concluded with neither side victorious. Hit and Jillian exchanged a glance, both harboring a sense of dissatisfaction, yet they had no choice but to cease fighting. They retreated silently, vowing to clash again in the future to determine true supremacy. Lin Chen suggested that they continue fighting, and the Omni King acquiesced to Lin Chen's request. Thus, the two combatants erupted with their powers once more, their energies soaring into the sky. Hit struck first, concealing his presence entirely and approaching Jillian like a wraith. Jillian, alert and scanning his surroundings, found the ground beneath his feet suddenly rising with stone blocks that ensnared Hit's movement. It turned out Jillian had anticipated Hit's strategy and had set a trap in advance. Breaking free from the stone's grasp, Hit clasped his hands together and unleashed a powerful wave of telekinetic force. Jillian crossed his arms to shield himself, yet he still felt his arms numb from the impact. At that moment, Jillian's eyes turned red as he ignited the latent power within him, flames swirling around his body. He charged fiercely at Hit, each step shattering the void beneath him. Undaunted, Hit transformed into countless phantoms, making it difficult to discern the real from the illusion. Jillian, disregarding the uncertainty, focused all his might on the central phantom, delivering a punch imbued with world-shattering power. Hit had no means to evade, forced to take the hit. Just as Jillian's fist was about to connect, Hit's body gradually turned transparent and vanished. Realizing this was Hit's ultimate life-saving technique, Jillian stared at the empty space ahead, fists clenched tightly. A tremendous force erupted from his body, a red energy bursting forth into the sky. At that moment, Jiren's power surpassed everyone present. Even Lin Chen could only hope for a stalemate. With that, Hit unleashed his super ability, a resounding cry echoing as violet energy broke through the skies. He was prepared to give it his all, and this surge of power affected the spectators outside the arena as Hit's aura erupted like a storm. Only Jiren remained unmoved. Hit charged at him, his speed so swift that he left behind afterimages in the air. Yet Jiren merely raised his arms slightly, easily blocking Hit's attack and countering with a punch. This blow was infused with immense energy, and Hit, unable to evade, was sent flying. However, he quickly adjusted his stance, bringing his hands together to concentrate all his violet energy into his palms, forming a colossal energy sphere. With a mighty shout, he hurled the energy sphere toward Jiren. Jiren's eyes narrowed. He planted his feet firmly on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust as he raced toward the energy sphere. With a sweeping motion of his hands, he cleaved the sphere in two, the residual energy dispersing to either side and creating two large craters on the arena floor. Hit wore a look of astonishment. Before he could make his next move, Jiren had already flashed before him. With his right fist drawn back, he amassed overwhelming strength and struck Hit in the abdomen. Hit felt an irresistible force penetrate his body, sending him hurtling backward, crashing heavily against the edge of the arena, unable to rise again. Meanwhile, Jiren stood quietly awaiting the next challenge. The sixth universe was left with only two female Saiyans, their only power now reliant on fusion through their earrings. The two fused together, emanating a formidable aura like a storm. At that moment, Lin Chen's son, Wukong, Vegeta, Frieza, and Master Roshi approached, seemingly ready to assist the sixth universe, as Jiren was incredibly powerful. Suddenly, the voice of Zen-Oh resonated. This battle is becoming increasingly interesting. Although the crowd could not hear Zen-Oh's thoughts, they felt an invisible pressure enveloping them. Son Wukong was the first to charge forward, transforming into Super Saiyan God, with Vegeta closely following suit, entering his deep blue form. Lin Chen radiated a mysterious light, his power steadily rising. Frieza, with a cold smirk, joined the fray, while Master Roshi looked for an opportunity to provide support. Faced with the assault of multiple opponents, Jiren showed no fear. His form moved like lightning, weaving effortlessly through their attacks, each counterstrike imbued with overwhelming force. The fused female Saiyans regrouped and launched a side attack. In an instant, the arena was ablaze with intertwining energies erupting in blinding flashes of light. Yet Jiren grew more formidable, with each battle gradually overpowering them all. Just as the situation became dire, Lin Chen suddenly comprehended a new realm of power. He shouted, unleashing a burst of energy that temporarily halted Jiren's advances, shocking everyone, including Jiren himself. Kefla also unleashed her transcendent power, green energy bursting forth into the skies. Son Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, while Vegeta became Purple Vegeta, their powers significantly enhanced. Frieza upgraded to Golden Frieza. Together, they launched an assault on Jiren. Apart from Son Wukong, Kefla and Lin Chen were the strongest on the battlefield. The combined energy surged beyond the skies, igniting a fierce battle. Stones from the arena were sent flying. Soon Sun Wukong and Vegeta launched an attack against Jiren. With a mere roar, Jiren sent both of them flying. As they regrouped, they charged at him again. At that moment, Sun Wukong and Vegeta awakened the power of the dragon, a golden dragon appearing above them, transforming into a radiant beam that entered their bodies. Instantly, they were enveloped in a golden aura, their attire shimmering in the same hue. Together, Sun Wukong and Vegeta unleashed a powerful Kamehameha wave, two beams of energy racing towards Jiren as if they were free of cost. Jiren, however, simply raised his hands to block the incoming attack. Yet as the two pushed their strength, Jiren was sent reeling backward, clearly unable to withstand the force of their combined assault. He unleashed a surge of crimson energy, and astonishingly, he matched the might of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. The three warriors moved with incredible speed, exchanging relentless blows that sounded like a torrential storm, accumulating thousands of strikes in mere moments. In a fit of urgency, Sun Wukong and Vegeta unleashed their most potent power, their roars echoing throughout the seventh universe. Meanwhile, Frieza was engaged in battle with Topo Dispo and other warriors. Frieza released a death beam that pierced through the bodies of his adversaries, dispatching several of them with ease. Suddenly, he noticed the precarious situation of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. They too were in dire straits. After unleashing their energy, the two fused into one being. Frieza was astonished to witness their fusion. How remarkable it was, and why had he not seen it before? Clearly, the fused entity of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, known as Vegeta, was a formidable force unmatched by anyone except Lin Chen. Jiren, no longer feigning restraint, erupted with a violent fury, unleashing a torrential barrage of attacks upon Vegeta. The latter, however, had an inexhaustible well of power. Vegeta charged forward to meet Jiren's onslaught. Each punch was accompanied by a howling wind, the golden energy clashing with Jiren's ferocious crimson power, creating ripples of energy in their wake. Nevertheless, Jiren grew stronger with each exchange, his power seemingly without limit. Just as the stalemate persisted, Jiren's expression shifted, mysterious runes appearing behind him. These runes glimmered with an otherworldly light, as if connecting him to an unknown formidable force. In an instant, his speed and strength multiplied, breaking through Vegeta's defenses and delivering a devastating blow that sent Vegeta hurtling away. However, Vegeta quickly regained composure and shouted, "Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan." The golden aura that enveloped him transformed into a dazzling blue-white light as he charged back at Jiren. At that moment, Frieza, having extricated himself from his own battle, rushed to assist. The three warriors became embroiled in a chaotic melee, their overwhelming powers tearing the surrounding space apart, the outcome of this fierce battle growing ever more uncertain. Amidst the fray, Jiren executed his ultimate technique, energy absorption. The runes on his body shimmered with increasing intensity, and energy from the surroundings, including that of Frieza and Vegeta, began to coalesce toward him. The two warriors were taken aback, hastily augmenting their output in a desperate attempt to resist. Yet Jiren's pull was insurmountable, drawing them inexorably forward. In a critical moment, Vegeta devised a plan. He concentrated, compressing his energy into a small sphere, then launched it fiercely at Jiren. This energy ball contained immense force, forcing Jiren to divert some of his power to block it. Seizing the opportunity, Frieza unleashed a freezing ray, encasing half of Jiren's body in ice. Vegeta capitalized on this moment, delivering a full-powered punch. The strike landed solidly against Jiren, causing the runes on him to dim momentarily, and he was sent flying backward, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Jiren slowly rose, his eyes filled with resentment, while Vegeta and Frieza stood ready, poised to face Jiren's impending counterattack. Soon Jiren and Vegeta clashed once more, with Jiren abandoning all pretenses and unleashing his full power. The intensity of his aura surged, overwhelming everyone present to the point where they struggled to remain standing. Vegeta was rocked by the sheer force of this overwhelming energy, yet he gritted his teeth and managed to stabilize himself. Frieza, however, was not as fortunate, instantly propelled away by the impact. Aware that time was of the essence, Vegeta gathered all his energy into a single point, radiating a brilliant light. However, Jiren's relentless attacks surged forth like a tidal wave, catching Vegeta off guard and striking him heavily. His body plummeted like a meteor, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. At that moment, Whis glanced at Beerus with a hint of concern in his eyes, while Beerus clenched his fists tightly. Just when everyone thought Vegeta was defeated, a mysterious force suddenly enveloped him. It was the combined life force from the Kaioshins of all the planets coming to his aid. With this boost of energy, Vegeta roared and soared back into the fray, faster and stronger than before. His punches whistled through the air, each strike imbued with cataclysmic power, forcing Jiren to respond with all his might as the battle intensified. The fierce confrontation between Vegeta and Jiren sent tremors throughout the universe. Each blow exchanged between them unleashed terrifying energy waves. Nevertheless, Jiren, with his formidable strength, gradually adapted to Vegeta's enhanced attacks and began to counterattack. With rapid movements, he unleashed energy blades that sliced towards Vegeta. Vegeta nimbly dodged while searching for a flaw in Jiren's defenses. Suddenly, Vegeta noticed a brief moment of vulnerability as Jiren charged his ultimate attack. Seizing the opportunity, he teleported behind Jiren, concentrating all his power into a punch that struck Jiren squarely in the back. Jiren staggered forward a few steps, but quickly turned around, his face devoid of fear, instead displaying an excited grin. In response, Jiren unleashed an unprecedented surge of power, forming a tangible shield that sent Vegeta flying. Just as Jiren prepared to deliver the final blow to Vegeta, a strange portal of light appeared in the sky from which emerged a mysterious figure. This newcomer radiated immense power, and all present sensed an invisible pressure. He spoke slowly. "This battle ends here." It was Xena's father, the Grand Zeno. He declared that their battle was too fierce, and that continuing it would disrupt the universe. Only Vegeta, Frieza's son Goku, Lin Chen, and Jiren remained on the stage. The Grand Zeno's words were like a command, yet Jiren was unwilling to concede. "I have not lost. How can we stop the fight?" Jiren shouted, his power surging once more. The Grand Zeno furrowed his brow slightly and raised his hand, a gentle force binding Jiren in place. Vegeta glanced around, clasped his hands in respect towards the Grand Zeno, saying, "Great Zeno, while we wish to continue our battle, we shall obey your wishes. We only hope for a fair chance to fight again in the future." The Grand Zeno nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Frieza felt a surge of relief. He had feared a crushing defeat if the battle continued, and now he could gracefully withdraw. Son Goku looked at the Grand Zeno with anticipation, as if awaiting the imparting of some extraordinary skill. Lin Chen stood in contemplation, sensing that the arrival of the Grand Zeno might herald a greater crisis on the horizon. After scanning the group, the Grand Zeno slowly approached the edge of the stage, stating, "You are all powerful beings, but the balance of the universe is paramount. From this day onward, focus on your training and do not provoke battles lightly." With that, he stepped into the light of the portal and vanished. The others stared at the spot where the portal had disappeared, each lost in their own thoughts as they quietly dispersed. The battles continued, and next up was the confrontation between Universe 12 and Universe 6, featuring Caulifla from Universe 6. Standing confidently on the stage, Caulifla shouted across, "You Universe 12 fighters will witness the might of our Universe 6 today." Universe 12 sent forth a burly warrior to face her. As the battle commenced, Caulifla unleashed a fierce offensive, her speed akin to lightning. Though the warrior was large in stature, he moved with surprising agility, blocking Caulifla's strikes repeatedly. However, Caulifla suddenly altered her strategy, clasping her hands together and chanting incantations as golden light enveloped her. Countless beams of light shot towards her opponent, catching him off guard and striking various parts of his body, causing his movements to slow. Seizing the advantage, Caulifla leaped into the air, spinning and delivering a powerful kick aimed at the warrior's head. In that critical moment, a flicker of determination shone in the warrior's eyes as he disregarded his defensive flaws and retaliated with a punch directly to Caulifla's abdomen. The force of the blow sent Caulifla flying off the stage. The referee announced Universe 12 as the victor. The audience erupted in a chorus of cheers and sighs, captivated by the intensity of the match, while Lin Chen pondered the deeper implications behind the Grand Zeno's appearance. Other competitors steeled themselves, preparing for the unknown challenges that lay ahead. The 12th universe quickly faced off against the 11th universe, sending forth their mightiest warrior, tall and exuding a fierce aura. The 11th universe, undaunted, formed a line of seasoned fighters, their gazes resolute and brimming with determination. In an instant, the battle erupted. The warrior from the 12th universe launched a powerful wave of energy towards the 11th universe. The fighters of the 11th universe swiftly dodged, then several combined their strength to retaliate. Where their energies clashed, ripples spread through the fabric of space. Among them was a small yet agile warrior, deftly weaving between enemies in search of vulnerabilities. The 12th universe's warrior, relying on formidable defenses, absorbed numerous attacks and sent nearby foes flying. The exchange intensified, drawing the attention of onlookers from other universes, all acutely aware that this confrontation would significantly alter the multiverse's dynamics. At that moment, the warrior from the 12th universe unleashed a forbidden technique, plunging the sky into darkness and heralding a more brutal battle. Despite the overwhelming pressure of the forbidden technique, the fighters of the 11th universe showed no signs of retreat. The small, agile warrior's gaze sharpened. He exchanged a knowing glance with his comrades who quickly formed a circle channeling their powers into a radiant shield. As the forbidden technique surged towards them, the shield trembled violently, but held firm. Seizing the brief moment of weakness following the attack, the fighters of the 11th universe scattered and launched a fierce counteroffensive. The small warrior surged forward with incredible speed, his fists aglow, striking at the vulnerabilities of the 12th universe's warrior like a shooting star. Caught off guard by the tenacity of his opponents, the 12th universe's warrior could only defend. Meanwhile, other fighters from the 11th universe joined the assault, overwhelming the 12th universe's defender. Just then, a supporter from the 12th universe discreetly cast a spell, disrupting the coordination of the 11th universe's fighters. The situation grew murky once more, and the battle entered a fevered stage. Observing the unfolding conflict from the sidelines, Lin Chen finally took action. With swift hand seals and incantations, a mysterious power surged from him, manifesting as threads that silently entangled the hands of the 12th universe's supporter, hindering his interference. Feeling the pressure lift, the fighters of the 11th universe regained their synergy. The small warrior seized the opportunity to leap high, concentrating all his strength in his legs, delivering a fierce kick to the 12th universe's warrior. Caught unprepared, the opponent was struck at a critical point and sent flying backward. In response, the 12th universe dispatched another warrior into the fray, wielding an unusual weapon that generated black whirlpools, with each swing consuming everything in their vicinity. The fighters of the 11th universe exchanged serious glances and gathered their strength once more. Lin Chen ascended into the air, releasing a brilliant light that enveloped the fighters of the 11th universe, enhancing their power and shielding them from the gravitational pull of the black holes. The battle raged on, but with Lin Chen's assistance, the 11th universe began to gain the upper hand. The warriors of the 12th universe gradually showed signs of fatigue, ultimately succumbing to defeat. The fighters from the 11th universe erupted in cheers, and Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that this victory held profound significance for the entire multiverse. Now only the 7th universe and the 11th universe remained. Tuo Pu and Ji Lian approached slowly, ready for confrontation. Lin Chen faced Ji Lian's son Wukong, confronted Tuo Pu, and Frieza squared off against DC Pu. The moment Lin Chen struck, he unleashed the dragon fist, sending Ji Lian flying far away before he finally came to a halt. In the center of the cosmic arena stood Lin Chen, his body radiating a soft blue glow, the legendary power of the Super Saiyan God. His gaze was resolute and focused, fixed intently on the figure of Jiren across from him. Jiren's stance was as solid as rock, his skin a deep shade of black, exuding a cold, confident demeanor. Lin Chen, do you truly wish to fight me? Jiren's voice was deep and powerful, reverberating throughout the arena. Yes, Jiren. I must prove that even a legendary warrior is not invincible, Lin Chen replied, his voice equally steadfast as his fists clenched slightly, ready to strike. A faint smile appeared on Jiren's lips as a formidable aura suddenly erupted from his body, causing the air around him to distort. Lin Chen felt the immense pressure but did not falter. Instead, his resolve only strengthened. Come on, Lin Chen. Show me your strength. In an instant, Jiren vanished from sight, reappearing before Lin Chen with a fierce punch aimed directly at his face. Lin Chen reacted swiftly, shifting his body slightly to evade Jiren's blow. With his right fist tightly clenched, he retaliated with a powerful strike aimed at Jiren's abdomen. However, Jiren's form vanished once more, and Lin Chen's punch found only empty space. Your speed is impressive, but it is still insufficient. Jiren's voice echoed from behind Lin Chen, causing his body to stiffen as he sensed Jiren's overwhelming presence. Jiren's fist descended upon Lin Chen's back like a shooting star, sending him hurtling forward from the sheer force of the impact. Regaining his balance, Lin Chen spun in midair, planting his feet firmly on the ground, propelling himself back towards Jiren. Once again, Jiren vanished, unleashing a flurry of strikes akin to a torrential storm upon Lin Chen. Drawing on the power of the Super Saiyan God, Lin Chen barely managed to withstand Jiren's relentless assault, yet he sustained considerable injuries. Lin Chen, do you genuinely believe you can defeat me? A hint of mockery laced Jiren's voice as his attacks grew increasingly ferocious, placing Lin Chen in a perilous situation. A faint smile crept across Lin Chen's lips as he unleashed a tremendous aura, causing the air around him to vibrate. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of blue light, charging at Jiren. This is my ultimate strike. Lin Chen's fist collided forcefully with Jiren's face. Jiren staggered slightly, but did not retreat. His own fist met Lin Chen's with equal ferocity, and their punches clashed in midair, producing a thunderous sound. The entire cosmic arena trembled, the audience awed by the sheer magnitude of their power. Both Lin Chen and Jiren were thrown back from the impact, but they remained locked in a fierce standoff, their eyes reflecting an indomitable fighting spirit. Lin Chen, your strength is indeed formidable, but it is still not enough. Jiren's tone carried a note of admiration, yet it was laced with his unyielding confidence. Jiren, I will not give up, Lin Chen declared, his voice firm as he unleashed another wave of power, charging once more at Jiren. In response, Jiren too summoned an immense aura, and the two resumed their fierce duel in the air. Their attacks rained down upon each other like a tempest, the cosmic arena engulfed in the intensity of their battle. Ultimately, Lin Chen, harnessing the might of the Super Saiyan God, successfully withstood Jiren's barrage and spotted an opening, delivering a crushing blow to Jiren's abdomen. The force of the impact sent Jiren reeling back, while Lin Chen, drained from exertion, felt his strength waning. Lin Chen, you are indeed strong, Jiren acknowledged, rising slowly, respect evident in his eyes. Jiren, your power commands my admiration as well, Lin Chen replied, fatigued, yet unwavering in his resolve. The two locked eyes, then simultaneously extended their hands towards one another. Their grips tightened, and in that moment they became not adversaries, but warriors bound by mutual respect. Lin Chen once again engaged in battle with Jillian, who had a critical weakness, a brief moment of vulnerability, following a surge of power. Lin Chen was acutely aware of this, and he relentlessly sought opportunities during the fight, attempting to lure Jillian into unleashing his full strength. The two exchanged blows, energy waves radiating outward. Lin Chen deliberately exposed several flaws, and Jillian fell for the trap, gathering all his strength for a powerful strike. The force of this blow was tremendous. Lin Chen barely managed to evade it, yet he was still caught by the residual shockwave. At that moment, Jillian entered a weakened state after his explosive attack. Jillian launched another assault on Lin Chen, forming a dual-handed gesture, invoking the Heavenly Kingdom's Demon Suppression Palm. Lin Chen sensed the immense pressure of Jillian's strongest move, but he knew this was the perfect moment to retaliate. Taking a deep breath, he summoned all his energy, causing a dazzling aura to envelop his body. Super Dragon Flame Break, Lin Chen shouted, unleashing a torrent of searing energy waves that surged toward Jillian. Despite his weakened state, Jillian forced himself to augment his power in defense. However, Lin Chen's strike, infused with the essence of years of cultivation and the desperation of his circumstances, shattered Jillian's defenses. Jillian was thrown backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Seizing the moment, Lin Chen swiftly appeared before Jillian, conjuring a sword of light and pressing it against Jillian's throat. You have lost, Lin Chen stated. Jillian looked at Lin Chen, his eyes filled with reluctance, yet acknowledging defeat. This fierce battle ultimately culminated in Lin Chen's victory. Just as Lin Chen believed the dust had settled, a shadow suddenly darted in, rescuing Jillian. Lin Chen became alert, realizing it was a messenger from the demon realm. The messenger chuckled ominously, Lin Chen, your strength is commendable, but by defeating Jillian, you have disrupted our plans in the demon realm. It turned out that Jillian had been secretly controlled by the demon realm, which aimed to use him to dominate this region. Lin Chen clenched his fists, declaring, no matter who it is, I will not allow you to commit evil. The messenger snorted coldly, summoning a horde of demonic creatures to charge at Lin Chen. Unfazed, Lin Chen harnessed his newly acquired soul absorption power. With a swift motion of his hands, a black vortex unfurled before him, instantly drawing the souls from the approaching demons, reducing them to dust. The messenger was taken aback, astonished by Lin Chen's unexpected capabilities. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen darted towards the messenger like lightning. The messenger, caught off guard, was no match for Lin Chen. After a few exchanges, Lin Chen successfully repelled the messenger. Through this battle, Lin Chen realized that greater dark forces lurked behind this universe, and he resolved to use his soul absorption power to protect it, embarking on a new journey. In the demon realm, Jillian, having been rescued, gradually regained consciousness. He surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings with confusion. Upon learning that he had been under the control of the demon realm, Jillian was consumed with anger. He resolved to break free from the shackles of the demon realm and join Lin Chen in fighting against evil. As Lin Chen traversed the cosmos, seeking traces of dark forces, while honing his soul absorption power, he arrived at a mysterious planet one day. An eerie aura pervaded the atmosphere, and the residents appeared dazed. Sensing something amiss, Lin Chen delved deeper and discovered that a dark magic was at work. At that moment, Jillian arrived. The two exchanged knowing smiles, requiring no words to coordinate their efforts. Lin Chen unleashed his soul absorption power to dismantle the source of the dark magic, while Jillian took on the attacking monsters. After a fierce battle, they finally broke the dark magic, saving the planet. Yet they understood this was merely a small fragment of the numerous crises ahead. Many more challenges awaited them in the future. Lin Chen and Jillian soared together into the depths of the vast cosmos, preparing to confront the might of the demon realm. Lin Chen and Julian stood at the entrance to the demon realm, confronted by a landscape shrouded in darkness and mystery. The sky above was obscured by ominous clouds, intermittently illuminated by flashes of lightning that revealed the desolate terrain below. An oppressive atmosphere enveloped the air, as if the entire world were bracing for the arrival of a storm. Is this really the demon realm? Lin Chen murmured, a hint of caution flickering in his eyes. Despite being a legendary Super Saiyan, he felt a twinge of unease from the realm's aura. Julian nodded, his expression remaining stoic, as if indifferent to the scene before him. Indeed, this is the demon realm. The enemy we seek is here. Enemy? Lin Chen frowned. Are you sure he's here? Without answering, Julian stepped forward decisively. Lin Chen followed closely behind, and together they ventured into the demon realm. The environment within the demon realm was even harsher than Lin Chen had anticipated. The ground was riddled with cracks from which black smoke occasionally billowed. Massive beasts soared through the sky, emitting thunderous roars. In this foreboding landscape, Lin Chen and Julian appeared strikingly small, yet their resolve remained unwavering. Who is the enemy we are searching for? Lin Chen asked once more. A powerful demon known as the Demon Lord, Julian replied, his voice laced with a chilling edge. He possesses the power to obliterate the entire universe. Lin Chen nodded, his heart brimming with determination. As a Super Saiyan, he had never feared a challenge. He believed that as long as he and Julian joined forces, nothing could stand in their way. As they traversed the desolate wilderness of the demon realm, they encountered patrols of demons, which they dispatched with ease. Lin Chen and Julian's strength far surpassed that of these ordinary demons, their singular focus driving them onward, finding the Demon Lord. After hours of arduous travel, they finally arrived at the Demon Lord's abode, a colossal black castle. Its walls were adorned with spikes, and two enormous demon sentinels stood guard at the entrance. Is this truly the Demon Lord's lair? Lin Chen gazed at the imposing castle, a flicker of excitement igniting in his eyes. Julian nodded, a glint of murderous intent evident in his gaze. Indeed, the one we seek is within. With swift determination, the two charged toward the castle, easily vanquishing the guards at the entrance and entering the ominous interior. The atmosphere inside was even more sinister, with strange runes etched upon the walls and bloodstains marking the floor. This place is indeed steeped in malevolence, Lin Chen whispered, an involuntary surge of powerful energy emanating from his being. Julian remained silent, gripping his sword tightly. They both understood that the battle ahead would be exceptionally arduous. After navigating a long corridor, they finally reached a vast hall. At the center, on a massive black throne, sat a dark figure. A potent aura of darkness radiated from him, and his eyes gleamed with boundless evil. You have finally arrived. The Demon Lord's voice was deep and commanding, laced with disdain. Lin Chen and Julian exchanged a glance, swiftly adopting fighting stances. They knew that this battle would determine the fate of the entire universe. Demon Lord, your reign of terror ends here, Lin Chen proclaimed loudly, his body radiating a brilliant golden light. The Demon Lord scoffed, rising slowly from his throne. Super Saiyan, if you are nothing but ants. Julian remained silent, his grip on the sword tightening, a flicker of deadly intent in his eyes. Then let us see who the true powerhouse is, Lin Chen declared with fervor, harnessing his formidable energy in preparation for the impending clash. The Demon Lord sneered, a dark aura emanating from him as well. The tension between them thickened, and a fierce battle was poised to erupt. At that moment, a powerful aura emanated from the distance, causing Lin Chen and Ji Lian to become alert. A colossal figure emerged slowly from the shadows, revealing the Demon Lord. Towering over 3 meters, the Demon Lord was cloaked in black scales, with eyes resembling two blazing flames that exuded a chilling and malevolent glow. He wielded a massive black sword, its blade shimmering with an eerie darkness, as if it could devour all existence. I never thought you would dare to intrude into the demon realm. Truly, you are overestimating yourselves. The Demon Lord sneered, his voice echoing like a whisper from the depths of hell. Demon Lord, we have come here to confront you. Do not think you can easily dispose of us, Lin Chen declared, clenching his fists as a formidable energy surged around him. Huh, you too. What a joke. Ji Lian, though your power is commendable, before me you are but an insect, the Demon Lord replied disdainfully. With a fierce roar, Ji Lian unleashed his energy, transforming into a Super Saiyan. He was enveloped in a golden aura radiating an overwhelming presence. Lin Chen, not to be outdone, also transformed into a Super Saiyan, standing resolutely alongside Ji Lian, both their eyes filled with determination and resolve. Very well, let me see your true strength. The Demon Lord swung his black sword and charged at Lin Chen and Ji Lian. The two heroes swiftly engaged, entering into a fierce battle with the Demon Lord. His sword techniques were extremely sharp, each strike infused with potent dark energy capable of rending space itself. Lin Chen and Ji Lian, armed with the immense power and agility of their Super Saiyan forms, maneuvered deftly against the Demon Lord's onslaught. Ji Lian was the first to launch an attack, delivering a powerful punch aimed at the Demon Lord's chest. The Demon Lord effortlessly sidestepped, retaliating with a swift thrust of his sword towards Ji Lian's abdomen. Ji Lian quickly retreated, while simultaneously throwing a punch, the impact resonating with a deafening crash as it met the Demon Lord's blade. Lin Chen also sprang into action, attacking from the side, with a fierce punch directed at the Demon Lord's back. Once again, the Demon Lord dodged with ease, countering with a slash aimed at Lin Chen's head. Lin Chen ducked just in time, kicking towards the Demon Lord's knee. Yet again, the Demon Lord evaded, swinging his sword toward Lin Chen's waist. Lin Chen rapidly fell back, countering with a punch that collided with the Demon Lord's sword, producing a thunderous sound. As the battle intensified, the ground around them was torn apart by their energies, and sword strikes, molten lava splattering everywhere, making the entire demon realm tremble. Although Lin Chen and Ji Lian possessed tremendous power, they still found it challenging to contend with the Demon Lord. His dark energy was overwhelmingly powerful, each attack exerting immense pressure upon them. Your strength is nothing but mediocre. You do well to surrender. The Demon Lord mocked, raising his sword to strike once more at Lin Chen and Ji Lian. With a roar, Ji Lian erupted with even greater energy, transforming into a Super Saiyan second form. He was enveloped in an even more radiant golden aura, exuding an imposing might. Lin Chen followed suit, also transforming into his second Super Saiyan form, standing side by side with Ji Lian, their gazes resolute and unwavering. Very well, let me see how strong your second forms truly are. The Demon Lord swung his black sword again and charged at Lin Chen and Ji Lian. The two warriors quickly countered, plunging into an even more intense confrontation with the Demon Lord. Ji Lian's punches became increasingly fierce, each one infused with powerful golden energy, as if capable of tearing through anything. Lin Chen's agility reached new heights, with each dodge and counterattack executed with precision, making it difficult for the Demon Lord to predict their movements. Lin Chen continued to battle against the Demon Lord when suddenly a surge of purple energy erupted from within him. Was this not destructive energy? How could he possess such power? Lin Chen's mind was filled with confusion. Just as Lin Chen pondered this, the king of the realm's Saiyan, who was watching from a distance, shouted, "Lin Chen, that is not merely destructive energy, it is a special power that has undergone mutation. According to legend, when the heart of justice merges with a formidable fighting spirit, it can awaken this kind of power." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen felt a sense of reassurance. However, the Demon Lord seized the opportunity of Lin Chen's distraction to launch a more ferocious attack. Lin Chen was caught off guard and was knocked back. Yet the purple energy swiftly shielded his body, preventing him from sustaining serious injuries. Slowly, Lin Chen rose to his feet, his gaze becoming more resolute. He clenched his fists, attempting to merge the energy within him with the purple force. Instantly, his entire being radiated purple light, and his aura surged dramatically. Then Lin Chen charged at the Demon Lord, each punch glowing with purple brilliance, its power significantly increased. The Demon Lord, feeling immense pressure, retreated repeatedly. Lin Chen pressed the advantage and finally landed a punch on the Demon Lord, who spat blood as his form began to dissipate. After the battle, Lin Chen gazed at his hands, emanating purple light, knowing that he must explore this mysterious power further. As Lin Chen contemplated, Ji Lian approached and patted him on the shoulder. "Lin Chen, this power of yours is remarkable. It will surely lead to great achievements in the future." Lin Chen nodded gratefully. At that moment, King Saiyan came before them, saying, "Lin Chen, while this power is formidable, it must be used with caution to prevent it from attracting the attention of evil forces." Lin Chen acknowledged his words. Subsequently, Lin Chen returned to Earth, dedicating himself to rigorous training to master this mysterious power. During his training, he discovered that this energy not only enhanced his offensive capabilities, but also bolstered his defenses and aided in recovery. One day, an inexplicable dark aura suddenly enveloped Earth. Sensing it, Lin Chen swiftly went to investigate. It turned out that the Demon Emperor had secretly dispatched his subordinates to probe into Lin Chen's mysterious power. Without hesitation, Lin Chen charged forward to engage in battle. He skillfully wielded the purple energy within him, effortlessly confronting his enemies. However, as more foes appeared, Lin Chen began to feel overwhelmed. In a critical moment, he recalled the words of King Saiyan, calmed himself, and focused his energy. The purple energy erupted once more, driving back all adversaries and successfully safeguarding Earth. Eventually, the Demon Emperor unleashed a skill to annihilate the Earth. Witnessing the planet vanish before his eyes, Lin Chen was filled with rage and regret. At that moment, the purple energy inside him surged wildly, forming a vortex of time and space. Without a second thought, Lin Chen plunged into the vortex, determined to traverse back in time to prevent the Demon Emperor from destroying Earth. Lin Chen appeared just as the Demon Emperor was about to strike. He manifested in a new form enveloped in purple energy. The Demon Emperor was taken aback, astonished by Lin Chen's newfound abilities. With a furious roar, Lin Chen charged at the Demon Emperor, transforming the purple energy into various weapons, overwhelming the Demon Lord with his relentless onslaught. The Demon Emperor summoned numerous subordinates in an attempt to impede Lin Chen, but he maneuvered through the enemy ranks effortlessly thanks to the purple energy. Ultimately, Lin Chen concentrated all his strength into a single punch, delivering a devastating blow to the Demon Emperor. Upon impact, the Demon Emperor was reduced to ashes, and his dispatched minions vanished alongside him. With the crisis averted, Lin Chen sighed in relief. Through this battle, he realized the necessity of continuous strength to protect Earth. Thus, he immersed himself in training, while also seeking ways to thoroughly seal away the forces of evil, preventing any similar incidents from occurring in the future. Soon the news of Lin Chen and his companion entering the demon realm reached the All-King. Consequently, the All-King summoned them to his divine palace. The All-King, the sovereign deity of the 12 universes, possessed unfathomable wisdom. Beyond the multiverse lay many higher realms, and as he gazed upon Lin Chen and his companion, his demeanor remained calm, yet exuded endless authority. Your intrusion into the demon realm should not have been permitted, but in light of your commendable courage, I have decided to grant you an opportunity. As he spoke, the All-King raised his hand, and a peculiar light enveloped Lin Chen. Lin Chen felt a surge of tremendous power coursing through his body, instantly recognizing it as the might of the All-King. The All-King continued, "Now that you possess my power, you must also bear the corresponding responsibility. The demon realm has been restless in recent years, attempting to disrupt the balance among the universes. You must use this strength to stop them." Clenching his fists, Lin Chen felt the surging energy within him and resolutely replied, "Thank you for your trust, All-King. I will not disappoint your expectations." His companion, filled with excitement, knew that Lin Chen would become immensely powerful with this newfound strength. They then bid farewell to the All-King and embarked on their journey home. Along the way, Lin Chen continuously practiced harnessing the All-King's power, his heart brimming with determination for the challenges that lay ahead in the demon realm. As they neared their own universe, they were suddenly ambushed by a horde of demon realm creatures. These colossal beings radiated an aura of malevolence. Lin Chen charged forward first, swinging his arms as the All-King's power coalesced into a blinding light around his fists. With a powerful strike, he sent one of the creatures flying. Meanwhile, his companion cast spells to disrupt the attacks from other demon realm beings. However, the creatures kept coming in waves. Realizing the need for swift action, Lin Chen focused, intently channeling more of the All-King's power. In an instant, he was enveloped in golden light, distorting the space around him. With a mighty roar, he surged into the heart of the enemy, unleashing a powerful shockwave. This wave swept through the horde like a raging tide, causing the demon realm creatures to disintegrate into nothingness. After dispatching this batch of foes, Lin Chen gasped for breath, fully aware that this attack from the demon realm was merely a warning and the true battle lay ahead. Yet following this skirmish, he grew more adept at wielding the All-King's power and felt increasingly confident in confronting future threats from the demon realm. Upon returning to his home planet, Lin Chen began rallying various races to unite against the demon realm. He demonstrated the All-King's power to prove his capability to lead this war. Many brave warriors responded to his call and joined his ranks. As Lin Chen trained the coalition forces, he also researched the weaknesses of the demon realm. By chance, he discovered that the All-King's power could penetrate deep into the souls of the demon realm creatures, allowing him to control them. Thus, he selected a few smaller demon realm creatures for experimentation and achieved success. Before long, the demon realm launched a large-scale invasion. Lin Chen led the coalition into battle, first deploying the controlled demon realm creatures to disrupt the enemy formations. Then he charged into the fray himself as the All-King's power shone brilliantly on the battlefield. The morale of the coalition soared as they followed Lin Chen into combat. In the midst of the fierce battle, Lin Chen sensed a mysterious force manipulating events from behind the scenes. Just as he prepared to investigate further, this enigmatic power revealed itself. It was an ancient demon god. Unfazed, Lin Chen gathered all his strength and launched an attack on the ancient demon god, initiating a final confrontation that would determine the fate of the universe. Soon Lin Chen unleashed his most potent mastery of the void, forcing the ancient demon god to retreat several steps. Once steady, the ancient demon god erupted into a frenzied laugh. A mere human possesses such power. Yet this is still far from enough. With that, dark magical energy surged around him, and with a sweep of his hands, countless black blades shot towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen's gaze remained resolute as he swiftly wielded his long sword, creating a curtain of light to block the incoming blades. However, the demon god's relentless assault began to wear him down. In that critical moment, Lin Chen recalled his master's words about the source of the demon god's power, the magic crystal embedded in its chest. Seizing the opportunity, he launched himself forward like an arrow released from a bow, charging toward the demon god. The demon god, noticing his approach, swung down a colossal hand in an attempt to thwart him. Lin Chen evaded at the last moment, dangerously close to the demon god's chest. He shouted a battle cry, channeling all his strength into the tip of his sword, and thrust it forcefully toward the magic crystal. With a blinding explosion of light, the demon god let out a mournful roar as its form began to dissipate. The battle concluded. Lin Chen knelt on one knee, exhausted, while the crowd erupted into cheers. Yet he gazed into the distance, aware that greater challenges lay ahead. At that moment, a pure light descended from the sky, revealing the All-King before the gathered crowd. Everyone knelt in reverence, and the All-King looked at Lin Chen, nodding in satisfaction. Lin Chen, I have witnessed your strength. Today I appoint you as the god of destruction. The All-King's voice resonated with authority. Lin Chen was taken aback for a moment, then respectfully accepted the decree. Becoming the god of destruction meant a heavier burden, though he understood this as a testament to the All-King's trust and recognition of his abilities. Under the guidance of the All-King, Lin Chen arrived at the residence of the god of destruction. It was infused with an air of mystery, surrounded by powerful energy fluctuations. Lin Chen began to learn the exclusive skills and knowledge of the god of destruction, realizing that his previous mastery was merely the tip of the iceberg. As time passed, Lin Chen continued to grow, his name spreading across various universes. However, he remained humble, dedicating himself to rigorous training, fully aware that threats to all life could emerge at any moment within the multiverse. He vowed to protect this vast cosmic realm as the god of destruction, even at the cost of his own life. Unbeknownst to him, billions of years slipped by. The fabric of time and space unraveled, ushering in the era of Dragon Ball Super God chapter, where Beerus had already ascended to the role of an angel, serving as the god of destruction for Lin Chen, with Whis as his angelic companion. One day, while Lin Chen meditated within the residence of the god of destruction, Whis came to visit. God of destruction Lin Chen, there is a mysterious dark force emerging at the edges of multiple universes, seemingly spreading, Whis reported with a serious expression. Lin Chen opened his eyes, determination flickering within. If that is the case, I shall investigate. Traversing through various universes, Lin Chen finally pinpointed the source of the dark energy on a remote planet. There, within a dense shroud of dark mist, he could barely discern several figures moving. Just as he prepared to delve deeper, the god of destruction of the Zero universe suddenly appeared, blocking his path. This matter does not concern you, the mysterious god of destruction stated coldly. Lin Chen furrowed his brow. This relates to the safety of the entire multiverse. Why should I not intervene? The enigmatic god of destruction scoffed. This involves many intricate causations. If you act recklessly, it will only bring disaster. Although Lin Chen felt a twinge of doubt, he was unwilling to back down. The destructive power within him surged, signaling that a confrontation was about to unfold. Soon the god of destruction of the Zero universe and Lin Chen engaged in battle against the ancient demon god. Their speed was like lightning as they exchanged countless blows in an instant. However, the ancient demon god's power was beyond imagination, making it impossible to defeat him. Thus the two joined forces, their palms forming intricate seals as a tremendous force surged through the skies. A blinding light erupted, enveloping the ancient demon god within its radiant grasp. This force temporarily restrained the ancient demon god, yet he continued to struggle, attempting to break free from his bindings. The god of destruction of the Zero universe turned to Lin Chen and shouted, "We must execute our final strike swiftly, or we won't last much longer." Lin Chen nodded with determination. Both took a deep breath, unleashing an even more intense aura. They summoned all their energy, slowly elevating themselves into the air, where they formed a colossal rune array. This array shimmered with peculiar brilliance, containing the power to obliterate worlds. With a mighty roar, they pressed the array down upon the trapped ancient demon god. Sensing the imminent threat, the ancient demon god fought back furiously. Yet he could not withstand the life-risking strike from the two, and with a thunderous explosion, he was utterly vanquished. Exhausted from their efforts, the god of destruction of the Zero Universe and Lin Chen plummeted toward the ground. Just before impact, a mysterious force caught them and began to mend their damaged bodies. It was the noble warriors from various universes who had come to their aid. Once the god of destruction of the Zero Universe and Lin Chen regained their strength, they expressed their gratitude to the noble warriors. However, everyone wore a grim expression. Lin Chen asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "The ancient demon god is gone. Oh, could there still be danger?" A wise-looking individual stepped forward and said, "What you do not realize is that although the ancient demon god has been defeated, the immortality he granted himself will not simply vanish. His soul will undoubtedly seek a new host to be reborn." At these words, everyone felt a chill. The god of destruction of the Zero Universe frowned and asked, "How can we prevent this?" The wise man shook his head. "Currently, there is no way to completely stop it, but we can seal him again when he is weak upon rebirth. However, during this time, someone must vigilantly guard against possible disturbances." Without hesitation, Lin Chen stepped forward, declaring, "I will take on this responsibility." The god of destruction of the Zero Universe patted his chest, saying, "I will join as well." Seeing their resolve, everyone voiced their support. They then dispersed, setting up surveillance and protective forces in places where threats might emerge, awaiting the unknown challenges ahead. In a new vessel, the ancient demon god was resurrected, once more wreaking havoc upon the realm of the gods. The king of all felt the tremors throughout the royal palace. "What is happening?" the king of all inquired. "Your Majesty, it seems there may be trouble in the seventh universe," the high priest replied. "I sense a dark aura. This time it does not seem trivial," the high priest added. The king of all tilted his head slightly, waving his hand. "Then let us take a look." The high priest responded affirmatively, and together they teleported to the seventh universe. At that moment, chaos erupted in the seventh universe as the resurrected ancient demon god rampaged unchecked. Lin Chen and the god of destruction of the Zero Universe arrived first, charging straight at the ancient demon god without hesitation. However, the demon reborn was even stronger than before, and after just a few exchanges, the two found themselves at a disadvantage. In this critical moment, noble warriors from other universes rushed in to provide support. Various skills intertwined, illuminating the entire sky. The king of all watched from a distance, lightly tapping his fingers on the armrest of his seat. Suddenly, the king of all's expression brightened, and with swift hand seals and incantations, a beam of golden light shot forth from his hands, striking the ancient demon god directly. The demon was instantly immobilized. The high priest immediately coordinated with the other powerful beings to deploy a super-strong seal, once again imprisoning the ancient demon god. With the crisis averted, Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief. The king of all surveyed the crowd with satisfaction before returning to the royal palace alongside the high priest, leaving behind a parting remark. "I hope next time we won't be so beleaguered." As everyone watched the king of all leave, they silently vowed to enhance their strength to protect the peace of the universe. In the last battle against the ancient demon god, Lin Chen emerged victorious, yet the demon's soul lingered in the divine realm, a prison for wicked souls, those of demons and malevolent gods alike. It is said that when demons and gods perish, they find their way to this domain, which was created by the All-King's father, the great All-King, in ancient times. Within the divine realm, the remnants of ancient evildoers are also confined. Demons once powerful enough to oppose the All-King, yet ultimately sealed away by his might, their physical forms long gone. Nearby, the remains of a once mighty ancient demon are imprisoned. In ancient times, the ancient demon king was the weakest among the 5 demon kings and 5 demon gods, who were nameless entities of immense power. Among these demon kings, the weakest was the minor ancient demon, followed by the great ancient demon, the true ancient demon, the god demon of antiquity, and the primordial demon. As for the demon gods, the 5th was the ancient demon god, the 4th the ancient evil god, the 3rd the ancient emperor god, the 2nd the ancient demon ancestor, and the 1st the primordial ancestor. The demon god Lin Chen had defeated was the weakest among them, the ancient demon god. Lin Chen was taken aback, realizing that the divine realm concealed far too many secrets. He resolved to delve deeper. As he approached the prison of the great ancient demon, he felt an overwhelming surge of dark power. Suddenly, a shadowy apparition materialized. It was a remnant of the great ancient demon. The remnant sneered, "Insignificant creature, do you think defeating the ancient demon god makes you great? The true terror extends far beyond this." Lin Chen grew wary. The remnant continued, "The great All-King created this divine realm for another purpose. It conceals the entrance to the most malevolent place in the multiverse. Once opened, all demons shall be reborn. A chill ran down Lin Chen's spine as he grasped the gravity of the situation. He had to find a way to prevent the entrance from opening. At that moment, a strange light flickered deep within the divine realm, seemingly beckoning him closer. Lin Chen gritted his teeth and moved toward the light, evading the various malevolent spirits that sought to hinder him. He understood the weight of his responsibility for the safety of the entire universe, despite the dangers ahead, he would not falter. Cautiously, Lin Chen pressed on utilizing his divine power to dispel the approaching evil spirits. As he neared the source of the peculiar light, the pressure around him intensified. At last, he arrived at the origin of the brilliance and discovered a vast runic formation. Just as Lin Chen began to study the formation, the remnant of the great ancient demon appeared once more. "You cannot stop this, it is your destined fate," it taunted. Ignoring the taunt, Lin Chen inspected the runes, identifying several crucial ones that could be disrupted to block the entrance. However, as he prepared to take action, a surge of malevolent spirits erupted around him, launching an assault. Lin Chen unleashed his ultimate technique, momentarily fending off the spirits, and seized the opportunity to rush toward the critical rune. In a split second, the remnant transformed into a tangible force, charging at Lin Chen to thwart his efforts. Just when all seemed lost, Lin Chen summoned an extraordinary power, breaking through the obstruction and successfully shattering the crucial rune. Instantly, the dark power dissipated, and the signs of the entrance to the malevolent realm ceased. The remnant of the great ancient demon let out a furious roar of resentment before vanishing. Lin Chen exhaled, relieved that this crisis was averted, yet he knew many secrets of the divine realm awaited his exploration. Thus, Lin Chen embarked on a new journey, one that would see him traverse time and space to the ancient era, where he would confront the legendary ancient demon kings in fierce battles ahead. Lin Chen quickly harnessed the power of the Dragon Ball to wish for a passage to the ancient era. In no time, the dragon granted him a gateway through time and space. A radiant blue light enveloped Lin Chen, instilling an unprecedented coolness within him. Soon after, he felt his strength surge once again, and the system bestowed upon him the power of the dragon, a force that would ensure his survival. With his newfound might, Lin Chen radiated golden energy, and an armor manifested upon his body. He sensed a further enhancement to his abilities, entering the second layer of the angel realm with the Zai Ji Gong technique. He felt confident that he could hold his own against Whis. Suddenly, a figure approached him, striking him with an impact. Instinctively, Lin Chen dodged the blow. The assailant wore dark clothing, their face obscured, but Lin Chen could sense from their aura that they were a denizen of the demon realm. As Lin Chen stepped closer to the demon envoy, he declared, "You are from the demon realm. I didn't expect you to arrive just in time." Without wasting words, he pressed his palms together, a blue light forming between them, and unleashed a shockwave towards the envoy. The demon envoy swiftly deflected the wave with a flick of his hand, causing it to vanish into thin air. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, and Lin Chen sensed the envoy's formidable nature. Time was of the essence. He couldn't afford to prolong the battle. In a moment of intensity, both Lin Chen and the envoy unleashed their full power. Lin Chen tapped into the Zai Ji Gong, his speed amplifying as he landed a series of rapid strikes on the envoy. The envoy roared in frustration, "I refuse to lose." He then executed his ultimate technique, the dark absorption of purple energy, drawing a portion of Lin Chen's power into himself. Lin Chen realized he could not allow this to continue, otherwise he would be completely drained. In that moment, he transformed into a Super Saiyan god. As time passed, Lin Chen felt half of his energy being siphoned away. The demon envoy finally ceased his assault, giving Lin Chen a brief respite. Aware of the urgency, Lin Chen concentrated his remaining strength, gathering it in his palms, and shouted, "Kamehameha." A powerful beam of energy surged towards the envoy. Caught off guard by Lin Chen's formidable attack, the envoy was struck in the abdomen, sending him hurtling backwards. However, he quickly regained his footing, forming a seal with his hands as darkness enveloped the surroundings. Lin Chen remained vigilant, observing as countless black tendrils emerged from the shadows, reaching out to ensnare him. He swiftly spun, creating a whirlwind that severed the encroaching tendrils. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen teleported behind the demon envoy and kicked him. The envoy lunged forward, but pivoted midair, exhaling a plume of purple-black flames. Lin Chen hastily erected an energy shield to defend against the onslaught. As the standoff continued, a beam of holy light suddenly descended from the heavens. It was Whis who swiftly intervened to restrain the demon envoy. "You should focus on completing your journey," Whis instructed Lin Chen. "Leave this to me." Gratefully, Lin Chen nodded and stepped through the time portal, embarking on his journey to the ancient era. Beerus also arrived, obliterating the demon envoy with his destructive power. Lin Chen entered the time tunnel, heading towards the ancient epoch. In this ancient time, the Omni King had yet to exist, and only the primordial ancestors remained, having recently emerged from a great war. Lin Chen arrived in the ancient world, a realm rife with war. Here the most powerful being was the primordial ancestor whom Lin Chen would soon meet. He pressed on toward the fabled location of the ancestor. Along the way he witnessed soldiers clad in rudimentary, yet heavy armor wielding various bladed weapons, as they clashed fiercely, their battle cries echoing through the air. At last Lin Chen stood before a colossal palace radiating an aura of age and mystery. Upon stepping inside, he found the interior dimly lit, with only a faint glow at the end of the hall. Within that ethereal light, the primordial ancestor slowly emerged. He was tall and imposing, exuding an overwhelming presence. Though Lin Chen felt a twinge of anxiety, he gathered his courage and spoke. "I come from another realm with no intent to offend, only to seek the secrets of this world." The ancestor gazed at Lin Chen for a long moment before a hint of a smile broke across his face. He replied, "Outsider, your arrival may indeed be a twist of fate. This world has suffered greatly from turmoil, and I too have been searching for an opportunity to bring about change." Lin Chen was astonished. He had not anticipated that the ancestor would harbor no hostility, but rather a glimmer of hope. The ancestor continued, "Outsider, the secrets of this world lie hidden in a mysterious place, one imbued with formidable power, yet fraught with perilous traps. I have sent many to explore, but they have never returned." Lin Chen's resolve hardened. "I am willing to try." The ancestor nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand, revealing a map before Lin Chen, marking the route to the enigmatic location. Following the map's guidance, Lin Chen embarked on a challenging journey, traversing dense primordial forests and rushing rivers. Along the way, he encountered bizarre creatures that attacked him, but he managed to fend them off using his unique abilities. Finally, Lin Chen reached the mysterious place. It was an island suspended in the air, shrouded in swirling clouds. Taking a deep breath, he flew up, using his extraordinary powers. On the island stood a temple radiating with a spectrum of colors. Just as he entered, a voice whispered in his ear, "Find 5 elemental crystals to gain the power to change the world." Lin Chen surveyed his surroundings, embarking on the quest to locate the crystals, knowing this was a pivotal step towards saving the war-torn realm. With the strength of this world at his disposal, Lin Chen would become even mightier. He cautiously explored the temple, and in a corner discovered the first elemental crystal, shimmering with a blue hue, as if it contained the boundless power of water. No sooner had he grasped the crystal than a horde of phantom warriors surged toward him. Lin Chen focused his energy, summoning the power of the dragon god, unleashing a fierce stream of dragon breath that dispelled many of the phantoms. Next, he found the red elemental crystal in the hand of a statue, symbolizing the power of fire. However, the ground began to tremble and columns of flame erupted around him. Lin Chen deftly dodged, using the dragon god's power to hover briefly above the ground. As he delved deeper, he also located the green wind elemental crystal and the yellow earth elemental crystal. Each acquisition was accompanied by new dangers. After retrieving the 4th crystal, the white ice elemental crystal, only one remained, the golden light elemental crystal. After much effort, Lin Chen finally spotted it atop the temple. As he grasped all 5 crystals, they fused into a powerful energy that surged into him. He felt an unprecedented strength coursing through his veins, realizing he was now capable of altering the chaotic world around him. With his newly acquired power, Lin Chen flew back to the palace of the primordial ancestor. Sensing the formidable aura radiating from Lin Chen, the ancestor's eyes glimmered with approval. Lin Chen addressed him, "I have obtained the power. It is time to put an end to the wars." He ascended above the fiercest battlefield, raising his hands to release the combined elemental force. A tempest roared forth, dispersing dark clouds. Torrential rain extinguished the flames of war, and the land healed its wounds. The soldiers were awestruck by this miraculous power and laid down their weapons. Leaders from all factions were summoned, and Lin Chen stood before them, proclaiming, "From this moment forward, there shall be no more war upon this land. Resources must be shared, and all shall coexist in peace." Some, filled with doubt, dared not oppose him after witnessing his overwhelming might. Thereafter, Lin Chen remained in the Dragon God realm for a while, using his strength to assist the people in rebuilding their homes and imparting knowledge to elevate their living standards. Through his efforts, the Dragon God realm gradually blossomed into an era of prosperity and peace. Ultimately, Lin Chen bid farewell to this world, carrying with him the indelible memories of his journey as he returned to his own time. He knew that he would forever be the guardian of the Dragon God realm, and should they ever need him, he would surely return. Dragon God realm. The sky was filled with the power of the Dragon God, where a fierce battle raged between Dragon God Salama and the ancient progenitor. This was all part of Salama's cunning scheme, and a triumphant smile graced his face as he believed everything was under his control. However, just as he was about to launch a lethal strike, a mysterious and formidable force erupted from the ancient progenitor. This power did not belong to the current time and space. It seemed to be a gift from a distant future. Unbeknownst to Salama, the ancient progenitor had long sensed his conspiracy. Utilizing a transcendent artifact that bridged the timelines, he had connected with his descendants from the future and acquired enough energy to counter Salama. As the light intensified, the ancient progenitor's form expanded, shattering the layers of restrictions set by Salama. Salama was taken aback, his countenance shifting to one of alarm as he frantically summoned more dragon god power. Yet the ancient progenitor now resembled a deity of war, each of his moves infused with world-destroying strength. The two engaged in a fierce clash once more, and the sky of the dragon god realm was torn apart by various energy shocks. Ultimately, the ancient progenitor charged at Salama in a moment of mutual destruction, and with a tremendous explosion, both powerful beings vanished into the boundless light, leaving the sky of the dragon god realm in disarray. No one knew whether dragon god Salama and the ancient progenitor were truly dead. Soon a messenger from Salama arrived on Earth in the 7th universe, seeking Lin Chen's assistance. Upon finding Lin Chen, the messenger respectfully conveyed his mission. Although puzzled, Lin Chen sensed the gravity of the situation and decided to accompany the messenger to the dragon god realm. Upon arrival, he was struck by the devastation that lay before him. Lin Chen tapped into the power of the divine dragon to begin his investigation, discovering that Salama and the ancient progenitor were not dead, but trapped in a rift of an alternate dimension. This space was continuously devouring their strength, and without a way to rescue them, not only would they perish, but the entire dragon god realm could also collapse. Lin Chen attempted to use the divine dragon power to open the rift, but faced a violent backlash. At that moment, he recalled the power of the Dragon Balls on Earth, which could grant wishes. Thus, he swiftly returned to Earth to collect the Dragon Balls. Upon returning to the Dragon God realm, bolstered by the power of the Dragon Balls, his divine dragon strength surged. Lin Chen successfully opened the rift and rescued the two. Filled with remorse, Salama apologized to the ancient progenitor, and the two reconciled, working together to restore the Dragon God realm. Lin Chen was hailed as a benefactor of the Dragon God realm, and after being granted special abilities, he returned to Earth, his resolve to protect it stronger than ever. However, tranquility did not last long. One night, Lin Chen suddenly sensed an evil presence approaching Earth. Alerted, he flew into space to investigate. In the distance, a massive dark battleship was slowly approaching, emanating a chilling aura. Lin Chen recognized it as belonging to the Dark Clan from an unknown star system. They had heard of the restoration of the Dragon God realm and were intent on plundering its countless treasures. Aware that Earth's involvement in this conflict would lead to devastation, Lin Chen resolved to confront them alone. He flew to the front of the battleship, declaring his identity and warning them to leave. However, the Dark Clan ignored him, instead sending several powerful warriors to attack Lin Chen. Drawing upon the special abilities he had acquired in the Dragon God realm, he barely managed to hold his ground. Just as Lin Chen was on the verge of collapse, a portal suddenly appeared in the sky. It was Dragon God Salama and the ancient progenitor, sensing Lin Chen's peril and rushing to his aid. Together, they unleashed a powerful energy wave that repelled the Dark Clan's battleship. Through this encounter, Lin Chen understood that the universe was fraught with danger. Upon returning to Earth, he began training aspiring warriors, assembling an elite team dedicated to safeguarding both Earth and universal peace, always prepared to confront impending threats. Lin Chen established an elite combat team with Sun Wukong as the captain and Vegeta as the vice-captain. Piccolo served as the elder of the team, stepping in to command whenever Lin Chen was absent. On the second day following the team's formation, Beerus and Whis arrived, having heard about the establishment of the elite team. Their visit was prompted by a summons from the Omni King to Lin Chen. What could the Omni King want with me? Lin Chen pondered, his expression filled with confusion. Whis, uncertain of the details, suggested they would find out upon arrival. Lin Chen accompanied the Kaiō-ken to the Omni King's palace, marking his second visit to this grand place. The Grand Minister awaited him, and soon Lin Chen and his companions were ushered into the Omni King's hall. The expression of the Omni King was far from cheerful. "There are two matters for your presence today," he began. "First, I have decided to appoint Lin Chen as the Divine Enforcement Officer of the universe." With a swift wave of his small hand, a surge of divine energy enveloped Lin Chen, instantly elevating him to the rank of Divine Officer. However, he was still far from the Grand Minister's level. The Divine Officer realm was divided into 3 tiers: Junior, Intermediate, and Senior Divine Officers, with Lin Chen at the Junior level and the Grand Minister at the Intermediate. Now for the second matter. You are aware of the dragon god Salama, correct? Lin Chen nodded in acknowledgement. 3 days ago, he entered into an alliance with the primordial forces of the demon realm. Rest assured, Your Majesty, Lin Chen replied respectfully. I will exert my utmost efforts. The Omni King nodded in satisfaction. After leaving the Omni King's hall, Lin Chen promptly returned to Earth to make preparations. He summoned all members of the elite team to convey the Omni King's decree. Sun Wukong leaped up in excitement, exclaiming, Haha, finally we can have a real battle. Vegeta scoffed, this is our chance to showcase our strength. Lin Chen began devising strategies, well aware of the demon realm's formidable power. Relying solely on force would not suffice. Therefore, he approached Bulma, requesting her to develop a device capable of temporarily weakening the magical powers of the demon realm. Bulma confidently assured him that it would be no problem. Simultaneously, Lin Chen and Piccolo scoured the multiverse for potential allies. They managed to establish contact with the angel race, and after negotiations, the angels agreed to lend their support when war broke out. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye, and the demon realm's forces began to encroach. Lin Chen stood at the forefront, leading the elite team and numerous allies in preparation for battle. Today we shall defend the Omni King's universe. Charge! He shouted, and the two sides clashed in a whirlwind of combat, marking the commencement of an epic conflict. Has the demon realm grown so impatient after less than 3 years? The Grand Minister remarked. The Omni King responded, It seems I miscalculated. The demon realm has already launched their attack. Lin Chen, I have faith in you. On the battlefield, Lin Chen was the first to charge at the demon realm's vanguard. Though he was merely a junior divine officer, his unique tactical skills allowed him to hold his ground. Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan God form, seamlessly coordinating with Vegeta as they pushed back the demon realm's minions. Piccolo unleashed a multitude of powerful techniques, resulting in a stalemate in the battle. However, the primordial force of the demon realm took to the field, personally heightening the tension. He unleashed dark magic, injuring numerous warriors. In that critical moment, Bulma's device activated, significantly weakening the magic of the demon realm. The angel race seized the opportunity to launch a powerful counterattack, disrupting the enemy's formation. Seeing the stalemate in the conflict, the Grand Minister joined the fray, using his intermediate divine officer strength to suppress the primordial force. Lin Chen seized this moment, channeling all his divine energy for a decisive strike. This blow resonated with the Grand Minister's power, unleashing a massive wave of energy towards the demon realm's army. With a brilliant flash and a resounding explosion, the demon forces suffered heavy losses. Ultimately, the primordial force, unwilling to accept defeat, yet powerless to turn the tide, was forced to retreat with the remnants of his army. The Omni King's universe celebrated victory, and Lin Chen emerged as a revered hero, while the elite team gained renown throughout the multiverse. In the realm of the demon world, the ancestor of demons sat in the grand hall, his expression filled with rage. That despicable Lin Chen. I shall take revenge, he thought. It seemed that our demon army could not engage in battle until we fully recovered. Thus we will continue our assault on the multiverse 3 years later. At that moment, a silver-haired youth approached. He was Lung Ku, the son of the ancestor of demons. Just then a Saiyan from the multiverse arrived, prompting the gathered warriors to prepare for an attack. However, the ancestor of demons halted them, directing, Lung Ku, you handle them. With that, Lung Ku teleported behind the Saiyan, only to be unexpectedly sent flying away. The Saiyan proved to be no match for Lung Ku, easily dispatched in mere moments. The realms of demons were distinctly different. These realms included the demon land, demon heaven, demon king, demon god, demon emperor, culminating in the supreme realm. Ultimately, Lin Chen sought revenge for the fallen Saiyan, confronting Lung Ku. In no time, he sent Lung Ku crashing to the ground. Rising from the earth, Lung Ku's eyes burned with fury and resentment. He had never anticipated suffering defeat at the hands of a Saiyan. It was a grievous humiliation. A powerful surge of dark energy erupted from within him, his once silver hair now shimmering even more brilliantly. Today you shall witness my true strength, he declared, swiftly forming seals with his hands as the surrounding space began to warp. Waves of black magical energy shot forth towards the remaining enemies, who could not evade in time and were instantly obliterated. Meanwhile, Lin Chen observed from a distance, a smirk gracing his lips. He had anticipated that the demon world would not relent and knew that Lung Ku would undoubtedly retaliate. In truth, all of this was part of his plan. He had deliberately provoked the demons' wrath with the intent of weakening their forces before they launched another offensive. Seeing his son's fierce counterattack, the ancestor of demons felt a flicker of pride, but was predominantly consumed by worry. He understood that Lin Chen must have a deeper scheme underlying this, and the conflict between the demon world and the multiverse was far from simple. Just then Lin Chen began to walk towards the center of the battlefield where a new confrontation was poised to unfold. Upon finding his footing, Lin Chen radiated a golden aura, the essence of a Super Saiyan. Lung Ku sensed this immense power, his expression growing grave. "Do you think this will defeat me?" he roared. Lin Chen merely chuckled, coldly vanishing from sight in an instant. Taken aback, Lung Ku hastily conjured a magical shield. Yet Lin Chen's speed was overwhelming. He shattered the shield and struck Lung Ku with a powerful punch. Lung Ku barely managed to evade, retaliating with a kick aimed at Lin Chen. The two exchanged blows in an exceptionally fierce battle. The ancestor of demons clenched his fists, nervously yearning to assist, yet he understood that this was a necessary trial for Lung Ku's growth. Suddenly Lin Chen concentrated all his energy into his palm and shouted Kamehameha. A colossal wave of energy surged towards Lung Ku. Gritting his teeth, Lung Ku funneled all his magic into a dark sphere to counter the attack. The two formidable forces clashed, resulting in a violent explosion. As the smoke cleared, Lung Ku was seen kneeling on one knee, blood trickling from his lips, yet his eyes remained filled with fighting spirit. Lin Chen stood calmly, gazing at Lung Ku, saying, "You still have room for improvement, but this battle ends here." With that, Lin Chen turned and flew away, leaving behind a frustrated Lung Ku and a relieved, yet contemplative ancestor of demons. Lin Chen returned to the 7th universe, continuing his training in the Spirit Time Room on Earth. This time he successfully broke through to a new realm of the Zizai Ji Gong, entering a fresh and exhilarating form. He could feel the surging power within him, and the thrill of this transformation filled him with excitement. Determined to test his strength, he unleashed a powerful wave of energy towards the sky, instantly tearing a rift in the atmosphere. The impressive display of might brought a satisfied smile to Lin Chen's face. Suddenly, a sinister aura emanated from the distance, prompting Lin Chen to become alert. He sensed the strength of this malevolent presence. As it drew closer, an unfamiliar extraterrestrial being materialized before him. This alien creature radiated dark energy and immediately launched an attack upon noticing Lin Chen. With a swift movement, Lin Chen evaded the incoming strike, countering with a punch of his own. The alien attempted to block with its arm, but was forced back several steps by the force of Lin Chen's blow. They exchanged blows fiercely for some time, neither side gaining the upper hand. Realizing he needed to exert his full power, Lin Chen concentrated intensely, channeling all his strength into his new form, causing a brilliant light to emanate from him. In response, the alien being unleashed an even more potent wave of dark energy, signaling the imminent onset of a decisive battle. This was the work of the demon realm, and Lin Chen's fury reached a boiling point. He was infuriated by the audacity of these demons who seemed to invite their own demise. Taking the initiative, Lin Chen surged forward like a streak of light toward the alien creature. His punches cut through the air, each strike imbued with the destructive force of nature. The alien, undeterred, coalesced its dark energy into beams that shot toward Lin Chen. He deftly dodged while meticulously searching for a weakness. Suddenly, Lin Chen noted that after each beam was fired, there was a brief moment of weakened energy fluctuation at the alien's chest. Seizing this opportunity, he feigned retreat, luring the alien into firing multiple beams in succession. When the alien unleashed another beam, Lin Chen swiftly pivoted and charged at it with lightning speed, delivering a decisive punch during the moment of energy fluctuation. His fist connected solidly with the alien's chest, scattering dark energy in all directions. The alien let out a pained cry as its body was sent flying. Yet it did not perish. Instead, its eyes turned blood red, and it chose to self-destruct. Lin Chen was taken aback, quickly gathering all his power to form a protective shield in front of him. The tremendous explosion slammed against the shield, and Lin Chen gritted his teeth to endure. Finally, as the explosion subsided, he emerged with some injuries, but successfully withstood the blast. Gazing towards the direction of the demon realm, Lin Chen vowed silently to hold them accountable. After regaining his composure, he set off towards the demon realm. Along the way, he encountered numerous minions from the demon realm, all of whom he dispatched with ease. Upon reaching the outer edges of the demon realm's settlement planet, Lin Chen sensed a formidable barrier of power. Taking a deep breath, he forced his way through the barrier. Inside the demon realm, a suffocating aura of darkness enveloped him. At that moment, the demon king sensed Lin Chen's arrival and smirked with cold amusement. He dispatched his most capable warriors to confront Lin Chen. Unfazed, Lin Chen grew increasingly emboldened in his new form as he swiftly defeated several warriors. Finally, he came face to face with the demon king. The Demon King mocked Lin Chen for his recklessness, but without a moment's hesitation Lin Chen launched his attack. They fought fiercely, neither willing to yield. Lin Chen soon discovered the Demon King's weakness lay in the demonic horn atop his head. Waiting for the perfect moment, he executed his most powerful move, aiming directly for the horn. The Demon King, filled with terror, attempted to evade, but was too late. The strike landed squarely. As Lin Chen battled the king of the demon realm, he suddenly sensed a surge of formidable power. In an instant, Vegeta in his Super Saiyan form charged toward the king, sending him flying away. At that moment, Vegeta was enveloped in a radiant green energy matching Lin Chen's intensity. His aura surged, overwhelming the surrounding structures with its might. The king of the demon realm looked on in horror as Vegeta unleashed a flurry of attacks. Red energy coursed into Vegeta's body, and with his hands raised toward the sky, he transformed them into waves of green light. A powerful beam struck the king, and soon blood flowed from his body. Lin Chen approached Vegeta, praising him for his impressive prowess. Vegeta and Lin Chen returned to Earth in the multiverse, where Bulma and Master Roshi awaited their return. Goku noticed something unusual about Vegeta. Vegeta, you've reached Super Saiyan God status. Now Vegeta was at the 5th level of this realm, while Goku remained at the 3rd. Vegeta had surpassed Goku. Though Goku felt a twinge of jealousy, excitement filled him. Vegeta, let's spar sometime. Vegeta responded with a huff. I'm always ready. Just then a black rift appeared in the sky from which a massive army of demons surged forth. Though defeated, the king of the demon realm had opened a portal to Earth. Lin Chen shouted, everyone prepare for battle. Vegeta charged into the throng of demons, his green energy cutting through them as if they were mere grass. Goku, refusing to be outdone, transformed into Super Saiyan 3 and joined the fray. Lin Chen cast a special spell to shield against the demons' magical assaults. Bulma swiftly distributed new weapons she had developed to Master Roshi and the others. Armed Master Roshi shouted, youth, as he valiantly confronted the enemy. The battle raged fiercely. Vegeta noticed a continuous stream of demons emerging from the rift. His gaze sharpened as he focused all his strength and dashed toward the black fissure. With a brilliant flash of green light, the rift slowly closed, leaving the remaining demons without leadership, quickly dispatched by the heroes. They looked at each other, disheveled, yet filled with fighting spirit, and shared hearty laughter. Soon Earth was shrouded in a mysterious dark power, transforming it into a blackened sphere. The skies were entirely dark. Goku and Vegeta resolved to seek out a powerful Saiyan rumored to reside on planet Papa, known as Broly, a Super Saiyan of unprecedented strength, peak at the 3rd level. However, compared to Lin Chen, he still seemed insufficient. They arrived at Broly's desolate planet devoid of life, where only Broly and his father remained. Who are you? Broly asked, cautiously eyeing Lin Chen. Stepping forward, Lin Chen replied, we come from Earth, having heard of your immense power. Our planet is in grave danger, and we hope you will join us in saving it. Broly's eyes reflected hesitation as his father interjected, my son will not be drawn into your conflicts. Vegeta scoffed, if Earth falls, this place will be next. Broly clenched his fists, contemplating before finally saying, I can accompany you, but only to observe. Thus they brought Broly back to Earth. Upon their arrival, dark energy surged toward Broly, attempting to corrupt him. Golden light erupted from Broly, dispelling the darkness. This power is wicked, he grimaced. The group decided to allow Broly to acclimate to Earth's dark environment while searching for the source of the dark power. Lin Chen, using his magic to track it, discovered that the origin lay deep within an ancient ruin on Earth. As they approached the ruins, they encountered various dark creatures trying to impede their progress. Vegeta, Goku, and Broly joined forces, cutting through the obstacles until they finally reached the entrance of the ruins. Taking a deep breath, they stepped inside, ready to face the unknown challenges ahead. Lin Chen and the others arrived at an ancient edifice that felt older than memory itself. He and Sun Wukong walked slowly through its shadowed corridors and discovered a key, said to open the Anhei. In an instant, the gate's overwhelming force seized them, drawing them into the Anhei Yuan. The abyss they entered brimmed with water and swallowed ordinary mortals whole. Yet Sun Wukong and Vegeta remained unscathed, and without hesitation, they plunged forward. Strange though it was, nothing befell them. The rest soon followed, and then Lin Chen heard a sudden sound. A colossal beast lunged at him. He concentrated, attuning himself to the ruin's arcane power, and vines sprang forth from the earth to bind the creature's limbs. Seizing the moment, Wukong and Vegeta unleashed a synchronized assault. The beast, ensnared and unable to break free, collapsed beneath their strike and dissolved into pinpricks of starlight. Relief washed over the group, and they prepared to press deeper into the abyss when without warning the ground cleaved beneath their feet, and they plunged into utter darkness. Wind hissed by their ears as they felt the void pressing at their senses. Just as doom seemed inevitable, a soft radiance flared, and they drifted gently onto a strange meadow. The grass shimmered with a faint, otherworldly luminescence, as if infused with sorcery. Rousing themselves, they surveyed the surroundings and spied a vast crystalline palace looming distantly. Before they could move, a swarm of winged sprites descended, chittering warnings for them to leave. Vegeta, heedless of caution, lunged forward. The lead sprite waved its wand and unleashed a wave of sonic force. Lin Chen formed hand seals and conjured a protective ward to absorb the blast. Wukong blinked behind the sprite and lightly flicked its head. Mortified and enraged, the little creature summoned reinforcements. The skirmish grew, but the party's cooperation prevailed. Lin Chen employed his control magics, while Wukong and Vegeta counterattacked steadily, breaking the sprite's onslaught. At last, the sprites, resigned, escorted them toward the crystalline palace, as if compelled to reveal the abyss's deeper secret. They reached the palace doors, which stood shut and etched with ancient, inscrutable runes. Lin Chen approached and attempted to read them. The runes reached out and pressed their meaning into his mind. Following their instructions, Son Wukong and Vegeta poured their energy into the statues flanking the entrance. The gate side opened. Within, a golden radiance suffused the hall, and at its center rested a massive black crystal orb. As they neared the orb, unfurled visions, scenes that disclosed the origin of the Anhei Xinyuan and the malignant force orchestrating it all. That power intended through the Anhei Jimen to consume entire universes. Before they could fully absorb the revelation, the evil became aware that its secret was known and sent its minions. Demonic beings swarmed into the palace. Lin Chen steadied himself and arranged the others into formation. Wukong charged into the fray with unrivaled ferocity. Vegeta followed, and Lin Chen employed the ruins' magics to amplify his allies and disrupt the enemy's maneuvers. After a brutal clash, they repelled the demons. Wounded but unbroken, they resolved to follow the trail the visions had laid out and seek the heart of that darkness, determined to thwart the conspiracy before it could devour more worlds. Lin Chen arrived at the lair of the demons, stealthily penetrating its depths, where the acrid stench of sulfur hung in the air. In the darkness, pairs of eerie green eyes flickered, hinting that the demons had sensed the intruder. Suddenly, a small demon lunged at him from a corner. Lin Chen swiftly sidestepped, drawing his sword from his waist, and with a single stroke reduced the creature to ash. However, this action alerted more demons to his presence. At that moment, a colossal figure gradually emerged, the Demon Lord. It let out a deep, rumbling roar that resonated in Lin Chen's ears. Taking a deep breath and gripping his sword tightly, Lin Chen understood that he needed to act quickly. He unleashed his family's inherited technique, transforming himself into a streak of light that charged toward the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord swung its massive claws to defend, and their collision generated a powerful shockwave. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen found a gap in the Demon Lord's defenses and thrust his sword with precision, striking a fatal blow. The Demon Lord's eyes widened in disbelief as it collapsed, and with its demise, the other demons dissipated as well. Lin Chen successfully destroyed the demon's lair and became the hero who saved the world. As Lin Chen stepped out into the sunlight, he felt an unfamiliar warmth wash over him. However, upon returning to the town, he found that the townsfolk regarded him with fear and suspicion. During his absence, rumors had spread that he had colluded with the demons to destroy their lair, all to gain greater power for himself. Lin Chen felt an overwhelming mix of anger and injustice, but he chose not to defend himself. Silently, he returned home, intent on resuming a low-profile life. Yet those envious of his reputation did not let him be constantly sending people to harass and provoke him. One night, a group of assassins broke into his home. Reluctantly, Lin Chen drew his sword once more and effortlessly repelled them. He understood that as long as the rumors persisted, he could never find peace. Thus, he resolved to embark on a journey to seek proof of his innocence. Along the way, he unexpectedly encountered a mysterious elven girl. Upon hearing his plight, she offered her assistance, believing that a hero like Lin Chen would never engage in such treachery. Together, they set off on a new adventure. As they traversed a dense forest, an unusual sight appeared in the sky. A massive spaceship descended. The hatch opened and Son Wukong and Vegeta emerged. Lin Chen grew wary and the elven girl appeared tense. Wukong scratched his head and smiled. We sensed a strong energy fluctuation here and came to investigate. Lin Chen briefly recounted his experiences. Vegeta scoffed. Only the weak care about others' opinions. Wukong countered, Vegeta, he's been wronged. He patted Lin Chen on the shoulder. We can take you to King Kai to seek the mirror of truth. It can reveal everything that has happened in the past. The group boarded the spaceship and traveled to King Kai's planet. Upon receiving the mirror, Lin Chen stood before it watching as it clearly displayed his solitary battle and the figure behind the slander. The truth was revealed, and the elven girl rejoiced. Wukong used instant transmission to bring Lin Chen back to the town, publicly unveiling the truth. Those who had slandered him turned red with shame. Grateful, Lin Chen bid farewell to Wukong and Vegeta, sharing a smile with the elven girl as they decided to continue their journey together, upholding justice. He also regained his confidence, no longer troubled by rumors. And all the while, Yamoshi had been observing from the shadows, taking note of Lin Chen. Lin Chen's power quickly attracted the attention of the higher universe. This Lin Chen is no ordinary figure. It is indeed a blessing for the Omni King to have him. The elder was right in his assessment. Lin Chen is indeed formidable. However, within the higher universe, he is ranked low. Yet if given time to grow, his future is boundless. In the Omni King universe, the Omni King sat upon his throne when suddenly the high priest entered and said, "Omni King, your father summons you from the higher universe." Understood, the Omni King replied, slowly descending from his throne. "High priest, I leave the universe in your care for now." With a smile, the high priest assured him, "Rest assured." Once the Omni King departed, a sinister smile crept across the high priest's face. Unknown to the Omni King, the high priest had already allied with the demon realm. In the absence of the Omni King, the high priest conspired with the demon realm to launch another attack on Earth. Fury erupted across the planet, and sensing something amiss, Lin Chen summoned Son Wukong, Vegeta, and Gohan. They soon arrived as the high priest descended upon Earth. "Hello there. Long time no see. This time I intend to destroy Earth," the high priest declared, unleashing a powerful wave of destructive energy with a single hand. Lin Chen roared in anger. "How dare you betray the Omni King? I am the high priest appointed by the Omni King, and I will defend Earth and the seventh universe." With that, Lin Chen unleashed his full power, channeling his energy to its utmost limit. Son Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, amplifying his strength with a 50-fold Kaiō-ken, a tremendous force breaking through the heavens. Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan Deep Blue, while Gohan entered his mystic form, white energy radiating as it pierced the sky. The five of them united in their strongest forms, ready to confront the high priest. They launched a swift attack, but the high priest met their onslaught with ease. With a wave of his hands, a black barrier unfurled, absorbing their attacks and sending them back. Lin Chen shouted, "Everyone be careful." The group hurriedly dodged. At that moment, the sky suddenly illuminated with golden light. The Omni King had returned. Anger etched upon his face, he declared, "High priest, you dare betray me." An aura of immeasurable authority emanated from the Omni King, causing the high priest's complexion to turn pale. With a gentle flick of his hand, the Omni King rendered the high priest immobile. He continued, "How dare the demon realm attempt to encroach upon my universe? Such foolishness." The Omni King then turned to Lin Chen and the others, a reassuring smile gracing his lips. "You have done well in protecting Earth and the seventh universe." With that, he vanished along with the high priest, the crisis averted. Cheers erupted across Earth, and Lin Chen and his companions exchanged relieved smiles. After this fierce battle, the world of Dragon Ball returned to its former tranquility, though all understood that continuous enhancement of their strength was essential to safeguarding their home. However, the Omni King was unable to do anything further to the high priest, having only sealed him away while the demon realm prepared to rescue him. If harnessed properly, the high priest's power could indeed be a formidable force. This time, the demon realm dispatched Kakarot, a being of unparalleled strength. Silently, Kakarot infiltrated the place where the high priest was imprisoned. Despite the heavy defenses, he deftly evaded all security measures thanks to his formidable magic. Upon seeing the sealed high priest, Kakarot grinned wickedly, saying, "Come with me. The demon realm will offer you a broader world." Just as he was about to break the seal, the Omni King appeared unexpectedly, having sensed the disturbance. Angrily, he exclaimed, "Demon realm lackey, do not act recklessly." Unfazed, Kakarot confronted the Omni King. Lin Chen sensed the turmoil and hurriedly brought Wukong and the others to the scene. "Kakarot, you shall not take the high priest today," Lin Chen shouted. Kakarot scoffed dismissively, "Is that so? Just you lot." He then launched a fierce attack. This time, however, Lin Chen and his companions were prepared. Having grown stronger since their last battle, Wukong charged ahead to engage Kakarot in close combat, while Lin Chen sought opportunities to break through Kakarot's magical defenses. Gohan and Vegeta flanked him with supportive strikes, while Sun Wutian stood ready to assist from the rear. After a fierce struggle, Kakarot began to falter and was ultimately sealed away by the Omni King, who then strengthened the defenses to prevent future breaches. In the high-dimensional universe, the rulers are the Omni-King and the Grand Omni-King, with the divine being that governs both the high-dimensional universe and the Omni-King universe, known as the Master of Realms, also referred to as the Dragon Ball world. The emergence of Lin Chen has attracted the attention of the Master of Realms, who subsequently commanded the Grand Omni-King to summon Lin Chen. Upon receiving the command, the Omni-King also acted upon the directive from the Grand Omni-King. Eventually, the Grand Omni-King personally traveled to the 7th universe. Shortly thereafter, the Grand Minister received the order from the Omni-King to bring Lin Chen to the Omni-King's palace. Upon arriving at the Omni-King's palace, Lin Chen was informed of the situation. A significant figure wished to meet him. Lin Chen realized that his power had indeed drawn the attention of the high-dimensional universe and even greater deities. In no time, the Grand Minister escorted Lin Chen into the high-dimensional universe, where he encountered the Omni-King. Lin Chen was astonished to discover the presence of the Omni-King. After the Grand Minister departed, only Lin Chen remained, and the Omni-King explained the reason for this meeting. At that moment, an overwhelming and terrifying power approached. It was the Grand Omni-King. The Grand Omni-King said, "That esteemed figure wishes to meet you. Lin Chen, come with me." After a flash of light, Lin Chen and the Grand Omni-King arrived at an extraordinarily opulent palace. On the throne sat a supreme deity adorned in attire akin to that of the Grand Omni-King, except that the emblem in the center read Master. Could he be the Master of Realms from the Dragon Ball world? As Lin Chen pondered this, the Master approached him. "Step aside, Grand Omni-King. You must be Lin Chen, the name I have heard of long ago, the strongest in the Omni-King universe. However, your power here seems insufficient. We are hosting a realm championship in 3 days, and by tradition, only the strongest may participate. I would like to invite you to take part." Lin Chen contemplated for a moment and replied, "I have no objections. I too wish to grow stronger, but my power remains too weak." The Master smiled. "No worries. We have a place for cultivation known as the hyperbolic time chamber, similar to your spirit time room. The difference is that our chamber possesses far greater strength, enabling you to break through and become the mightiest deity." Following the Master, Lin Chen arrived at the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber. Before him stood a grand luminous gate emanating a mysterious aura. The Master said, "Step inside. The flow of time within differs from the outside world, allowing you to train at your leisure. But be cautious, for dangers abound within." Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen stepped through the glowing portal. As he entered, he was immediately confronted by a surge of potent energy. Surrounding him was an endless expanse of white space, occasionally illuminated by bizarre runes. Lin Chen began to channel his internal power according to his cultivation technique, absorbing tremendous amounts of free energy with each circulation. As his training progressed, Lin Chen encountered his first major obstacle. A barrier formed from divine energy obstructed his path. Attempts to breach it with various attacks proved futile. Suddenly, he recalled a fusion technique he had created, concentrating all his power into a single point. At last, the barrier shattered and a torrent of energy surged forth. Lin Chen continued to immerse himself in fervent training, relentlessly advancing towards becoming the strongest deity. Before long, Lin Chen broke through the ranks of the Divine Minister, ascending to the realm of the Omni-King. Above the Omni-King realm lay the earthly sovereign level, where he needed to break through from the 12th level of the ultimate intention technique to the 13th. Currently, Lin Chen's transcendent power was at the 3rd tier of the angelic realm, and the earthly sovereign level amplified both the ultimate intention technique and transcendent power, with his trump card being the 13th level of the ultimate intention technique. Soon, Lin Chen bid farewell to the Lord of Dimensions and arrived in the 7th universe. Here the Omni-King was absent, and the Grand Priest had broken free from his seal. The Omni-King had been slain, lying lifeless upon his throne. Witnessing this, Lin Chen was engulfed in fury as a formidable force surged through the entire Omni-King universe, drawing the attention of the Omni-King God. Understanding that the Grand Priest had likely returned to the demon realm, Lin Chen utilized his divine sight to pinpoint the Grand Priest's location, then raced towards the demon realm at incredible speed. Many minions fell before Lin Chen, and at that moment the Grand Priest approached slowly. "The Omni-King is dead," he remarked. "I admire your power and abilities. A surrender to the demon realm." "Impossible. How could you slay the Omni-King? He possesses the power to destroy universes." "Haha," the Grand Priest laughed. "I did not kill the Omni-King despite my strength. I am still no match for him. Allow me to enlighten you. It was the creator of the demon realm, Lord of all demons, who ended his life. Lord of all demons is the twin brother of the Omni-King. Millions of years ago, they were good brothers, while Lord of all demons governed the higher dimensional universe." "But wait, isn't the higher dimensional universe under the control of the Omni-King God?" Lin Chen questioned. "Indeed it is," the Grand Priest replied. At that time, the foundations of the Omni King God were still unstable, and he had not yet won the people's hearts, thus allowing Lord of all demons to govern the higher dimensional universe, until one fateful day. The Grand Priest reminisced. The Omni King God learned that Lord of all demons was cultivating dark powers of force capable of corrupting souls. Soon Lord of all demons successfully mastered this dark power, which birthed a terrifying figure known as Dark, the embodiment of dark power within the multiverse. He also bore a fearsome name, Dark. His status was so high that even Lord of all demons had to show deference in his presence. Dark created an immensely powerful demon known as the ancestor of the demon realm, a being of equal standing with Lord of all demons. Even the ancestor had to pay utmost respect when encountering Lord of all demons. So Lin Chen, do you now realize how insignificant your power is? Dark could extinguish you with a mere finger. Ha! Enough with the idle chatter. Are you prepared to meet your end? The Grand Priest instantly teleported behind Lin Chen, attempting to strike him. However, it was futile. Lin Chen countered with a powerful punch, pushing the Grand Priest back several steps. Interesting, I did not expect to underestimate you, the Grand Priest admitted. But I have yet to unleash my full strength. A terrifying aura erupted from his body. Lin Chen sensed this overwhelming energy, but showed no signs of retreat. Don't think you're the only one who can grow stronger, he declared, his body emanating a golden glow. This was the mysterious power he had amassed through trials across various dimensions. The Grand Priest furrowed his brow and attacked once more, his hands transforming into black blades aimed at Lin Chen. Lin Chen swiftly dodged the assault and countered with a wave of light directed at the Grand Priest. Although the Grand Priest sidestepped the attack, Lin Chen immediately followed up with a kick. As the two engaged in an intense battle, the sky suddenly darkened, a powerful pressure enveloping them. It was Dark who had descended. The Grand Priest, overjoyed, bowed respectfully. Dark, this one is troublesome. I seek your assistance. Dark snorted coldly. You cannot even handle such a trivial matter. With a mere flick of his hand, a wave of dark energy surged towards Lin Chen. Gritting his teeth in resistance, Lin Chen understood that defeat now would mean the end of hope for the entire universe. Just as the dark energy was about to engulf him, a new force surged within him, repelling the darkness entirely. Everyone was astonished, and seizing this opportunity, Lin Chen charged toward Dark. Lin Chen's speed was remarkable, yet the dark power stemmed from the sinister depths of the Dragon Ball world, rendering it exceptionally formidable. His attacks felt as trivial as a mere tickle. Suddenly a voice resonated within Lin Chen's mind. To defeat the darkness, one must locate the master of the dimension, a being of immense strength capable of obliteration. If even this master fails, there remains but one recourse, the Heavenly Tao. Is there a Heavenly Tao in the Dragon Ball world? But isn't that from the primordial world? Every universe possesses a Heavenly Tao, including the Dragon Ball realm. Then who are you? You need not concern yourself with my identity. Simply follow my instructions, and you shall express gratitude once the task is accomplished. Despite Lin Chen's heart brimming with questions, he found himself with no alternative but to seek out the master of the dimension as directed by the mysterious voice. Utilizing his unique abilities, he traversed through various dimensions and ultimately sensed an overwhelming aura in a chaotic realm. Cautiously he approached and discovered a grand ancient palace. Upon entering, he beheld a figure radiating endless brilliance seated upon a throne. This must be the master of the dimension. Lin Chen respectfully articulated his purpose, and the master slightly opened his eyes. This dark power is indeed troublesome, however, I can temporarily seal a portion of it. With that, he unleashed a powerful energy that enveloped the dark force. Yet remnants of it still writhed in resistance. At that moment, the mysterious voice echoed again. Now we must seek the aid of the Heavenly Tao. Gritting his teeth, Lin Chen began his quest for the Heavenly Tao of the Dragon Ball world. After enduring countless hardships, he arrived in a peculiar space, sensing a force that governed all. He realized the Heavenly Tao was indeed present there. Lin Chen voiced his plea, hoping this supreme power could rescue the Dragon Ball world from darkness. I can assist you, but what benefit do I gain? Even the Heavenly Tao would not act without incentive. Lin Chen contemplated for a moment before replying. If you can save the Dragon Ball world, I am willing to offer you my soul for your command for a millennium. The Heavenly Tao let out a deep, rumbling laugh. A millennium? Do you know your soul is worth at most a century? Very well, out of sincerity, I shall lend my hand once. With that, the Heavenly Tao extended a hand, and a vast power surged forth like a tidal wave toward the remaining dark force. The dark power fought back, fiercely transforming into terrifying beasts that charged at the Heavenly Tao. Yet with a mere flick of its hand, the Heavenly Tao dispelled the beasts into nothingness. As the Heavenly Tao continued to pour its power into the dark force, it gradually dissipated. Just as it was on the verge of complete vanishment, the dark power suddenly coalesced and surged towards Lin Chen. Terrified, he found himself paralyzed. At that moment, the mysterious voice resonated again. Do not panic. Transform your conviction into a shield. Lin Chen closed his eyes, focusing his resolve to protect the Dragon Ball world, which erupted into a golden shield. The dark force collided against the shield and was ultimately obliterated. Afterward, Lin Chen honored his promise, surrendering the rights to his soul for a century to the heavenly Tao. The mysterious voice never echoed again, seemingly having fulfilled its mission. With the loss of his century of soul usage, Lin Chen's body grew significantly weaker. Yet he felt no regret, for peace had returned to the Dragon Ball world. One day, while resting, Lin Chen suddenly sensed a familiar aura. He grew wary, fearing the return of the dark force. However, what appeared before him was a peculiar creature. Who are you? Lin Chen inquired. The creature smiled and replied, I am in fact the master of that mysterious voice. I was an entity sealed away in ancient times, aware of the weaknesses of the dark power. Utilizing you to confront, it was also a means to partially break my own seal. Furious, Lin Chen retorted, you used me. The creature shook its head. Not entirely. Had I not intervened, you would have been unable to cope. Moreover, you have gained from this misfortune. Your soul has been refined by the heavenly Tao, and a century from now, when you return, your strength will far surpass what it once was. Stunned, Lin Chen realized there was indeed a silver lining. The creature continued, perhaps we shall meet again in the future. With that, it vanished without a trace. Lin Chen gazed into the distance, silently anticipating the future. No matter what, the tranquility of the Dragon Ball world was paramount. Since the battle against the dark forces, all the destroyers have perished, the high priest has betrayed and been slain, and the Omni King has been killed. Therefore, Lin Chen, following the command of the Omni King, prepares for the consecration of the gods. The Omni King declares, in light of the tremendous losses we suffered in the recent Dark War, I have decided to consecrate the gods. The first among them is Lin Chen, who shall govern the multiverse as the Omni King, and son Wukong shall oversee the Omni King universe. The 12 universes also belong to the Omni King universe, while the multiverse encompasses the universe beyond these 12, namely the universe of light. The Omni King universe also falls within the purview of the multiverse. In the universe of light, there exists a character known as the Master of Realms, who is the superior of Lin Chen. Beyond the light lies the realm of the multiverse. On Earth, Bulma is hosting a birthday party, and everyone is gathered. But where is Lin Chen? Son Wukong chuckles, suggesting that Lin Chen might be training or caught up in something. Just then, as laughter fills the air, the sky suddenly darkens. A massive rift appears, exuding a powerful and malevolent aura. It turns out that although the dark forces have been severely weakened, remnants of them remain. They have discovered an ancient forbidden spell that can temporarily shatter the boundaries of life and death, gathering their strength for revenge. The crowd immediately grows vigilant, with Vegeta stepping in front of Bulma to protect his family. At that moment, Lin Chen senses the impending danger and teleports to Earth in an instant. Humph, do you dare to return? Lin Chen's gaze is icy. Wukong prepares for battle, stating, Lin Chen, this time we must eradicate them completely. The dark remnants cackle wickedly, proclaiming, today marks your demise. However, they fail to realize that Lin Chen has now become the Great Fist King, his power far surpassing that of before. With a sweep of his hands, a dazzling light shoots forth, reducing some of the dark creatures to ashes. Wukong transforms into a Super Saiyan God and charges at the enemy. Together, their combined might overwhelms the dark remnants, ultimately leading to their complete annihilation. With the crisis averted, Earth returns to its joyous state, and Lin Chen joins Bulma's birthday celebration. Lin Chen, where have you been lately? Training, Bulma asks with a smile. Having been occupied with matters, Lin Chen scratches his head and replies, yes, the Omni King entrusted me with a new mission, and I've been busy with the consecration process. Everyone listens with curious expressions as Lin Chen briefly recounts the events of the consecration and the roles assigned to various deities. At this moment, Piccolo furrows his brow and comments, although the dark remnants have been vanquished this time, will there be other threats in the future? Lin Chen ponders for a moment before responding, that possibility does exist. However, now that I am the great Omni King, I will do my utmost to protect the entire multiverse. Moreover, with Wukong as the Omni King, he will safeguard the Omni King universe. As long as we continue to enhance our strength, there is no need for excessive worry. Everyone nods in agreement. Shortly after, Bulma brings out a massive cake and cheers erupt from the crowd. In the cheerful atmosphere, they indulge in delicious treats and share amusing stories. Lin Chen watches the scene before him, filled with contentment. He understands that no matter what challenges lie ahead, as long as they stand united, they will overcome them. Amidst the laughter and well-wishes, Bulma's birthday party concludes beautifully, and a new journey is set to begin. Deep within the darkness, a powerful dark force stirs. That useless dark force is truly incompetent, speaks the strongest aspect of the dark, known as the Dark Emperor. We must eliminate Sun Wukong and the others before that esteemed being awakens, otherwise they will not spare us. The dark power swiftly infiltrated the 7th universe, annihilating all the warriors across the cosmos. In the 6th universe, aside from Hit, everyone else perished. The god of destruction was not counted among them. Soon the Dark Emperor arrived on Earth. Lin Chen prepared himself for a battle against the Dark Emperor, standing amidst the ruins of the Earth, his gaze resolutely fixed on the approaching figure. The Dark Emperor loomed large, exuding a terrifying aura. "You insignificant creature, dare you resist me?" The Dark Emperor bellowed, his voice deep and thunderous. Drawing a deep breath, Lin Chen suddenly radiated a dazzling light, a manifestation of the years of his cultivation and the collective will of Earth. In an instant, he launched himself at the Dark Emperor, moving with lightning speed. The two clashed, generating powerful shockwaves that rippled outward. Lin Chen relentlessly targeted the Dark Emperor's vulnerable spots, but the Dark Emperor, with his tough skin and formidable defenses, proved to be a challenging opponent. Just as Lin Chen began to feel overwhelmed, Hit appeared on the battlefield. Sensing the fluctuations of battle, he had come to lend his support. Utilizing his unique time-skip technique, Hit joined forces with Lin Chen to assault the Dark Emperor. Taken aback by the unexpected assistance, the Dark Emperor faltered momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen concentrated all his strength into a single punch and struck the Dark Emperor's core with tremendous force. The Dark Emperor let out a horrific scream before gradually dissipating, the crisis finally averted. With the danger past, Lin Chen and Hit both heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Chen turned to Hit, expressing his gratitude. "Thanks to your timely arrival, I could hardly have defeated him alone." Hit nodded in acknowledgement. "Now, with the heavy losses across all universes, we must find a way to restore our vitality." Lin Chen agreed. They decided to summon the surviving warriors from each universe to devise a strategy together. Once gathered, Lin Chen proposed using the Super Dragon Balls to wish for the restoration of the destroyed planets and lives. Everyone responded enthusiastically. After considerable effort, they successfully gathered the Super Dragon Balls and made their wish. The universes gradually regained vitality, the once destroyed cities were rebuilt, and the lives that had been lost returned anew. As a result of this great battle, Lin Chen's reputation soared, attracting many young warriors eager to learn from him. He willingly accepted them as disciples, sharing his insights and techniques for cultivating the colorful, free, and unfettered ultimate skill. Meanwhile, Hit returned to the 6th universe, assuming the crucial role of protector. From that moment on, the connections between the universes grew stronger. Warriors often engaged in exchanges and sparring to prevent any future threats akin to the dark power from emerging. An era of peace and stability enveloped the cosmos. Lin Chen frequently traveled between the 6th and 7th universes, fostering improved relations between them. The god of destruction of the 7th universe, Vegeta, and the god of destruction of the 6th universe, Son Gohan, benefited from Lin Chen's influence. After returning to his realm, Lin Chen began to devise a plan to defeat the mastermind behind the chaos. Contemplating deeply, Lin Chen found himself at a loss. One day, while training at his residence, a mysterious light flickered into existence. From the light emerged an ancient voice. "If you wish to uncover the mastermind, you must venture to the chaotic space at the end of time." Startled, yet resolute, Lin Chen embarked on his journey. Upon arriving in the chaotic space, he was met with strange energy fluctuations. Cautiously exploring, he was suddenly attacked by a swarm of unknown entities. These creatures resembled phantoms and moved in eerie patterns. Lin Chen struggled to fend them off with all his might. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm him, he discovered that these entities feared a specific frequency of energy waves. Adjusting his power, he emitted this wave, causing the creatures to dissipate instantly. Pressing deeper into the space, Lin Chen encountered a colossal dark palace. Entering the palace, he found a figure cloaked in black seated upon a throne. As the figure slowly raised his head, Lin Chen was met by a pair of blood-red eyes. Gritting his teeth, Lin Chen exclaimed, "You are the mastermind behind it all." The cloaked figure let out a cold laugh, and a new battle was about to ensue. Lin Chen clenched his fists, preparing for a desperate fight. He was indeed the formidable being the Dark Emperor had mentioned, possessing immense power. As the master of his realm, Lin Chen was no weakling either. Determined to defeat him and unveil his true identity, Lin Chen steeled himself for the confrontation. Lin Chen charged towards the mastermind with astonishing speed, unleashing the full force of his Zizai Ji Gong. Red, blue, and white energies collided within him as he let out a powerful cry. With his hair shimmering in a vibrant blend of blue and pink, he surged forward once more, his velocity akin to that of a shooting star. Harnessing the power of creation, Lin Chen struck at the shadowy figure. The mastermind chuckled knowingly and said, "Lin Chen, your attacks are futile." At that moment, Lin Chen wielded his Zai Ji Gong with immense strength. Yet the mastermind, utilizing dark energy, restrained Lin Chen's movements. In a surge of fury, Lin Chen forced the mastermind to retreat a few steps. "Your strength is remarkable, but I will not be defeated," the mastermind proclaimed, channeling all the powers of the dark universe into his being. "Black Beast, I share my power with you. Fight valiantly for the dark universe." "Shadow Guardian, it's up to you, kid. You must win." The Shadow Guardian infused the mastermind with a formidable surge of shadow energy. The might of the Dark Emperor erupted, fully flooding into the mastermind's body. With all his power unleashed, the mastermind struck Lin Chen with a devastating blow, sending him flying and leaving him gravely injured. Just then, Lin Chen's wife Bulma appeared. She slapped the mastermind, leaving him stunned. "How dare you treat me this way?" he exclaimed. In a fit of rage, dark energy erupted and Bulma was absorbed by the mastermind. "Curse you, mastermind. I will not let you get away with this." Lin Chen's body surged with dark power. Lin Chen's eyes turned crimson as the dark energy swirled within him. He knew that without control he would become a mere puppet of darkness. Suddenly, he remembered the purification technique his master had taught him, a method capable of cleansing all evil but fraught with peril. With determination, Lin Chen began to invoke the purification technique. As he recited the incantation, a radiant light intertwined with the dark energy enveloping him. The mastermind laughed maniacally. "You are merely digging your own grave." Nevertheless, Lin Chen remained undeterred, focusing intently. Gradually, the dark energy began to wane. The mastermind sensed his power diminishing and became frantic. He attempted to break free from the binding force and unleashed a barrage of attacks against Lin Chen, but a protective barrier surged around Lin Chen. Ultimately, Lin Chen succeeded in transforming the dark energy within him into pure energy. With a mighty shout, he concentrated this energy into a beam of light aimed at the mastermind. Unable to evade in time, the mastermind was struck and let out a series of anguished cries as his form began to disintegrate. Bulma was freed from his grasp, and Lin Chen quickly embraced her, relieved that the crisis had finally passed. However, the mastermind was not truly defeated. He was an immortal being. Lin Chen held Bulma tightly, his gaze vigilant as the mastermind reconstituted himself. "You can revive ish," Lin Chen exclaimed in anger. The mastermind sneered. "I told you I am immortal. But you have thoroughly enraged me." With a wave of his hands, countless dark minions surged forth from the shadows. Lin Chen shielded Bulma behind him, ready for battle once again. At that moment, an unusual light flashed across the sky as a massive spaceship descended slowly. A group of mysterious figures clad in silver armor emerged from the vessel. The leader spoke. "We hail from the distant light star system, having sensed the dark disturbances here, and we have come to assist you." Lin Chen's heart soared with hope. The mysterious beings unleashed powerful waves of purifying light, eradicating the dark minions in an instant. Together, they confronted the mastermind, wielding a divine artifact that radiated a sacred light, enveloping the mastermind entirely. Struggling to escape, the mastermind found himself immobilized as the light intensified. Finally, he let out a desperate roar as his body gradually turned to ash, dissipating into the air. With the true crisis averted, Lin Chen and Bulma looked gratefully at the mysterious figures who smiled and expressed their hope for peaceful coexistence among the stars before departing in their spaceship. As Lin Chen and his companions prepared to leave, a dark force enveloped their spaceship. Lin Chen realized that the mastermind behind it all was not dead. Outside the vessel, the villain laughed maniacally as Vegeta transformed into his god of destruction form, launching a swift attack against the enemy. However, it was futile. With just a finger, the mastermind sent Vegeta flying. "I will make you pay with your life." Lin Chen shouted, a powerful, raging energy bursting forth into the sky. This force surged towards him like a tempest, but Lin Chen, quick on his feet, evaded the strike. In an instant, the two engaged in a flurry of punches, neither side gaining the upper hand. During their stalemate, Lin Chen suddenly had a brilliant idea. He realized that although the mastermind's power was formidable, it was overly reliant on dark energy. Thus, he began to unleash a special purification skill, filling the area with a soft golden glow. This light, gentle in appearance, wielded immense restraining power. As the radiance spread, the mastermind sensed his dark energy gradually waning. "You possess such a technique," the mastermind roared in fury. He forcefully concentrated the remnants of his dark energy and launched a more ferocious attack. Lin Chen dodged while intensifying his purification power. At that moment, Vegeta regained his composure, having grasped a new combat technique, and began to assist Lin Chen from the side. Together, they coordinated their efforts. Vegeta drew some of the fire towards him, while Lin Chen waited for the perfect moment to deliver a lethal blow. Finally, Lin Chen succeeded in channeling the purification energy into the mastermind's body. The villain let out a pained roar as his dark power dissipated, leaving him powerless and collapsing to the ground. Lin Chen and Vegeta, wearing victorious smiles, piloted their spaceship away from the perilous zone. Although the mastermind was not dead, he had sustained injuries. "Haha, I will return," he declared before vanishing, and a brief tranquility settled over the universe. However, this calm did not last long. Lin Chen and his companions soon discovered that the energy across various planets in the King universe was inexplicably depleting. Upon investigation, they suspected the mastermind was behind it, secretly siphoning energy from the planets to restore his strength. Lin Chen and Vegeta resolved to take the initiative and track down the villain. Following a faint trace of dark energy, they arrived at a mysterious abandoned planet. There they found the mastermind at the center of a massive dark formation, drawing energy from its surroundings. Without hesitation, Lin Chen and Vegeta charged forward. This time, Vegeta was the first to strike, utilizing his newly learned combat technique to disrupt the mastermind. Lin Chen seized the opportunity to dismantle the dark formation. The mastermind fought back fiercely, but due to his previous injuries, he gradually faltered. Ultimately, Lin Chen and Vegeta combined their powers to destroy the dark formation and severely wound the mastermind. Sensing his impending defeat, the mastermind attempted to self-destruct in a bid to take them down with him. In a critical moment, Lin Chen used his time-space abilities to relocate him to an uninhabited area, the explosion echoing through the void. However, the mastermind did not perish. He laughed triumphantly, declaring that his plan had begun. The annihilation of the King universe was now underway. With that, he merged with a powerful dark force at light speed, heralding the arrival of a true battle. The mastermind transformed into dark energy, entering the body of a demon. Indeed, the dark demon ancestor, the source of all dark powers. In the Earth realm, darkness suddenly enveloped the world. Son Gohan recognized that the demon ancestor had arrived, sending many Earthlings fleeing in terror. At that moment, a towering figure stood in the sky, a surge of demonic energy enveloping the entire Earth. "Darkness has been vanquished by you, but this time I shall utterly destroy this planet." Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, as the god of destruction of the sixth universe, prepared to assist Vegeta in eliminating this dark fiend. With an explosion of all his destructive energy, Sun Wukong charged towards the demon ancestor, only to be repelled by the latter's formidable defenses. Frustrated, Sun Wukong could hardly accept that as a god of destruction, he could not protect his own universe. Then a mysterious power erupted from within him, shattering the demon ancestor's defenses. The demon ancestor stared at Sun Wukong in astonishment. "You possess some skills, but it ends here." He unleashed a wave of demonic energy, but Wukong deftly dodged it. Just as Wukong prepared to engage the demon ancestor again, a divine aura filled the sky. Sun Wukong arrived on Earth at incredible speed. "You dare to come to Earth? This is our grudge, and do not involve the planet in this." "At last you've appeared," Wukong replied. "As a second-generation Omni King, you must have some prowess. Come, let us settle this." With that, a powerful surge of demonic energy erupted. Sun Wukong crossed his arms and fixed a determined gaze on the demon ancestor. "You, a villain who has wrought havoc today, is your reckoning." With that, he instantly teleported behind the demon ancestor and delivered a powerful kick. The demon ancestor swiftly turned, blocking the attack with his arm, and the two clashed fiercely in a flurry of strikes. Each impact sent shockwaves through the ground, causing violent tremors. Seeing this, Vegeta joined the fray, launching a side attack against the demon ancestor. Though formidable, the demon ancestor began to struggle against the combined assault of the two super warriors. Suddenly, he roared, his demonic power surging, and he sent both Sun Wukong and Vegeta flying. At that moment, Sun Wukong recalled a fusion technique and glanced at Vegeta. Understanding his intent, Vegeta moved closer, and together they successfully executed the fusion, transforming into a brand new, immensely powerful warrior. This new being radiated a dazzling light, far surpassing their previous forms. He charged at the demon ancestor, swiftly dismantling his protective barrier, and with a final strike, pierced through the demon ancestor's body. The demon ancestor's eyes widened in shock as he slowly collapsed, the crisis seemingly averted. But was the demon ancestor truly dead? No, for he possessed the power of annihilation that could not be extinguished by any force. Sun Wukong and Lin Chen returned to the Omni King's palace, where Wukong sensed that the demon ancestor was not truly dead. His physical form had perished, yet his soul remained. Given enough time, his soul would find a new host. Wukong's intuition proved correct. On a planet 100,000 light-years from Earth, a young boy stood amidst the remnants of a recent battle, the sole survivor of his world. At that moment, a mysterious energy descended upon him. This boy was Oob, the reincarnation of Earth's Oob, now the strongest being on his planet. "Who are you? Why have you come here?" Oob exclaimed, bewildered. "You need not know," came the reply. "You will soon perish, and that is all you need to understand." Angrily, Oob charged towards the demon ancestor's soul, but it proved futile. His attack was effortlessly deflected. "How could this happen?" Oob lamented. "I must destroy you." A golden aura erupted from his body as he transformed into a Super Saiyan god. The demon ancestor stared in astonishment. "You can transform into a Super Saiyan god? How unexpected, but it won't matter." With that, he harnessed his dark energy, delivering a punch to Oob's gut. Oob managed to brace himself against the attack using his defenses. "Damn it! Is the Super Saiyan god truly that powerful? How could I, the great demon ancestor, be losing? Son Wukong and Lin Chen are no match for me. What are you?" With that, the full extent of his demonic power unleashed, while Oob countered with his own burst of brown energy, revealing his trump card, Super Saiyan Brown. With that, Oob unleashed a barrage of blue flames upon the demon ancestor. "If it weren't for my soul and power not being fully restored, I would not even regard you," the demon ancestor declared, activating his ultimate technique, Dark Absorption, a skill once wielded by the dragon god Salama. As he began to absorb the energy from Oob, the demon ancestor believed he was victorious. Yet Oob's sinister smile indicated otherwise. "You think you are the only one who can absorb power? Prepare to die." With that, Dark Absorption transformed into Light Absorption, draining the demon ancestor's strength completely. "This is what you get for trying to cheat." The demon ancestor's soul began to dissipate, and both Son Wukong and Lin Chen sensed his power fade along with a lingering formidable energy. Quickly, they followed the source of this powerful aura. "You are Oob." Son Wukong recognized him, and Lin Chen, surprised, remarked, "You have slain the demon ancestor. Your power rivals his, does it not?" Son Wukong's realm was that of the Omni King, while Lin Chen was at the peak of the Yuanzun realm. The demon ancestor had reached the pinnacle of the earthly realm. Although Son Wukong was an Omni King, his abilities were multifaceted. Oob had defeated the powerful demon ancestor with his Super Saiyan Brown form. Additionally, the demon ancestor's soul and powers had been sealed, making him less formidable. Thus, Oob stood at the peak of the Divine Officer realm, nearing the Omni King level, while Son Wukong had achieved complete mastery of the Omni King realm, leaving Oob still at a distance from him. "Do not look at me like that. If I had not killed him, he would have killed me. It is unfortunate that such a strong being has perished. No, he is not dead. His soul has vanished, but he will revive. When that happens depends on him. We must ensure he is completely eradicated." Oob felt a chill run through him. "What should we do?" Son Wukong replied, hands clasped behind his back, his tone serious. "We must seek out some artifacts. It is said that certain legendary artifacts can completely obliterate a soul, preventing its rebirth." Lin Chen nodded in agreement. Thus, the three set out on a quest for these artifacts. They traversed various star systems, facing countless dangers. Finally, within an ancient ruin, they uncovered the first clue to an artifact. However, the ruins were laden with traps and mechanisms. Oob took the lead, deftly evading lasers and falling rocks with his agility. Son Wukong and Lin Chen followed closely behind, using their immense strength to dismantle obstacles in their path. As they ventured deeper into the heart of the ruins, a massive stone door blocked their way. Oob approached and tried to push it open, but it would not budge. At that moment, Lin Chen noticed strange runes inscribed on the door, resembling an ancient puzzle. After some deliberation, Son Wukong input a sequence of energy, and the stone door creaked open, revealing an artifact that shimmered with an otherworldly glow. This might be the crucial step in preventing the demon ancestor's complete resurrection. While the demon ancestor's power was self-created, Lin Chen couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. After the resurrection of the demon ancestor, the world began to undergo violent upheavals. The sky darkened, shrouded in thick clouds, as if a massive black cloth had descended upon the earth. The once tranquil mountains and rivers started to stir, with torrents of water raging and peaks trembling slightly. The protagonist stood before the demon ancestor, his heart filled with both fear and curiosity. The ancestor's colossal form radiated a suffocating aura of darkness. However, instead of launching into an immediate rampage of slaughter or destruction, the demon ancestor regarded the protagonist with a gaze that was both profound and ancient. "Insignificant creature, why have you revived me, eh?" The voice of the demon ancestor thundered in the protagonist's ears. Summoning his courage, the protagonist replied, This world has lost its balance, or perhaps only you can reshape the rules. Upon hearing this, the demon ancestor erupted into a fit of wild laughter, the sound shaking the nearby trees to their roots. Slowly he lifted his hand, sending forth a beam of black light towards the horizon, his first declaration of challenge to the world. A crisis heralded by the demon ancestor was about to unfold, and in that moment the protagonist remained unaware of whether he had opened the door to redemption or disaster. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Lin Chen arrived together at the abyss of darkness where the demon ancestor had been resurrected. How could this be? Was he not dead? Indeed, he had returned, and his power had grown immensely. This time he was back for revenge. Lin Chen, I will kill you, he screamed. Harnessing the power of darkness, the demon ancestor charged at Lin Chen, who managed to block with both hands, but was still sent flying. Regaining his footing, Lin Chen smiled knowingly. Interesting. You can die now. With that, he unleashed a surge of power from within, an energy not his own breaking through his body. The demon ancestor immediately recognized this as the power of the universe. Lin Chen summoned the fiery sword and the celestial dragon sword. The demon ancestor was taken aback. In just a few months, Lin Chen had become this formidable. The fiery sword once belonged to the fire god, while the celestial dragon sword was wielded by the cosmic king, in ancient times the first master of the realms. Lin Chen had acquired such powerful weapons. Regaining his composure, the demon ancestor scoffed. Even with these two divine swords, you are but an ant before my dark power. With that, the dark energy surrounding him began to whirl like a vortex, sweeping toward Lin Chen. Gripping the divine swords tightly, Lin Chen's gaze hardened. Reciting incantations, he crossed the swords and slashed them forward, sending forth a brilliant arc of light towards the demon ancestor's dark power. Where the two forces collided, a fierce wave of energy erupted, distorting the very fabric of space. Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged glances, both springing into action. Sun Wukong transformed into a beam of golden light, charging toward the demon ancestor's back, while Vegeta unleashed a barrage of energy blasts from the side. Sensing the attacks, the demon ancestor diverted some of his power to defend himself. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen shouted his power, surging once more, propelling him like a burning meteor toward the demon ancestor. Though he struck the ancestor with his sword, the demon ancestor merely paused slightly before swatting Lin Chen away. Just when everyone thought defeat was inevitable, Lin Chen struggled to rise, merging his two swords to unleash a cataclysmic force aimed directly at the demon ancestor, who finally displayed a hint of fear. How could this be? I cannot die. Only the celestial dragon sword can break the demon ancestor's immortality. With both hands on the sword, Lin Chen channeled a powerful cosmic energy into his body, which ultimately flowed into the sword. A blue energy burst forth, soaring into the heavens, the cosmic blazing slash. An overwhelming force shot skyward, causing the demon ancestor to consider fleeing, but Lin Chen would allow him no escape. He infused all the cosmic energy he possessed into the sword, blue and gold lights clashing to form a formidable new technique, the cosmic annihilation slash. This strike could cleave the universe in two. With that, Lin Chen's divine sword pierced the body of the demon ancestor. The demon ancestor's form split in two, yet he did not perish. However, Lin Chen disregarded this. All the cosmic energy from the multiverse surged into his body. With a powerful cry, the annihilating energy erupted, and the demon ancestor was ultimately vanquished, vanishing from existence. After defeating several henchmen, swiftly Naruto finally stood before Zabuza. Zabuza's icy gaze met him as he wielded a massive beheading sword, its blade gleaming ominously. You little brat, do you think you can stop me? Zabuza scoffed coldly. Unfazed, Naruto grinned widely. Old man, I'm going to be Hokage. Today I'll make you regret underestimating me. With that, Naruto rapidly formed hand seals. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Instantly, dozens of Naruto clones appeared around him, shouting as they charged towards Zabuza. Zabuza swung his massive sword, effortlessly slicing through several clones. Seizing the moment, Naruto's real body circled behind Zabuza and delivered a powerful kick to his back. Stung by the blow, Zabuza spun around, slashing with his sword once more. Naruto nimbly dodged and produced even more clones. These clones surrounded Zabuza, relentlessly attacking and distracting him. Growing increasingly impatient, Zabuza unleashed a surge of powerful chakra, scattering the surrounding clones. However, in that critical instant, Naruto struck Zabuza's abdomen with a Rasengan, sending him flying backward to crash heavily onto the ground. As Zabuza lay there, his expression was one of shock. He had never anticipated being injured by a mere child. Just as Naruto prepared to launch another attack, the space around them distorted, and a blinding light flashed, causing Naruto to vanish. When he regained his bearings, he found himself in an unfamiliar place, surrounded by peculiar creatures. At that moment, Lin Chen appeared before him, eyeing Naruto with curiosity. Who are you? Why are you dressed so strangely? Naruto replied cautiously. I am Uzumaki Naruto from the Hidden Leaf Village. And you are? With a smile, Lin Chen introduced himself. I'm Lin Chen, and this is the Dragon Ball world. Naruto, puzzled, responded, Dragon Ball world. I've never heard of it. But you don't seem like a bad person. Can you help me get back? Lin Chen scratched his head. That's a bit tricky, but since you're here, why not join me on an adventure instead? After some thought, Naruto agreed, feeling undaunted no matter where he was. Thus the two set off together, and Naruto began exploring this world filled with unknown challenges, hopeful that he could realize his dream of becoming stronger. Soon a major antagonist who sought to conquer the Dragon Ball world emerged. He was the Dark Lord, a copy of the former ruler of another realm who had created a dark version of the Dragon Ball world. The Dark Demon and the Grand Priest were mere imitations of the beings from the Dragon Ball realm. As Lin Chen led Naruto onward, he explained the various rules and wonders of the Dragon Ball world. Suddenly the sky darkened and a powerful sense of oppression enveloped them. Lin Chen's expression shifted. This is bad, it's definitely the work of that villain trying to conquer the Dragon Ball world. Naruto clenched his fists. Whoever it is, we want back down. At that moment, a figure emanating dark energy appeared before them. Intruders, how dare you trespass in my dark Dragon Ball world, the villain sneered. Naruto charged forward, shouting Rasengan. But the dark power formed a shield that easily deflected his attack. Lin Chen also unleashed his strongest strike, yet it proved ineffective. As they were on the brink of failure, Naruto had a spark of inspiration. He recalled the strategy he had used against Zabuza, employing clones to distract the enemy. Swiftly, he created a multitude of clones that surged in all directions toward the villain. The antagonist, caught off guard, became flustered, allowing Lin Chen to exploit the gaps in his defense. Together with Naruto's real body, they unleashed their most potent technique. With a brilliant flash of light, the villain was repelled, causing the Dark Dragon Ball world to begin collapsing. Meanwhile, Lin Chen discovered a way to send Naruto back to the shinobi world. The story unfolds 5 years after Naruto's return to his world on a desolate planet at the edge of the universe, where a breathtaking battle is taking place. The protagonist, the Saiyan warrior Carlos, stands amidst the ruins, his body riddled with countless wounds from the aftermath of energy waves, blood splattering through the air. Yet his gaze is resolutely fierce, as if fueled by an unquenchable fighting spirit. Do you really think you've won? Carlos' opponent, the formidable demon Dakus, hovers arrogantly in the air, emanating a suffocating dark energy, as if he commands the entire universe. Fear nothing but a brute relying solely on power. Carlos scoffs, his body nearing its limits, yet the fire of rage within him continues to blaze. He recalls the moment he transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan, the unparalleled strength and freedom that surged through him. The legendary Super Saiyan. You think you're the only one who can reach that level? A smirk of disdain crept across Dakus' lips. Let me tell you, I have my own secret weapon. No sooner had he spoken than Dakus' body erupted in a dazzling light, his energy shifting dramatically. He became enveloped in a layer of black flames, as though time itself had been distorted. This is... Carlos felt a jolt of shock. He had never witnessed such immense power. Dakus' aura surpassed any opponent he had encountered, even overshadowing Frieza and Majin Buu. This is my ultimate form, Dark Demon God. Dakus' voice resonated like a whisper from the abyss. In this form I shall be invincible. Carlos' pupils contracted sharply. He knew he could no longer retreat. Drawing a deep breath, the energy within him surged wildly. He remembered the moment he became the legendary Super Saiyan, that incomparable power and freedom. If I cannot win, then let me prove it with my life. Carlos' entire being erupted in a brilliant golden light, encased in flames, as if he intended to ignite the universe itself. Legendary Super Saiyan second form. Carlos' power surged to unprecedented heights, his body surrounded by ceaseless waves of energy, distorting both time and space. Do you think this will allow you to defeat me? Dakus mocked, his form once again radiating with black light as the power of the Dark Demon God reached its zenith. Come on, show me your strength. Carlos shouted, transforming into a streak of golden lightning as he charged at Dakus. The two engaged in an intense aerial battle, golden and black energies colliding, shaking the very planet beneath them. Carlos, wielding the strength of the legendary Super Saiyan, fought fiercely against Dakus. Each of his punches was infused with boundless power, as if he aimed to tear Dakus apart. However, Dakus' power was equally formidable, and his Dark Demon God form imposed an unprecedented pressure on Carlos. Their clash grew increasingly fierce, tearing the planet apart with their energy fluctuations. Do you think you can win against me? Dakus' voice dripped with derision. Your power is insufficient. I will not lose. Carlos' fury ignited once more, his body enveloped in a golden glow, as if to set the entire universe ablaze. His strength continued to rise, reaching new heights. Legendary Super Saiyan third form. Carlos erupted in a radiant golden light, encased in flames that threatened to ignite the cosmos. Dakus was taken aback, having never encountered such overwhelming power. Carlos' aura completely eclipsed his own, rendering even his dark demon god form inferior. This is my power. Carlos bellowed, transforming into a bolt of golden lightning as he charged toward Dakus. Soon Lin Chen would make his appearance. Lin Chen was struck by the immense power of Carlos, a force that far exceeded his previous expectations. He understood that if Carlos became an enemy, it would pose a tremendous threat, yet if he could win him over, it would undoubtedly provide formidable support. Thus Lin Chen resolved to approach Carlos actively. He casually frequented the places where Carlos often appeared, seizing opportunities to strike up a conversation. Initially, Carlos regarded him with suspicion. However, Lin Chen remained undeterred, repeatedly demonstrating his lack of malice. Gradually, Carlos began to lower his defenses. Lin Chen cleverly probed Carlos about the source of his power. After a moment's hesitation, Carlos revealed that his strength was not innate, but rather stemmed from a mysterious encounter. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with realization. Perhaps by unraveling this secret, he could deepen his relationship with Carlos and delve further into the origins of that power. Just as Lin Chen was about to press for more details, an alarm suddenly blared around them, and the two exchanged glances before rushing toward the source of the commotion. Upon reaching the alarm's origin, they discovered a group of extraterrestrial beings invading. These colossal creatures exuded an eerie aura. Without hesitation, Lin Chen and Carlos plunged into battle. Lin Chen harnessed his unique dimensional power to create rifts in space, attempting to trap the alien entities within. Meanwhile, Carlos swung his arms, unleashing that mysterious power, sending powerful energy waves crashing toward the invaders. During the skirmish, Lin Chen noticed that the extraterrestrial beings seemed to harbor a fear of Carlos' strength. Thus, while fending off attacks, he shouted for Carlos to concentrate his power on their weaknesses. Understanding the council, Carlos became even more focused. After a fierce struggle, they finally repelled the alien creatures. With the crisis averted, Carlos expressed profound gratitude toward Lin Chen. He felt that Lin Chen was not only trustworthy, but also remarkably reliable. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen inquired once more about the mysterious encounter behind Carlos' power. Carlos smiled, readily agreeing to divulge everything, for he believed Lin Chen would bring him unexpected rewards. Taking a deep breath, Carlos began, I once entered an ancient ruin filled with strange runes. When I touched a crystal radiating blue light, a surge of power flowed into my body. Lin Chen listened intently, his mind racing with various possibilities. Carlos continued, ever since then I have frequently dreamt of vague images, as if they were some form of guidance. Each time I wield this power, those images become a bit clearer. Lin Chen pondered, stroking his chin. Perhaps these images are key to unlocking the full potential of your power. Carlos' eyes lit up. You make a compelling point. However, I have always struggled to fully comprehend their meaning. Lin Chen confidently replied, I have some experience with such mysteries. We can explore this together. Excited, Carlos grasped Lin Chen's hand. That would be fantastic. If I can truly master this power, I will be able to better protect this land. From that moment on, Lin Chen and Carlos forged an alliance, embarking on a journey to uncover the mysteries of Carlos' power, eagerly anticipating the unknown challenges and opportunities that lay ahead. Lin Chen awakened his dimensional power, a force of remarkable strength. Carlos and Lin Chen arrived at a mysterious location resembling a pyramid. Lin Chen activated a switch, and soon the pyramid emitted a golden glow, a surge of protective energy breaking through the sky. Lin Chen opened a dimensional portal leading to the realms of Naruto, One Punch Man, and One Piece. Lin Chen realized he had caused a calamity. Now all the dimensions were converging into the Dragon Ball world. Carlos' eyes widened as he watched characters from various realms materialize before him. Luffy shouted excitedly about treasure hunting. Naruto curiously surveyed his surroundings, while Saitama remained remarkably composed. Meanwhile, Lindong from Wudong Qiankuan clenched his fists, becoming alert. At that moment, Goku from the Dragon Ball world sensed a powerful aura gathering and instantly teleported over. Who are you? Why are you here? Goku demanded. Lin Chen quickly explained that everything was an accident and urged everyone to remain calm. However, some antagonistic characters seized the opportunity to stir trouble. Blackbeard from One Piece, seeing so many formidable fighters gathered, attempted to seize the fruits to enhance his own strength. The situation rapidly descended into chaos, with factions poised for conflict. Just as an all-out battle was about to erupt, Carlos stood up, suggesting that since everyone had gathered here by accident, they could explore the secrets of the mysterious pyramid together, perhaps finding a way to return to their respective realms. Gradually, hostility began to subside. All of this was Lin Chen's responsibility, and he would have to resolve this predicament. Luffy and the others turned their gazes toward Lin Chen, quickly realizing he was the sovereign of the Dragon Ball realm. The world was already in disarray, all dimensions intertwined. To mend the rifts of reality, they needed to find the Super Dragon Balls and make a wish, perhaps the Eternal Dragon could restore the fractures. Lin Chen understood everything. Goku and Vegeta approached him, acknowledging their duty as protagonists of the Dragon Ball world. They decided to venture to the nameless universe where the gods might be able to repair the world's rifts, as those deities were of a higher caliber. Goku and Vegeta soared towards the nameless universe, encountering numerous peculiar energy fluctuations along the way. Meanwhile, in the chaotic realm, Lin Chen and Carlos worked diligently to maintain order. At last, Goku and Vegeta arrived at the nameless universe, surrounded by enormous crystalline structures shimmering with a mysterious light. They encountered a seemingly ancient deity who, upon hearing their purpose, agreed to assist, but required the two to undergo a trial. The challenge was to jointly withstand an attack wave generated by the convergence of multiversal energies. Goku and Vegeta exchanged knowing smiles and readily accepted. As the attack wave surged forth, they transformed simultaneously into their Super Saiyan God forms, bracing themselves with all their might. Ultimately, they succeeded in repelling the assault. The deity nodded in satisfaction, channeling divine power to begin mending the world's rifts. Meanwhile, the people in the chaotic realm witnessed a colossal light array manifest in the sky as the connections between dimensions began to slowly sever. Luffy joyfully prepared to return to his pirate world for more adventures. Naruto eagerly anticipated going back to Konoha, while Saitama yawned, waiting to go home. With a flash of brilliant light, everyone returned to their respective realms, and the Dragon Ball world was restored to its original state. However, all was not so straightforward. Although they had returned to their worlds, the Dragon Ball realm would have to pay a significant price. Not long after, the Dragon Ball world faced a tremendous crisis. Due to the events of the previous chaos, all humans and beings in the Dragon Ball world had vanished, leaving only Lin Chen behind. Indeed, everything stemmed from the turmoil that had previously engulfed the realm. There was no one capable of resolving this situation but Lin Chen, the master of the dimension. The Dragon Ball world regressed to an ancient era, a time of chaos where the ancient Demon King and the realm of demons had returned, led by Raditz, the first lord of the demon realm. In the demon realm, Raditz sat upon his throne, contemplating the current circumstances. This was a golden opportunity for the resurgence of the demon domain. Meanwhile, Lin Chen stood amidst the desolate Dragon Ball world, filled with guilt and determination. He understood that all of this was a consequence of his actions, and it was up to him to bring an end to it. Lin Chen began to search far and wide for the power to reshape the Dragon Ball world. In a mysterious ruin, he discovered a glimmer of hope. It contained records of an ancient array capable of reversing time and restoring the damaged world. However, this array required immense magical energy to function. Thus, Lin Chen resolved to delve into the ancient demon realm. He stealthily infiltrated the domain, evading numerous guards, and approached Raditz. Lin Chen proposed a collaboration, offering a share of the future prosperity of the Dragon Ball world in exchange for magical support. Raditz, initially amused, contemplated the allure of controlling the Dragon Ball world and ultimately agreed. With Raditz's magical infusion, Lin Chen activated the array. In an instant, brilliant light erupted, and the Dragon Ball world began to slowly restore itself. Life re-emerged and humanity gradually reappeared. Witnessing this, Raditz was overcome by greed, intent on seizing control. However, Lin Chen had anticipated this and fiercely resisted, ultimately repelling Raditz and successfully saving the Dragon Ball world. Yet the Lord of the Demon Realm was unwilling to accept defeat and began researching a virus capable of driving people into a frenzy, stripping them of their rationality. Raditz unleashed this virus upon the Dragon Ball world, causing many to uncontrollably attack one another. Lin Chen, witnessing the chaos, was filled with urgency. He knew he needed to find a solution swiftly. He recalled some records of purifying power he had encountered in the ruins, which might counteract the virus. He embarked once more on a quest for the purifying power. After enduring a grueling search, he finally discovered a sacred spring emanating pure energy atop an ancient divine mountain. Lin Chen collected the spring water and sprinkled it upon the infected individuals, who gradually regained their sanity. However, Raditz dispatched his formidable warriors to disrupt this effort. Lin Chen engaged them in fierce combat, during which he comprehended a new source of strength, significantly enhancing his power. He fought his way into the demon realm, directly confronting Raditz. Faced with Lin Chen's fury, Raditz felt a twinge of unease, though he maintained his composure. The final confrontation ensued between Lin Chen and Raditz. Armed with his newly acquired powers and unwavering resolve, Lin Chen utterly defeated Raditz and destroyed the source of the virus. From that moment on, the Dragon Ball world was truly restored to peace, and Lin Chen became its eternal guardian. Years later, the Dragon Ball world flourished. Lin Chen continued to protect this realm, his name becoming a legend recounted through generations. One day, a mysterious youth appeared before Lin Chen. The boy's eyes sparkled with determination and curiosity as he revealed he hailed from another dimension, one facing a similar threat. Having heard of Lin Chen's deeds, he sought his assistance. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Chen decided to accompany the boy. Upon arriving in that dimension, Lin Chen found the crisis to be far more severe than anticipated, with the enemy proving to be formidable. However, Lin Chen was undeterred. Drawing upon his experiences and powers from the Dragon Ball world, he began to teach the local warriors techniques to enhance their strength. At the same time, he confronted the hidden mastermind alone, igniting a breathtaking battle. Lin Chen poured all his energy into the fight, breaking through his limits at a critical moment and unleashing an unprecedentedly powerful skill to defeat the enemy. This dimension also returned to tranquility, and Lin Chen once again emerged as a hero. Subsequently, he quietly returned to the Dragon Ball world, continuing to silently guard his land. Dragon Ball realm. Lin Chen sat upon the throne, his gaze exuding an air of authority. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from outside. Lin Chen frowned slightly, and in a flash appeared outside the palace. Before him, a group of Saiyans were engaged in battle with the remnants of the Frieza force. Lin Chen crossed his arms, observing the fray quietly. Among them, one Saiyan caught his attention, his powerful aura continuously surging. At that moment, a high-ranking officer from the Frieza force charged towards Lin Chen, attempting a sneak attack. Lin Chen merely sidestepped, evading the strike, then delivered a powerful kick that sent the officer flying far away. The battling Saiyans and Frieza remnants paused, turning their gazes toward Lin Chen. He spoke slowly, "This land will not tolerate your wanton destruction, be you Saiyan or Frieza." With that, a formidable wave of energy erupted from his body, intimidating everyone into stillness. Realizing that Lin Chen was not their enemy, the leading Saiyan inclined his head in respect before departing with his kin, while the remnants of Frieza fled in disarray. Lin Chen watched their retreating figures, pondering the future trajectory of this realm. As Lin Chen fell into contemplation, the sky suddenly darkened. A massive spatial rift appeared, from which emerged bizarre creatures, clearly invaders from other realms. Lin Chen's expression hardened, his energy surging within him. Without hesitation, these creatures launched their assault, unleashing an array of strange energy beams towards Lin Chen. He swiftly moved his hands, forming an energy shield that effortlessly deflected the attacks. Then Lin Chen took the initiative, vanishing from his position and reappearing among the otherworldly beings. He struck with fists and feet, each blow imbued with cataclysmic power, causing the creatures to fall one after another. However, their numbers were vast, seemingly endless, pouring forth from the rift. Lin Chen knew he had to close the source of this rift. He took a deep breath, gathering all his energy into his palms to form a dazzling sphere of energy. He then charged toward the spatial rift and with a roar hurled the energy sphere into the chasm. Accompanied by a blinding light and a resounding boom, the rift began to shrink until it vanished completely. Lin Chen hovered in the air, gazing at the tranquil earth below, silently resolving to enhance his own power to confront the looming threats from other realms. Just as Lin Chen prepared to return to the palace, the sky shifted once more. This time, a swirling vortex emanating a ghostly glow appeared, and from it emerged a mysterious figure. The person was shrouded in black mist, obscuring their features. "Lin Chen, you have disturbed the balance of the realms, and today shall be your demise," came a voice as cold as ice. Lin Chen's guard went up. "What wrong have I done in safeguarding my realm?" The mysterious figure scoffed. "You should not possess such immense power. It disrupts the equilibrium between the realms." With a wave of their hand, countless black spikes shot towards Lin Chen. He swiftly dodged and countered, only to find that his attacks passed through the figure's form without effect. The mysterious being laughed mockingly, revealing itself to be a spectral entity immune to physical attacks. Remaining calm, Lin Chen attempted to probe for weaknesses using his mental prowess. After a series of exchanges, he discerned a faint glow flickering behind the figure. Focusing intently, he channeled all his energy into a slender beam of light, and seizing the moment when the mysterious figure was off guard, struck at the weak point. The figure let out a pained scream as its form began to dissipate, leaving behind a chilling remark. Others will come for you. With that, it vanished completely. Lin Chen gazed at the sky, his expression grave, fully aware that the challenges were far from over. Many beings from the demon realm launched an assault on Lin Chen's universe, but Lin Chen rallied his companions to resist fiercely. Wielding a luminous sword, each swing emanated a dazzling brilliance that repelled the approaching demons. His allies unleashed their extraordinary skills, some manipulated flames to create barriers of fire, while others summoned colossal vines to ensnare the demon soldiers. Yet the onslaught from the demon realm was relentless. In the midst of this perilous situation, Lin Chen spotted the source of demonic energy behind the enemy lines. Determined to sabotage it, he bravely ventured into the heart of the enemy territory. With his agile prowess and formidable strength, Lin Chen fought his way toward the source of power. Upon reaching the energy source, just as he was about to destroy it, he was confronted by a general from the demon realm. A breathtaking duel ensued between them. After an intense struggle, Lin Chen finally discerned the general's weakness, delivering a decisive blow that defeated the foe and successfully shattered the source of power. With their support severed, the demon soldiers were thrown into disarray. Lin Chen and his companions pressed the advantage, driving the demons back into their own realm, thus safeguarding their universe. In the wake of their victory, Lin Chen and his comrades were revered throughout the cosmos. However, Lin Chen did not let his guard down. He understood that the demon realm would not relent easily. One day, while training alone, he unexpectedly sensed a mysterious power awakening within him. This power far surpassed anything he had previously possessed, and he realized it was the legendary dragon god power. As this potent energy surged forth, Lin Chen glimpsed vague images foretelling a greater crisis looming on the horizon. Within these visions lay a dark force more terrifying than the demon realm, insidiously invading various universes. Resolute, Lin Chen decided to take the initiative and gathered his companions to share this revelation. Without hesitation, they expressed their willingness to follow him. Thus, Lin Chen led them on a quest to uncover the source of this dark force. Along the way, they encountered bizarre creatures and perilous traps, yet through their seamless collaboration and Lin Chen's dragon god power, they overcame every obstacle. At last, they approached the core area of the dark force, where an even graver battle awaited. As they entered the core region, an oppressive atmosphere enveloped them. Countless pairs of red eyes flickered in the darkness, concealing an endless malevolence. Suddenly, a swarm of shadowy figures resembling wraiths lunged towards them with astonishing speed. Lin Chen was the first to act, his sword imbued with dragon god power instantly slicing through several shadows. His companions followed suit, launching their attacks, but the shadows continued to regenerate, seemingly inexhaustible. Just when the situation grew dire, Lin Chen focused intently on harnessing the dragon god power, realizing that these shadows were manifestations of dark resentment. He guided his comrades to unleash a wave of positive energy, interweaving it into a purifying light. Wherever this purifying light swept, the shadows dissipated, no longer able to resurrect. With the shadows vanquished, the true mastermind behind the chaos revealed itself, a colossal figure shrouded in a dark robe. It exuded a chilling aura, warping the very fabric of space around it. Lin Chen took a deep breath, tightening his grip on the luminous sword, and charged toward the robed figure, his companions closely behind him. In the midst of the fierce clash, Lin Chen identified the robed figure's vulnerability, its head. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed the full force of the dragon god power, thrusting his sword toward the head of the figure. With a deafening cry, the robed entity disintegrated into ash, and the dark force was shattered once and for all. Soon after defeating the dark forces, Lin Chen felt it was time to host an unprecedented tournament akin to but distinct from a power conference. The cosmic tournament was organized by Lin Chen, where the universe was divided into multiple realms: the multiverse, the four-dimensional universe, and the advanced universe, each sending forth 5 competitors. The four-dimensional universe presented 5 particularly unique contestants, each endowed with distinct abilities. Their appearances were quite extraordinary. The 5th contestant resembled a wolf and was known as the Siberian wolf cloaked in gray. The 4th contestant, resembling a rabbit, was named by Tian, a male rabbit. The 3rd, resembling a tiger, was called Tiger Brother, a powerhouse among them. The 2nd, looking like a cat, was named Lightning, while the 1st contestant, akin to a leopard, possessed exceptional speed and strength, making him their trump card, known as Jian. Competitors from the multiverse and the advanced universe also made their appearances, each bringing unique characteristics and formidable abilities. With a sharp command from the referee, the cosmic tournament officially commenced. The first match featured Jian from the four-dimensional universe against a tall, lean competitor from the multiverse. Jian burst forth like a bolt of lightning, reaching his opponent in an instant. With a swift punch that was nearly imperceptible, the lean competitor managed to sidestep and counterattack. However, Jin nimbly dodged and swiftly retaliated with a spinning kick that sent his opponent tumbling off the stage. The four-dimensional universe claimed an early victory, eliciting thunderous applause from the audience. Next, it was Tiger Brother's turn. He faced a robust figure from the advanced universe, and as they clashed, they quickly became locked in a battle of strength. Tiger Brother roared, his muscles bulging as he unleashed his power, pushing the robust man back repeatedly. Yet the man was not to be underestimated. Stabilizing himself, he began to fight back, resulting in a fierce standoff between the two. Just as Tiger Brother and the strong man seemed evenly matched, the latter suddenly unleashed a mysterious technique, sending a powerful energy wave crashing toward Tiger Brother. Caught off guard, Tiger Brother was struck and sent flying backward. Just as the crowd anticipated his elimination, he miraculously regained his footing in midair. It turned out he had awakened a hidden power within him at that critical moment. His eyes turned a fierce crimson as he roared and charged once more at the strongman. This time his attacks were even more ferocious, each punch carrying the force of a tidal wave. The robust competitor gradually faltered under the relentless onslaught of Tiger Brother's strikes. Ultimately, Tiger Brother seized the moment, delivering a powerful uppercut that sent the strongman sprawling out of the arena. The four-dimensional universe celebrated again, the applause echoing through the venue. Next, it was Tian's turn to take the stage. He hopped into the center of the arena, his eyes glinting with mischief. His opponent was an agile contestant from the multiverse, and spectators were eager to see what fireworks would ensue. As the match began, the agile competitor darted across the stage like a specter, seeking Tian's vulnerabilities. Unfazed, Tian skillfully leaped and evaded the attacks. Suddenly, seizing the opportunity, he propelled himself forward with a powerful kick, hurtling toward his opponent like an arrow. The contestant hurriedly sidestepped, but Tian executed a sharp turn in midair, launching another assault. Caught off guard, the contestant raised his hands to defend, only to be knocked back by Tian's forceful impact. Infuriated, the contestant increased his speed, launching a flurry of attacks from all angles. Tian, utilizing his nimble form, skillfully weaved through the onslaught. Taking advantage of a brief opening, Tian unleashed the power of the 100 Days, enveloped in a mysterious energy that enhanced his speed and strength instantaneously. He charged at the contestant like a whirlwind, delivering a barrage of strikes that left the opponent defenseless. Ultimately, Tian executed a powerful flying kick, sending his adversary off the stage. The four-dimensional universe secured yet another victory, and the audience erupted in fervent cheers for Tian's spectacular performance. Next, all eyes turned to Lightning and the Siberian Wolf, eager to see if they could continue the winning streak for the four-dimensional universe. At this moment, Sun Wukong, Vegeta's son Gohan, Broly, and others entered the arena simultaneously. Jian's gaze was fixed on Sun Wukong and Vegeta, dismissing everyone else as inconsequential. Meanwhile, 5 individuals from the multidimensional universe approached, led by Jian's formidable battle team. Sun Wukong and Vegeta regarded Jian and the lightning-wielding figure beside him, both exuding an overwhelming aura of strength. Broly confronted the Siberian Wolf, charging towards him at an astonishing speed. The Siberian Wolf, taken aback by Broly's rapid approach, hastily raised his arm to defend himself. Broly's fist struck his arm with immense force, sending the Siberian Wolf staggering backward. However, he quickly regained his balance, roaring in rage as an eerie purple glow enveloped him, significantly boosting his speed for a counterattack. He kicked at Broly, who deftly sidestepped and retaliated with an elbow strike to the Siberian Wolf's back. At the same time, Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged glances and surged towards Jian and the lightning figure. Jian smirked contemptuously, swiftly forming seals with his hands and unleashing a massive energy wave towards Sun Wukong and Vegeta. The two quickly separated to dodge the attack, and Vegeta seized the opportunity to strike Jian from the side, only to have Jian effortlessly block his assault. Meanwhile, the lightning figure charged at Son Gohan, who stood undaunted, gathering energy in his hands to meet the attack. The battlefield erupted with energy, escalating the intensity of the fight. Each combatant gave their all, the outcome of this fierce conflict remaining uncertain. Just as the battle reached its peak, an unusual light flashed across the sky, and a mysterious figure descended onto the battlefield. Radiating an indescribable, formidable aura, this being commanded the attention of all present, halting their actions. The mysterious figure spoke. This battle should not proceed in such chaotic fashion. Jian from the multidimensional universe scoffed. Who are you to interfere in our affairs? Ignoring Jian, the mysterious figure turned to Sun Wukong and the others. You bear the responsibility of protecting the peace of the multiverse. Do not squander your energy here. With a wave of his hand, an invisible force temporarily separated both sides. This mysterious being was a higher-dimensional observer sensing that the ongoing battle could destabilize the multiverse. He proposed a solution: each side would designate a representative for a fair duel, with the victor determining the course of events. Sun Wukong and Jian exchanged glances and stepped forward, preparing for a decisive confrontation. It was revealed that this being was a divine envoy sent by the creator god of the universe, tasked with overseeing the multiverse. The Lord of Dimensions and the creator god stood on equal footing, with the creator god being the supreme deity of the universe, while the Lord of Dimensions governed the Dragon Ball realm. If a hierarchy must be established, the Lord of Dimensions was deemed superior to the creator god. Sun Wukong and Jian assumed their stances, the air around them seemingly solidifying. Sun Wukong took a deep breath, feeling his energy surge as he transitioned into the form of a Super Saiyan god, illuminating the battlefield with golden light. Jian, not to be outdone, was enveloped by a sinister black energy, exuding an aura that was both eerie and malevolent. The battle was about to commence as the two charged at each other, the sounds of their fists and energy colliding reverberating loudly. Leveraging his agility and extensive combat experience, Sun Wukong sought out Jian's vulnerabilities, while Jian employed his mysterious black energy for defense and counterattacks. Just as the conflict reached a stalemate, the Lord of Dimensions made his appearance. Observing the fight, he frowned slightly, stating, "Such battles should not be judged so simply." He then summoned divine power to create a special space, allowing Sun Wukong and Jian to continue their fight within this new realm. Only those who could truly transcend the rules of this space would be deemed victorious, presenting Sun Wukong with a more arduous challenge ahead. As Sun Wukong and Jian launched their attacks simultaneously, Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan blue, radiating an explosive aura. Jian also unleashed his power, a crimson energy that shattered the boundaries of space. The two warriors clashed with remarkable speed, exchanging blows with relentless ferocity. The combat was evenly matched, with red and blue lights illuminating the void as their forces collided with tremendous impact. Sun Wukong's deep blue energy surged forth, breaking through the confines of their battleground. While Sun Wukong had attained the 3rd level of the divine realm, Jian had reached the pinnacle of the 5th level. Nevertheless, Sun Wukong was undeterred as he activated the initial stage of the Zai-Ji Gong, elevating his realm to the 1st level of the angel realm. The beings of the divine realm were not to be underestimated. Jian unleashed all his might, ascending to the 8th level of the divine realm, now on par with Beerus, the god of destruction. Meanwhile, Beerus was diligently training on his planet, having already attained the pinnacle of the 10th level of the divine realm, while Sun Wukong had yet to fully master his angel realm abilities. In the midst of their fierce duel, Sun Wukong and Jian were evenly matched, but soon the initial stage of Sun Wukong's Zai-Ji Gong began to fade, revealing the difficulty of mastering such formidable power. Ultimately, Sun Wukong faced defeat, as both he and Jian shattered the space laws set by the creator god. The creator god was taken aback. "They managed to break my spatial laws. Truly, each generation surpasses the last." Just as he contemplated leaving, Lin Chen, the master of the dimension, intervened, questioning, "You think you can come and go as you please?" With a slight smirk, the creator god replied, "Since you are here, let's spar. You won't leave easily." With that, Lin Chen unleashed an overwhelming force of dimensional energy, yet the creator god was reluctant to engage further, attempting to make his escape. Lin Chen blocked his path, asserting, "I warned you, once you arrive you cannot leave." He had deduced that this was merely a shadow of the dark creator god. The shadow of the dark creator god scoffed, "You think you can stop me?" With that, an ominous wave of dark energy erupted around him, clashing violently with Lin Chen's dimensional power, causing the space to contort once more. Lin Chen's expression grew grave as he swiftly formed seals with his hands, summoning golden runes that emanated from his palms, merging with his dimensional energy and amplifying its strength. The shadow of the dark creator god furrowed his brow, intensifying his output, leading to a stalemate. At that moment, Sun Wukong regained his composure. Observing the fierce battle before him, he gritted his teeth and attempted once more to activate his Zai-Ji Gong. A faint glow flickered around him, though not fully mastered. This power created an opening for Lin Chen. Seizing the moment, Lin Chen unleashed a powerful strike, pushing the shadow of the dark creator god back. Enraged, the shadow prepared to retaliate when a mysterious light appeared, forcibly pulling him away. Lin Chen watched the vanishing figure and murmured, "Consider yourself lucky this time. Next time it won't be so easy." Sun Wukong also breathed a sigh of relief, silently vowing to master the Zai-Ji Gong swiftly. The true dark creator god had arrived, exuding a power far superior to that of his shadow. Sun Wukong and Vegeta stepped forward, nodding in acknowledgement to Lin Chen. Lin Chen turned to them, speaking gravely. The true Dark Creator God is here. We must give our all. Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged determined glances and nodded, igniting their auras to enhance their states. Just then the space distorted and the Dark Creator God manifested, radiating an evil aura several times stronger than before, causing the surrounding space to crumble. With a cold smile, the Dark Creator God declared, "You think you can stop me with just the three of you?" As he finished speaking, he waved his hand, unleashing a wave of black energy toward them. Sun Wukong and Vegeta countered in unison, releasing their energies to intercept the attack. Lin Chen seized the opportunity to concentrate his dimensional power, preparing to launch an offensive. The battle erupted with ferocity as the three warriors clashed with the Dark Creator God. His overwhelming strength began to wear them down, but Sun Wukong remained undeterred, relentlessly striving to break through. The radiance of his Zai Gong intensified. Vegeta coordinated alongside him, searching for vulnerabilities in the Dark Creator God's defenses, while Lin Chen utilized his dimensional energy to continuously disrupt the enemy's attacks. In this arduous confrontation, the outcome remained uncertain, leaving the question of who would ultimately prevail still hanging in the balance. Ding! Congratulations, host, on awakening the system once again. By defeating the Dark Genesis God, you will acquire the most potent invincible energy, which grows stronger with each battle. Defeating the Dark Genesis God will restart the entire Dragon Ball universe, returning the host to the very beginning of Dragon Ball. This initial moment in the Dragon Ball timeline corresponds to the arrival of Raditz on Earth, where the host will challenge the Grand Minister and Zen-Oh. The host will gain the opportunity to return to the present timeline, but only once. Soon Lin Chen obtained the strongest abilities. Without hesitation, he unleashed his supreme invincible energy, and the Dark Genesis God swiftly vanished. As Lin Chen's vision blurred, he awoke to find himself back in the Dragon Ball Z timeline. As the host traversed the Z timeline, the system generously gifted him 10 Senzu beans and a power level of 100,000. From that point on, the host would earn 10,000 power levels for every opponent he defeated, with stronger foes yielding even greater rewards. At this moment, Lin Chen noticed that Raditz had already engaged with Son Goku and was prepared to kill him. Just then, Lin Chen executed a flying kick, sending Raditz hurtling away. Ding! The host defeated Raditz and gained 1,000 power levels. Should the host defeat Beerus, he would acquire divine power, but that matter would come later. Raditz, infuriated, checked his scouter and discovered Lin Chen's overwhelming power. However, upon closer inspection, the scouter exploded, revealing that Lin Chen's power level was indeed 100,000. It seemed that only Prince Vegeta could contend with him. At that moment, Lin Chen unleashed a golden energy wave at Raditz, splitting his body in two. Ding! The host faced a choice: spare Raditz and gain the ability to sense ki or kill Raditz to receive a power boost of 10,000 and attain immortality. Lin Chen decisively chose to eliminate Raditz. In no time, Raditz lay dead, and Vegeta sensed the loss, his heart jolting with shock. Raditz is dead. Vegeta roared in fury, vowing to avenge his fallen comrade by heading to Earth immediately. Meanwhile, Lin Chen's power level soared to 111,000, and he felt a formidable aura approaching. Before long, a spaceship landed on Earth, and Vegeta, along with Nappa, emerged. Vegeta glared coldly at Lin Chen. "You killed Raditz. You will pay for this." The battle was imminent as Vegeta launched the first attack, moving at lightning speed, catching Lin Chen off guard. Yet Lin Chen possessed immortality, allowing him to swiftly recover even after being struck by Vegeta. As the fight progressed, Lin Chen adapted to Vegeta's rhythm and began to counterattack. He continuously unleashed golden energy waves, engaging Vegeta in a fierce exchange. Just as the battle reached a stalemate, a system prompt sounded. Ding! If the host defeats Vegeta in this battle, he will gain the transformation ability of Super Saiyan God. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's fighting spirit ignited, and he resolved to give his all to defeat Vegeta. Before long, Lin Chen felt his strength augmenting and his power level increased. I wish to inquire about the power levels of the gods. For the host, the power levels of gods are not calculated. However, if one must ask, the divine power levels are as follows. The power levels of other universe destroyers are as follows. 12th Universe Destroyer 500. 9th Universe Destroyer 1200. 10th Universe Destroyer 2200. 8th Universe Destroyer 1800. 5th Universe Destroyer 2600. 4th Universe Destroyer 2900. 3rd Universe Destroyer 5600. 2nd Universe Destroyer 6060. 1st Universe Destroyer 7080. 6th Universe Destroyer 8000. 11th Universe Destroyer 15,000. 7th Universe Destroyer Beerus 30,000. Ultimate Form 50,000. First universe, Angel Power level 10,000. Second universe, Angel 5,000. Third universe, Angel 4,500. Fourth universe, Angel 3,000. Fifth universe, Angel 2,500. Sixth universe, Angel 15,000. 12th universe, Angel 21,000. 11th universe, Angel 26,000. 7th universe, Angel Power level 50,000. Grand Minister Power level 13,000. Ultimate Form 6000000. The Grand Minister can still upgrade. Zenus Guards 600. Zen-Oh level 10. Battle Form Infinite Power level. After Raditz's disappearance, Sun Wukong encountered the formidable Lin Chen. Sun Wukong sensed Lin Chen's immense combat power and proposed a friendly spar. Lin Chen, with a resigned smile, agreed to the request. With a burst of energy, Sun Wukong unleashed his full strength, causing his power to break through the very confines of the earth. He swiftly struck Lin Chen, and the two engaged in a fierce exchange. However, Lin Chen did not exert his full power, finding the battle somewhat tedious. Ultimately, he subdued Sun Wukong, saying, "You are too weak now. Train harder, and we shall spar again when you are stronger." Sun Wukong smiled awkwardly, but took Lin Chen as his benchmark, embarking on a grueling training regimen to prepare for the arrival of other Saiyans on Earth. In the skies above Earth, Vegeta and Nappa were launching an assault. Piccolo and the others quickly arrived at their location. Vegeta checked his scouter and found it filled with insignificant readings. Meanwhile, Lin Chen and Sun Wukong were training while Piccolo and his companions attempted to confront Vegeta. Except for Piccolo, who could hold his ground for a moment, the others were no match and were swiftly defeated. Piccolo exchanged a few blows with Nappa, but was soon overpowered, as was Krillin, who met his demise. At this moment, Vegeta sensed an overwhelming energy and was taken aback. This power level exceeded 10,000. Could it be Sun Wukong? In no time, Sun Wukong appeared before Vegeta, witnessing Krillin's lifeless body. Consumed by rage, he transformed into his strongest form and attacked Vegeta with astonishing speed, destabilizing the latter's aura. Vegeta possessed a combat power of 18,000 while Sun Wukong's was 12,000, making him initially outmatched. However, Vegeta became serious and sent Sun Wukong flying. Sun Wukong struggled to rise, and just as Vegeta prepared to deliver the final blow, a powerful new energy approached. Vegeta was shocked to find another presence. Attempting to scan the newcomer with his scouter, it exploded, indicating that this individual's power exceeded 100,000. How could this be? "You are Vegeta," bullying the wounded Sun Wukong said as Lin Chen swiftly revived him, with a Senzu being a precious resource in Dragon Ball Z. Now prepared to confront Lin Chen, Vegeta attempted to attack, but was easily sent flying by Lin Chen. Unwilling to accept defeat, Vegeta erupted with energy, intent on eliminating Lin Chen. Yet after an extended struggle, he failed to even graze Lin Chen's clothing, a testament to the vast difference in their strengths. Realizing he could not prevail, Vegeta transformed into a great ape by creating a moon, boosting his power to 100,000. It was time for Lin Chen to take the battle seriously, as his own power was only 11,000. Vegeta continued his assault, but Lin Chen, undeterred, unleashed a colossal energy attack. The blue energy pierced through Vegeta's body, causing him to collapse slowly. Sun Wukong was astonished at Lin Chen's strength. He had defeated Vegeta. A notification chimed. Host has defeated Vegeta, gaining 18,000 in combat power, along with the trait of becoming stronger when facing formidable opponents and the Super Saiyan ability. Surprised by the abundance of rewards for defeating Vegeta, Sun Wukong realized that things were about to get exciting. Meanwhile, the mysterious Android 17 observed Lin Chen and the others from the shadows, astonished by their strength. Dr. Gero watched everything unfold, deeming Lin Chen a target that must be eliminated. In no time, Sun Wukong and Vegeta had forged a friendship. Dr. Gero dispatched numerous androids, including the formidable 16, 18, 17, and 20, along with several inconspicuous models. Sun Wukong and his companions had already detected their presence and prepared for battle. The weakest among them, Android 20, possessed a combat power of 1.5 billion, while 16 and 17 had 1.5 billion and 2.3 billion respectively. Android 18 boasted 1.9 billion, making for an impressive lineup. In contrast, Son Gohan held only 500 million, Vegeta 1.2 billion, Sun Wukong 1.8 billion, and Lin Chen emerged as the mightiest with a staggering 10 billion. As Android 17 readied to attack Lin Chen, he transformed into a blur, lunging at Lin Chen with blinding speed. Lin Chen held a slight smirk, calmly standing his ground. Just as 17 was about to strike, Lin Chen deftly sidestepped, causing 17's fist to brush past the edge of his garment. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen grasped 17's arm and hurled him away as if he were a mere sack of flour, sending him crashing to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. 17 quickly regained his footing, surprise and fury flashing in his eyes. He gathered his strength anew, his aura intensifying as he charged at Lin Chen once more. This time his assault was even fiercer, the punch's wind creating a sharp whistle in the air. Lin Chen crossed his arms, observing 17's approach. At the last moment he vanished from sight, reappearing behind 17 to lightly tap his back. In an instant 17 was propelled away like a broken kite, rendered incapable of fighting. The other androids witnessing this recoiled in fear, hesitant to engage Lin Chen further. "Huh, you are indeed powerful," exclaimed 17, his excitement palpable. "But don't think this means you've won." Gritting his teeth against the pain, he rose from the ground and shouted. With rapid hand gestures, he began to gather energy, his body swelling as his aura took on a more terrifying form. It turned out he had concealed his ultimate technique, energy aggregation explosion. A blinding light enveloped 17 as he formed a massive energy sphere, hurling it towards Lin Chen with all his might. The ground scorched in its wake, trees uprooted in its path. Lin Chen remained unfazed. He thrust his hands forward, conjuring a transparent energy barrier that intercepted the energy sphere with ease. Almost instantly, he altered his gestures, causing the barrier to radiate with a brilliant light that repelled the sphere back towards 17. Eyes wide with shock, 17 attempted to evade, but it was too late. The energy sphere detonated beside him, the violent shockwave sending him flying once more. The other androids witnessing the scene lost all will to fight and turned to flee. With a swift teleportation, Lin Chen appeared before them, effortlessly subduing them all. The battle concluded with Lin Chen's resounding victory. Just as everyone believed the conflict had come to an end, Dr. Gero's voice echoed ominously from above. "Did you think it was over? I have one final trump card." As his words faded, a colossal mechanical figure slowly emerged from the ground, exuding an icy aura and shimmering with an eerie blue light. "Behold my latest creation, the ultimate android number 21. It has integrated the genes of all-powerful beings possessing limitless potential," Dr. Gero proclaimed with pride. As number 21 appeared, it unleashed a formidable presence that struck an unprecedented sense of dread into everyone present. It slowly raised its arm, launching a thick energy beam towards Lin Chen. Not daring to underestimate the threat, Lin Chen swiftly gathered all his strength to meet the incoming beam. The clash of energies ignited a brilliant explosion of light. Meanwhile, Son Gohan and the others readied themselves, preparing to assist Lin Chen against this new formidable foe, heralding a battle that would prove even more arduous. At this moment, Lin Chen's son Wukong and Vegeta launched a simultaneous assault on number 21. The formidable number 21, however, did not falter against their onslaught. Their attacks were growing increasingly swift. Suddenly, number 21 crossed her arms over her chest, and a powerful energy shield unfolded in an instant, deflecting their assault back toward them. As the onslaught faltered, number 21 seized the opportunity to counterattack. She rapidly formed hand seals, unleashing several violet energy waves directed at Lin Chen's son Wukong and Vegeta. Quick-witted Lin Chen dodged the attack and focused his energy, striking back to neutralize part of the incoming assault. Son Wukong and Vegeta, not to be outdone, unleashed their signature moves to confront number 21's energy waves. Just as they reached a stalemate, number 21 abruptly vanished from her position, reappearing behind Vegeta and delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying. Witnessing this, Lin Chen shouted and dashed toward number 21, aiming to buy time for Vegeta. Meanwhile, Son Wukong steadied himself, preparing to join Lin Chen in launching another fierce attack against number 21. As Lin Chen and Son Wukong were poised to strike once more, number 21 executed a new maneuver. She swiftly waved her hands in the air, instantly creating a massive violet energy vortex around them, its strong suction pulling Lin Chen and Son Wukong toward it. Lin Chen gritted his teeth, desperately unleashing energy to stabilize himself, but the force was overwhelmingly powerful. Son Wukong too furrowed his brow, resisting with all his might. From a distance, Vegeta, having regained his composure, witnessed this scene, and his eyes widened in fury. He unleashed all his strength, charging at number 21 with a flying kick aimed at her back. The impact caused number 21 to wince, and the vortex's suction weakened. Seizing the moment, Lin Chen and Son Wukong broke free, regrouping to exchange determined glances, each recognizing the resolve in the other's eyes. They simultaneously roared, channeling their energy to its zenith before charging toward number 21. Three powerful energy beams interwove like a razor-sharp blade driven straight toward her, vowing to vanquish this formidable foe. Number 21 sensed the intensity of their combined attack, yet her expression remained unfazed. She swiftly raised her hands, conjuring an even stronger energy barrier that withstood their united strike. The collision unleashed shockwaves that shattered the ground around them. In that moment, number 21 opened her mouth, and a more terrifying energy burst forth, engulfing their attacks entirely before hurtling back toward them. Caught off guard, Lin Chen's son Wukong and Vegeta were struck by the energy sent flying. Just as they thought defeat was imminent, Lin Chen suddenly conceived a plan. Shouting midair, he declared, "Son Wukong, Vegeta, let's perform the fusion technique." Upon hearing this, the two immediately grasped Lin Chen's intent. They swiftly adjusted their forms and began the fusion process. With a flash of light, Lin Chen's son Wukong and Vegeta successfully merged into a singular, immensely powerful entity. Together, they charged at number 21 once more, this time overwhelming her with their might, leading to a cataclysmic explosion that resulted in her total defeat. At that moment, number 17 approached, declaring his intent for vengeance before vanishing, followed shortly by number 18. Ding! Host has defeated number 21 and gained a combat power of 3 billion. Hope. Host continued to strive forward. Time passed swiftly, and a year later, on the 17th teach, they had become good friends. At that moment, a formidable figure appeared in the skies above Shidu, marked by his grotesque spots and unsightly appearance. With great glee, he announced, "The game has begun," and soon fireballs rained down from the heavens, claiming numerous lives. At that moment, Son Wukong and Vegeta soared to the side of Sheru, demanding, "Who are you? Anyone who seeks to destroy Earth is no good." Son Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan, leaving Vegeta astonished at his friend's newfound power. Vegeta erupted in fury, channeling his strength to break through the very fabric of the earth. Together, they launched an assault on Sheru, sending him flying. Son Wukong unleashed a powerful Kamehameha wave toward Sheru, who surprisingly made no attempt to counter and simply vanished. "1 year from today, you can challenge me directly. By then, you will be doomed," echoed Sheru's ominous words. Meanwhile, Lin Chen was training in a separate dimension. The system congratulated him for breaking through to Super Saiyan, granting him a combat power of 6 billion and unlimited stamina, along with the power of a Super Saiyan god. He also gained the ability to change his combat power at will. As the year concluded, Son Wukong and Vegeta joined forces for an assault. However, Vegeta fell, leaving only Son Wukong to persist against Sheru. As Sheru slightly increased his power, Son Wukong found himself unable to hold on any longer. At this critical juncture, Lin Chen received a system alert, saving Son Wukong would yield 20 billion combat power and 10 healing beans. Choosing not to hesitate, Lin Chen swiftly decided to save him. As Son Wukong struggled against Sheru's relentless attack, Lin Chen intervened, engaging Sheru immediately. Upon Lin Chen's arrival, Sheru sensed the terrifying aura emanating from him, his demeanor shifting to one of wariness. With a maniacal laugh, Sheru's body swelled, and his powers surged again. He quickly formed a massive energy blast aimed at Lin Chen. Unfazed, Lin Chen crossed his arms in front of him, summoning a golden shield that effortlessly absorbed the energy blast. In an instant, he vanished, reappearing before Sheru, landing a heavy punch squarely on Sheru's chest. Sheru staggered back, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, consumed by rage. Energy surged around him as he prepared to unleash his ultimate move. Lin Chen, sensing the impending danger, took a deep breath, concentrating all his power into his right fist as the force of the Super Saiyan god erupted. With a mighty roar, he charged at Sheru, delivering a punch that pierced through Sheru's very being. Sheru's eyes widened in disbelief as he realized he had been defeated. With a thunderous crash, Sheru disintegrated into a cloud of smoke, vanishing from sight. Son Wukong and Vegeta watched in awe, deeply impressed by Lin Chen's strength. Just when everyone believed the crisis had been averted, that cloud of smoke coalesced once more, revealing an even more powerful electric Sheru. His body crackled with electricity, his aura exponentially stronger than before. "How did you think that would defeat me? You are sorely mistaken," he cackled. Lin Chen felt the overwhelming energy and furrowed his brow, knowing this battle would be even more arduous. Son Wukong and Vegeta regained their composure, ready to fight alongside Lin Chen. The battle resumed, with electric Sheru moving at lightning speed, appearing behind Lin Chen and delivering a swift kick. Lin Chen sidestepped, countering with a punch aimed at Sheru, who effortlessly evaded and unleashed 2 bolts of lightning toward Lin Chen and Son Wukong. "Everyone be careful," Lin Chen shouted, quickly channeling his energy to form a barrier that blocked the lightning. In unison, the three launched their counterattack against electric Sheru, and in the midst of their fierce clash, energy erupted, illuminating the entire sky. Lin Chen glanced at his combat power statistics. Host Lin Chen, age 18. Combat power 29 billion. What? This can't be real. How can I fight with just over 200 against 600? This is a deadlock. The system revealed that Sheru possessed immortality, making him unkillable unless by a god of destruction like Beerus. To vanquish him, Lin Chen needed to enhance his skills and power. Realizing that combat could increase his strength, Lin Chen promptly consumed 10 healing beans. Host Lin Chen, age 18, combat power 41 billion. Still doubting, he declared, "I have 20 more healing beans," and consumed them all at once. Now Lin Chen's combat power surged to 83 billion, leaving Sheru visibly unsettled. Lin Chen unleashed his mightiest attack against Sheru, inflicting wounds upon him. The host defeated Sheru, acquiring destruction energy in the initial stage of the ultimate form. With the destruction energy activated, Lin Chen swiftly eliminated Sheru. Peace was restored to the world, and those who had fallen to Sheru were revived. On that day, Bulma hosted a party on a cruise ship when suddenly Goku and the others sensed an overwhelming energy. Lin Chen and the others swiftly arrived above the city where Majin Buu was wreaking havoc, transforming all the inhabitants into chocolate. Lin Chen gazed at the ravaged city, fury igniting within him. With a powerful shout, he charged at Buu, landing a ferocious punch. However, Buu deftly dodged and retaliated with a slap, sending Lin Chen flying. Seeing this, Goku quickly executed an instant transmission, appearing beside Lin Chen to catch him. "Everyone be careful. Buu's power should not be underestimated," Goku warned gravely. At that moment, Vegeta joined the fray, gathering a formidable energy to unleash a barrage of energy blasts at Buu. Buu effortlessly caught the energy waves in his hands, and with a swift flick sent them hurtling back towards the group. They scattered in a chaotic attempt to evade the oncoming blasts. Just then, Gohan arrived on the battlefield, transforming into a Super Saiyan 3, his immense energy radiating around him. He strode towards Buu with unwavering determination in his eyes, proclaiming, "Buu, I will not let you continue your reign of terror today." With that, he engaged Buu in a fierce battle. At this point, Gohan had not awakened his beast form, putting him at a disadvantage against Buu. It was the first time Goku had witnessed Lin Chen being so thoroughly beaten. The system scanned Buu's combat power and form, and soon Lin Chen received the data. Name: Buu. Form: Pink Fatty. Skills: can turn people into chocolate. Combat power: 300 billion. Ultimate form: 15 trillion. Lin Chen's heart sank upon seeing the figures. 300 billion in combat power explained why everyone was struggling so much. He took a deep breath, deciding to regain his strength before devising a way to defeat Buu. Meanwhile, Gohan, though at a disadvantage, continued to resist Buu's onslaught. Goku and Vegeta were also searching for Buu's weaknesses. Suddenly, Buu appeared before Gohan, delivering a crushing blow that left Gohan unable to dodge, sending him crashing to the ground. Just as Buu prepared to press the attack, Lin Chen had recovered and charged forward once more. Channeling all his energy, he formed a massive energy sphere and hurled it at Buu. As Buu attempted to defend, he realized the sphere possessed an unusual gravitational pull, slowing his movements. Seizing the opportunity, Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan attacked in unison, their strikes landing on Buu, forcing him to stagger backward. Hope ignited within Lin Chen as he shouted, "Everyone keep going. This time we will defeat him." Encouraged by his words, the group rallied their strength and surrounded Buu once more. However, after a brief moment of disarray, Buu quickly regained his composure. He laughed maniacally as his energy surged dramatically. Swiftly forming seals with his hands, he conjured a massive energy barrier that deflected the group's attacks back at them. Caught off guard, the four were hit by their own assaults, injuring themselves and sending them sprawling. Buu seized the opportunity to rush at Gohan, grabbing him by the neck and lifting him off the ground. Just as Buu was about to transform Gohan into chocolate, Lin Chen gritted his teeth and stood up, his latent potential fully awakened, releasing an even more powerful aura. With incredible speed, he dashed towards Buu and landed a punch on his arm, forcing Buu to release Gohan. But Buu quickly recovered, roaring in fury as he unleashed a more ferocious assault on Lin Chen. Despite his best efforts to resist, Lin Chen was gradually losing strength. Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan also rose to their feet, teaming up once more against Buu, yet his strength was overwhelming, rendering their attacks nearly ineffective. The battle reached a stalemate while Buu's assaults grew increasingly vicious, putting everyone in dire jeopardy. Before long, the group was turned into chocolate, leaving only Goku and Lin Chen, who were exhausted. However, Lin Chen possessed limitless stamina and soon awakened his infinite power. Transforming into a Super Saiyan God, Lin Chen directly defeated Buu, yet Buu's ability to regenerate was boundless. Enraged, Buu activated his ultimate form, becoming an immensely powerful foe. It was time to use the ultimate move. Die? He shouted as a purple energy surged into Buu's body, causing him to vanish in an instant. The crowd erupted in cheers. A decade after defeating Bu, everyone gathered on Bulma's cruise ship to celebrate her 38th birthday, with all friends in attendance. Goku greeted everyone with warmth and enthusiasm. Soon the long-slumbering Beerus awoke, while Whis was preparing a meal. Beerus recounted a dream he had in which he encountered the Super Saiyan God, who surprisingly defeated him. "If I'm not mistaken, there should be 2 Saiyans on Earth. Perhaps I might find a Super Saiyan God there," he mused. Afterward, Whis retrieved information about Son Goku, displaying a video of Goku defeating Frieza, which left Beerus wide-eyed in shock. "How long will it take to reach Earth?" Beerus inquired. "Approximately 45 minutes, Whis replied. Beerus remarked that he could watch an episode of an anime during the journey, yet they promptly set off. On King Kai's planet, King Kai learned of Beerus' impending arrival. At that moment, Son Goku was also training there. Before long, Beerus arrived and noted that Goku was not present. Just as he was about to leave, Goku blocked his path, saying, "Lord Beerus, I've heard you are incredibly powerful. May I challenge you to a fight?" Beerus regarded Goku with the same indifference one might show to an ant. Intrigued, he consented. Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 2, but Beerus merely shrugged off the transformation, unimpressed. As Goku launched an attack, he found himself unable to even touch Beerus. He then escalated to Super Saiyan 3, boosting both his power and speed, yet was still effortlessly returned to his original state by a mere finger from Beerus. "This is boring," Goku muttered, unable to rise while Beerus departed. On Earth, Vegeta received word from King Kai about Beerus' impending arrival. Upon hearing Beerus' name, Vegeta's eyes widened in alarm. "Damn it!" he cursed. Before long, the unexpected guests Beerus and Whis arrived aboard Bulma's luxury cruise ship. "Greetings. We are here to seek the Super Saiyan God," Whis politely announced. The crowd responded, "Who are you?" "We are deities. I am Beerus, the god of destruction, a being of immense power beyond that of King Kai," Beerus explained. The crowd admitted they had not witnessed the Super Saiyan God either. Disappointed, Beerus prepared to leave, but Vegeta intervened, insisting they had delicious food to offer. At that moment, Lin Chen was not present. He was training in the hyperbolic time chamber. Lin Chen's battle power had now reached 20, and he had acquired the skill of indestructibility. Sensing a formidable divine power, he realized that Beerus had made his move. A purple wave of destructive energy surged forth, threatening to annihilate Earth, but Lin Chen deflected it effortlessly. Beerus, astonished, gazed at Lin Chen, who had managed to repel his destructive energy. "You are Lord Beerus. I understand your purpose now. You seek the Super Saiyan God, do you not?" "I am the Super Saiyan God," Lin Chen declared. Beerus did not expect Lin Chen to deduce his intentions so swiftly. Intrigued, Beerus observed Lin Chen. Let me see the power of this so-called Super Saiyan God." With that, Beerus launched the first strike, aiming a powerful punch at Lin Chen. Lin Chen swiftly sidestepped and retaliated with a punch of his own. Their fists collided, unleashing a fierce shockwave that ignited the surrounding air. Activating his indestructibility, Lin Chen absorbed Beerus' blows while searching for an opening. Noticing that Lin Chen's skill was somewhat troublesome, Beerus suddenly vanished, reappearing behind him to deliver a kick. Reacting quickly, Lin Chen spun around and seized Beerus' foot, sending him flying. Stabilizing himself, Beerus' eyes glimmered with surprise. Interesting, but that's still far from enough. He gathered energy in his hands, preparing to unleash an even stronger attack. Lin Chen, undeterred, maximized his energy, readying himself for Beerus' next onslaught. A far more intense battle was about to ensue. The battle between Beerus and Lin Chen sent tremors throughout the entire 7th universe. Lin Chen activated his defenses, while Beerus unleashed his destructive energy, which Lin Chen swiftly evaded. An intense confrontation resumed, with neither side gaining the upper hand. With a sharp glint in his eyes, Beerus abruptly accelerated, darting towards Lin Chen like a bolt of purple lightning. He continually concentrated destructive energy in his hands, transforming it into piercing rays that shot wildly at Lin Chen. Amidst the barrage of attacks, Lin Chen skillfully maneuvered, dodging each strike with impeccable timing. Seizing the opportunity, he clenched his fists and launched a rapid counterattack towards Beerus. In a swift sidestep, Beerus raised his arm, blocking Lin Chen's strike with formidable destructive energy. Suddenly, a smirk appeared at the corner of Beerus' mouth as he unleashed his ultimate move, the cat fist. Countless phantom fists instantly enveloped Lin Chen. Feeling the overwhelming pressure, Lin Chen took a deep breath, unleashing a surge of energy that elevated him to a higher transformation. His power surged remarkably, and with a single punch, he shattered Beerus' cat fist. A flicker of surprise crossed Beerus' eyes, but he quickly regained his combat spirit, and the two resumed their fierce struggle, the very fabric of the universe seeming to sway beneath the waves of their conflict. The outcome of this battle remained shrouded in suspense. As the stalemate continued, Beerus suddenly halted his assault, leaping back to create distance. Crossing his arms over his chest, he chanted softly, a more terrifying wave of destructive energy surging violently within him. With a powerful thrust of his hands forward, he unleashed an even greater force of destructive energy. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Chen dared not be complacent. He quickly amplified his energy, forming a thick protective shield in front of him. The immense wave of destructive energy unleashed by Beerus surged like a torrential flood, crashing heavily against Lin Chen's shield. The shield trembled violently, cracks rapidly spreading across its surface, yet Lin Chen gritted his teeth, determined to hold firm. Just as the shield was about to shatter, Beerus suddenly flickered, employing the initial stage of the Ultra Instinct technique, appearing behind Lin Chen like a specter. He raised his palm and struck down fiercely at Lin Chen's back. Lin Chen felt an overwhelming force impact him, sending his body uncontrollably hurtling forward, crashing into a distant planet. The planet shattered into countless fragments upon the impact, debris scattering in all directions. Struggling to rise from the rubble, Lin Chen tasted blood at the corner of his mouth, yet his gaze remained resolute. He understood that Beerus' initial stage of Ultra Instinct was incredibly tricky, but he would not concede easily. Taking a deep breath, he began to tap into his full potential, preparing to confront Beerus once more as an even fiercer showdown was on the horizon. With energy surging wildly throughout his body, Lin Chen radiated a golden glow around him. In this dire situation, he broke through the confines of the initial stage of Ultra Instinct, ascending to a higher realm. In an instant, he appeared before Beerus, his speed so astonishing that it made Beerus's pupils contract. Lin Chen's right fist shot forth like a meteor, carrying a tremendous force. Beerus hastily raised his hands to defend, yet was forced back by the overwhelming power. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen followed up with a relentless series of attacks akin to a tempest, leaving Beerus with no choice but to defend with all his might. Suddenly, Lin Chen halted, swiftly forming hand seals, and a colossal beam of energy erupted from his hands, hurtling towards Beerus. Channeling all of his destructive energy, Beerus formed a shield to block it. The collision between the energy beam and the shield generated shockwaves that distorted the surrounding space. Gritting his teeth, Beerus unleashed the cat fist once more, but Lin Chen, leveraging the higher tier of Ultra Instinct, easily dodged and countered. Beerus began to exhibit signs of fatigue, and the scales of battle began to tip in Lin Chen's favor. As Lin Chen cultivated in the time chamber, he suddenly sensed a surge of powerful and mysterious energy. This force arrived with overwhelming intensity, as if it sought to engulf the entire chamber. Instinctively alert, Lin Chen quickly scanned his surroundings for the source of this energy. Abruptly, a blinding light flashed before him, and a mysterious figure materialized out of thin air. This figure radiated an unusual glow, obscuring its true appearance. Lin Chen assumed a fighting stance and shouted, "Who are you, and why have you appeared here?" The enigmatic figure did not respond, but instead launched an immediate attack on Lin Chen. The speed of the assault was astonishing, forcing Lin Chen to defend himself with great effort. Amidst the fierce exchange, he gradually realized that the techniques employed by this mysterious opponent bore a striking resemblance to some of the skills he had mastered, as if they were intricately connected. As the battle raged on, it seemed that the mysterious figure's power was gradually waning. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen unleashed a fierce counterattack, pushing the figure back. Just as the figure was on the verge of dissipating, it finally spoke, "I am the embodiment of your untapped potential here to aid you in surpassing your limits." With that, it transformed into a beam of light and merged into Lin Chen's body. He felt a surge of immense power coursing through him, realizing that his strength was about to experience a monumental enhancement. In no time, Lin Chen elevated his power, feeling an unprecedented lightness in his body. At that moment, he awakened ancient strength, which he recognized as the legacy of the Saiyan ancestor Yamosi. It was said that the ultimate instinct technique was created by him, though the origins of the Grand Priest version remained a mystery. In ancient times, on a day when the Grand Priest dispatched individuals to eliminate Yamosi's kin, Yamosi vanished for many years, during which he developed the ultimate instinct technique. From that point onward, the Saiyans adopted this technique, and as its founder, Yamosi vowed to eradicate the Grand Priest. Years passed, and Yamosi achieved the pinnacle of Super Saiyan level 100, rendering him unrivaled except by the Grand Priest and the Omni King. Yamosi arrived at the Omni King's palace, where the Grand Priest awaited his arrival. "You have finally come," he remarked, and the two engaged in combat. Yamosi unleashed the formidable power of Super Saiyan level 10, sending the Grand Priest flying. The Grand Priest retaliated by revealing his ultimate form, and their battle reverberated across the 12 universes, with the two seemingly evenly matched. Remarkably, Yamosi and the Grand Priest fought to a standstill. The Omni King sensed the tremendous energy, and upon witnessing the two combatants, they both ceased their strikes. However, Yamosi charged at the Omni King only to be repelled by the King's guards. To the guards, Yamosis' Super Saiyan level 100 power was trivial. Transforming into Ultimate Instinct, Yamosi clashed with the Grand Priest and the guards once more. This time their combined assault proved futile as Yamosi utilized his sealing abilities to confine the Grand Priest and his allies. With the guards incapacitated, the Omni King was left defenseless, yet his erasure skill remained an insurmountable obstacle. In a moment of desperation, Yamosi vanished. Years later, Yamosi developed a countermeasure against such abilities. He returned to the Omni King's palace, where the Omni King had awaited him for an extended period. The Omni King attempted to employ his erasure technique, but it had no effect. As Yamosi prepared to strike, he was suddenly immobilized by an overwhelming force. The Omni King had sealed Yamosi away. Soon Lin Chen acquired the formidable power of Yamori, suddenly unleashing a tremendous force that defeated Beerus. At this moment, Beerus acknowledged Lin Chen's strength. Having had his fill, Beerus departed from Earth grateful for this journey, which had not been in vain, for he had met the powerful Saiyan Lin Chen. Not long after, in the vast universe, the god of destruction of Universe 6 Kampa arrived at Beerus' planet, and Beerus was less than pleased to see his brother. "What brings you here?" Kampa boasted about the many delicacies of his universe. At that moment, Sun Wukong, Lin Chen, and Vegeta were present, and Beerus presented instant noodles, which brought a delightful taste to Kampa. "This is delicious," Kampa exclaimed in astonishment, prompting him to inquire of Beerus about whether his universe had an Earth. However, Beerus informed him that Earth had vanished due to war. Haha. Beerus laughed mockingly at Kampa, and both of them simultaneously unleashed powerful destructive energy, causing the table to tremble. Kampa then proposed a tournament, suggesting that the winner would receive the Super Dragon Balls while the loser would have to bow in apology. Furious Beerus was ready to confront Kampa, but Whis intervened to stop him. Soon after, everyone returned to Earth to discuss the tournament proposed by Lord Beerus. Lin Chen's son Wukong, Vegeta's son Wufan, and Bu quickly finalized their roster. If all went as expected, the Omni King would soon make an appearance. Ding. Task triggered. Gain the Omni King's favor to obtain the Grand Priest's skills and the super powerful Ultra Instinct. Wow, I never expected the system to be so generous. The tournament between Universe 6 and Universe 7 was soon underway. However, it seemed different from the story. Their competitors, except for Hit, were unfamiliar to them. The first match featured a Universe 6 competitor against a robot named Vegeta, who attacked Bu with remarkable speed. Bu retaliated with his own attack, sending the Universe 6 contestant flying. Kampa grew anxious, urging his fighter to attack quickly. Bu unleashed a pink energy wave towards the robot, securing victory for Universe 6's first competitor. Next up was Sun Wufan, who erupted with a powerful aura that pierced the heavens. Without delay, Sun Wufan engaged in battle, swiftly defeating Universe 6's contestant in just a few exchanges. Following him was Hit, the strongest fighter from Universe 6. With the other two fighters absent, Hit was called upon to compete. At that moment, Vegeta's son Wukong and Lin Chen charged at Hit together. Lin Chen sensed that Hit's power was significantly greater than in the original storyline. If nothing unexpected occurred, he might be able to match Jiren, possibly due to the butterfly effect. As Sun Wukong, Hit, and Vegeta clashed, just when Lin Chen was about to join the fray, a formidable force struck him, sending him towards the edge of the arena. This was the Ace of Universe 6, clad in black attire adorned with an emblem reminiscent of an ancient divine race. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tuan, an ancient god-level Saiyan and the champion of Universe 6. I will disclose a secret. In Universe 11 there exists an even more powerful warrior besides Jiren, second only to the gods of destruction. He is Dales, the mightiest Saiyan of my divine race and my cousin. His strength surpasses even mine, so should you ever face him, be cautious." Soon Lin Chen and his companions launched an assault on Hit. Lin Chen activated the initial stage of Zizai Ji Gong, rendering Hit's time-skip technique ineffective. As they clashed again, Lin Chen unleashed his iron body, remaining unmoved despite Hit's relentless attacks. Confused by this unexpected resilience, Hit suddenly found himself struck by a swift jab from Lin Chen, who seized the moment. Although Hit attempted to evade, he was momentarily distracted and took the full force of the punch to his abdomen, sending him flying like a kite severed from its string. He collided against the edge of the arena, teetering and nearly losing his balance. At this juncture, Tuan seized the opportunity, charging toward Hit with the intent of knocking him off the stage. Hit, gritting through the pain, steadied himself at the last moment and instantly utilized his time-skip technique, appearing behind Tuan and delivering a powerful kick that sent Tuan sprawling. Seeing this, Lin Chen renewed his attack, merging the powers of his iron body and initial Zizai Ji Gong into a single devastating force as he darted toward Hit like a fleeting shadow. Aware that he could not withstand another direct hit, Hit continuously employed his time skip to evade Lin Chen's strikes. However, Lin Chen's perception was exceptionally acute, allowing him to relentlessly pursue Hit. Ultimately, he capitalized on a minor opening, delivering a forceful knee strike that sent Hit tumbling off the stage. With that, Hit was defeated and Lin Chen and his allies emerged victorious. Next came Tuan, who radiated an overwhelming aura from the arena, leaving even the god of destruction astonished. In the ensuing chaos, the three combatants struck once more, only to be repelled by Tuan's formidable presence. Except for Lin Chen, everyone else, including Sun Wukong and Vegeta, was sent flying. Both transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, while Vegeta broke through to an even deeper blue. Rejoining Lin Chen, the two sought to combine their powers, but Tuan's abilities immobilized them. He unleashed a black energy wave, sending both warriors hurtling away. Now only Lin Chen remained on the stage, and the ultimate battle with Tuan was about to commence. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen felt his aura surge dramatically further, enhancing the fusion of his initial Zizai Ji Gong and iron body. With unwavering determination, he fixed his gaze on Tuan. Tuan let out a cold laugh, swiftly forming hand seals, and unleashed a massive black energy pillar toward Lin Chen. In a flash, Lin Chen dodged and maneuvered behind Tuan, executing a sweeping kick aimed at his back. Tuan reacted, quickly sidestepping the attack and retaliating with a punch. Lin Chen stood his ground, absorbing the blow with his iron body, while simultaneously striking Tuan in the chest. Tuan stumbled back, surprise flickering in his eyes. At that moment, Lin Chen sensed an enigmatic surge of power within him, realizing that he had inadvertently brushed against the threshold of the intermediate stage of Zizai Ji Gong during the battle. Instantly, he entered a new state, his speed and strength soaring once again. Like a specter, he darted around Tuan, landing punches with relentless precision. Tuan gradually found it challenging to defend against the onslaught, and ultimately Lin Chen launched a full-powered energy punch that knocked Tuan off the stage. Lin Chen emerged victorious from this arduous battle, eliciting cheers and jubilation from the crowd, while he himself achieved a significant personal breakthrough. As everyone reveled in the glory of victory, a colossal black hole suddenly appeared above the arena, from which emerged a mysterious figure exuding a terrifying aura. The figure coldly declared, "Your victory is meaningless. The true challenge has only just begun." Tension gripped the crowd, and Lin Chen remained on high alert, staring intently at the enigmatic being. It became clear that this individual was an evil overlord from beyond the multiverse, drawn by the news of the tournament and eager to challenge the victor. With a casual wave of his hand, he enveloped the arena in a barrier of black energy, trapping everyone inside. Lin Chen inhaled deeply, once again activating the intermediate stage of Zizai Ji Gong, and surged forward. The mysterious figure smirked dismissively, effortlessly blocking Lin Chen's attack and retaliating with a counterstrike that sent him reeling. Sun Wukong and Vegeta joined the fray, and the three fought valiantly against the mysterious figure, but his overwhelming power began to wear them down. In that moment, Lin Chen suddenly felt a new force stirring within him, hinting at another breakthrough in his intermediate Zizai Ji Gong. Meanwhile, Zen-Oh also made his appearance. After the emergence of the Omni King, the evil ruler vanished. The Omni King was aware that someone had arrived and wished to hold a power tournament. This event required the participation of the 11th, 6th, and 7th universes, along with all the gods of destruction. This tournament consisted of unknown battles, with the 6th universe facing the 9th universe and the 7th universe clashing with the 11th universe. As for the gods of destruction, the god of destruction from the 9th universe would battle the god of destruction from the 6th universe, while the god of destruction from the 7th universe would confront the god of destruction from the 11th universe. The venue for the power tournament was swiftly constructed, and warriors from various universes stood ready. The duel between the 6th and 9th universes commenced first. The warriors from the 6th universe displayed remarkable teamwork, gaining the upper hand right from the start. They skillfully utilized the arena's features, continually altering their attack strategies, leaving the 9th universe's fighters struggling to keep up. Meanwhile, the battle between the 7th and 11th universes was also fervently underway. Key fighters from the 7th universe, including Goku and Vegeta, took to the field, their formidable combat prowess compelling the warriors of the 11th universe to take them seriously. Goku executed a swift instant transmission, appearing behind his opponent and delivering a powerful punch that sent them flying. The clashes among the gods of destruction were equally intense. The god of destruction from the 9th universe swung a massive energy fist towards his counterpart from the 6th universe. The 6th universe's god skillfully dodged and quickly countered with an energy wave aimed at his opponent. The battle between Beerus, the god of destruction from the 7th universe, and his 11th universe counterpart was equally fierce, shrouding the arena in their overwhelming energy. The unfolding situation was keenly anticipated by all. At this moment, Jiren began his strongest attack. Yet there was still a missing contestant, rumored to be even more powerful than their universe's god of destruction. The 11th universe's god had brought Jiren and Dispo to attack many contestants. In the clash between the 6th and 9th universes, the fight raged on fiercely. Ultimately, the 6th universe unleashed a full-force assault. Both the 9th universe's fighters and their god of destruction were knocked out, vanishing from the arena. Lin Chen was puzzled by what had transpired. Where had they gone? According to the rules, the 6th universe should battle the 7th universe and then the 11th universe. With a command from the Grand Minister, the 6th and 7th universes launched a joint attack against the 11th universe. However, the fighters from both universes were swiftly sent flying by Jiren, leaving only the god of destruction from the 6th universe, Kappa, the 7th universe's Beerus, and Goku, Vegeta, and Lin Chen on the field. The two universes once again collaborated to assault the 11th universe, with Lin Chen leading the attack against Jiren. Their combined efforts formed a powerful gust. Yet under this formidable onslaught, Jiren remained unmoved. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed an even more terrifying aura, casually waving his hand to deflect their attacks back at them. Caught off guard, Lin Chen and the others were struck by their own energy, forced to retreat. At that moment, the long-anticipated ace of the 11th universe finally appeared. Tall and exuding a mysterious, yet powerful presence, his frigid gaze sent chills through everyone present. Upon his arrival, an overwhelming pressure engulfed the arena, causing all to shudder. Beerus and Kampa exchanged glances, realizing the gravity of their opponent. However, Goku's fighting spirit ignited within him, and with a fierce shout, he charged once more at the ace. Vegeta, unwilling to be outdone, followed closely behind. Lin Chen steadied himself, adjusting his stance to join the fray. Chaos erupted on the battlefield as energy waves surged and clashed, each combatant exerting themselves for the honor of their universe. The ultimate outcome of this power tournament grew ever more elusive. At that moment, Lin Chen was struck away by Jiren vanishing from sight. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Chen had arrived in another dimension, discovering that this system possessed the ability to traverse time and space. He found himself in an unfamiliar realm characterized by ancient architecture. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have arrived in the world of the Bao Yin Dang legend. What? No way. I've crossed over again. But what about the people from the Dragon Ball universe? Never mind that for now. Oh, I need to make time for training. The timeline of Bao Yin Dang coincides perfectly with Yang Jian's quest to rescue his mother. Ding! Host assists Yang Jian in rescuing his mother, gaining divine power and the ultimate destruction form. This ultimate destruction form sounds incredibly powerful. At this time, the Jade Emperor was preparing to condemn Yang Jian's mother to death. With a wave of destructive energy, Mount Peach vanished. The Jade Emperor was astounded. Mount Peach had disappeared. What was happening? Yang Jian turned to Lin Chen and asked, "Who are you?" Lin Chen did not respond, but instead used his destructive energy to free Yao Ji from her chains. Grateful, Yang Jian prepared to ascend to confront the Jade Emperor. This was no longer my concern. I should return now. At this moment, Lin Chen felt his powers surging once more. In the Dragon Ball Super Universe, Lin Chen suddenly found himself back, though only 5 seconds had passed. In the power tournament, Jillian had already been sent flying, disappearing from sight, leaving only Dales behind. At this moment, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Lin Chen launched a fierce assault on Dales, and the battle raged intensely. Lin Chen, growing impatient, unleashed his ultimate move, a crimson wave of energy that sent Dales hurtling away. With his strongest strike, Dales vanished from existence. Previously, all the other competitors had been eliminated by the Omni King. Now, as the power tournament approached its conclusion, the Grand Minister announced its end, and the Omni King granted Lin Chen a wish. Lin Chen intended to wish for the restoration of the vanished universes, but at that moment, the mightiest deity of the Dragon Ball universe, the Dragon Ball Ancestor, appeared. In this world, there was no Master of Dimensions, only the Dragon Ball Ancestor. At that moment, the great Omni King and the Grand Minister descended upon the power tournament. The Omni King and the Grand Minister bowed, leaving Sun Wukong and Vegeta stunned to discover that there were beings even more powerful than the Omni King. A formidable aura descended upon the power tournament as the Dragon Ball Ancestor approached Lin Chen. Without uttering a word, he leaned in and whispered, "I too am a traveler from another realm." At that instant, the Dragon Ball Ancestor and Lin Chen found themselves in a different dimension. "I am Wang Teng," he continued. "Like you, I am also a traveler. Since my arrival, I have sought ways to return home, until one day I realized that the Dragon Ball universe resets each time starting anew. Wang Tong went on. Before each reset, there is a hidden mission. Completing it allows one to return to their original world. This time, the hidden mission requires gathering 12 Super Dragon Balls within 3 days of the power tournament's conclusion and activating them at the ruins of the gods. Lin Chen furrowed his brow and asked, "Aren't there only 7 Super Dragon Balls?" Wang Tong smiled mysteriously. Under normal circumstances, yes, but just before a reset, 5 additional hidden Dragon Balls appear. Lin Chen inquired further, where can the ruins of the gods be found? Wang Tong pointed towards a luminous portal in the dimensional space that will reveal the location of the ruins, but only you can see it. However, the journey to gather the Dragon Balls will be fraught with challenges, as deities from other universes will undoubtedly attempt to thwart you to prevent the world from resetting. Lin Chen clenched his fists. No matter what, I must try. Wang Tong patted his shoulder. I will assist you from the shadows. Together we will find our way home. With that, Wang Tong sent Lin Chen back to the arena of the power tournament. As Lin Chen surveyed his surroundings, a plan began to form in his mind as he prepared to face the challenges ahead. Let us join forces, Lin Chen. Only by finding a way back can we return to Blue Star. At that moment, a black hole appeared, and Lin Chen along with son Wukong and Vegeta was sucked inside. When Lin Chen's son Wukong and Vegeta emerged from the black hole, they found themselves on a strange planet. The environment was harsh, with howling winds and bizarrely shaped rocks surrounding them. Just as they steadied themselves, a group of oddly shaped creatures charged at them. Son Wukong, filled with excitement, shouted, "Let's go." Perfect timing to stretch my legs. He rushed forward. Vegeta, not to be outdone, transformed into a Super Saiyan and joined the fray. Meanwhile, Lin Chen remained vigilant, acutely aware that this was likely only the beginning, with even greater obstacles ahead. After the battle concluded, they continued to explore the planet, hoping to uncover clues about the Super Dragon Balls. Suddenly, a mysterious light appeared in the sky, and a voice proclaimed, "To gather the Super Dragon Balls, you must first pass my test." It was the guardian of the planet, a being of unimaginable power. Lin Chen and his companions exchanged determined glances, preparing for battle. They understood that defeating this guardian was essential to advancing towards their goal of returning home, and a fierce confrontation was imminent. At this moment, Lin Chen and his companions prepared to engage in battle against the guardian. Son Wukong and his comrade launched an attack together, but they were no match for the guardian, suffering numerous injuries in the process. Lin Chen then stepped into the fray, his speed remarkable as he ascended from the ground to the sky in combat with the guardian. In the air, Lin Chen clashed fiercely with the guardian, each collision generating powerful shockwaves that rippled through the surrounding atmosphere. The guardian, exhibiting formidable strength and ferocity, kept Lin Chen on the defensive despite his swiftness. Suddenly, the guardian unleashed a powerful energy wave. Lin Chen sidestepped to evade, yet the residual force grazed him, causing him to stumble. At that critical moment, Son Wukong and his ally rallied and attacked the guardian from both sides, distracting him. Lin Chen seized the opportunity, channeling all his energy to unleash his strongest move. A brilliant flash of light erupted as his attack struck the guardian with tremendous force. The guardian staggered back, his radiant aura dimming significantly. Taking advantage of this moment, the trio united for one final assault. Ultimately, the guardian could no longer withstand their onslaught, dissipating into a burst of light. Lin Chen and his friends exchanged smiles, weary yet emboldened by their victory. Lin Chen realized it was time to seek out Broly, the strongest Saiyan of them all. At that moment, Wang Tong appeared, his expression grave as he approached Lin Chen. "I know where Broly is, but he is currently in a berserk state, more powerful than you can imagine." Lin Chen's eyes brightened, urgency in his voice as he asked, "Then tell us where he is." "No matter how dangerous, we must find him." Wang Tong hesitated, saying, "He is on the distant planet Kava, where the environment is harsh and teeming with formidable extraterrestrial beings. Moreover, if Broly completely loses control, even we may not be able to contain him." Son Wukong clenched his fists, resolute. "No matter the danger, we must go. We need Broly's strength to face any potential crisis ahead." Lin Chen and his companions nodded in agreement. Seeing their determination, Wang Tong led them to a spacecraft, stating, "Let us depart immediately. I hope it's not too late." Thus, the four embarked on the ship, racing towards Kava, a new challenge looming ahead. On this planet, Broly was battling his father, now in a berserk form, uncontested except by Lin Chen. The spacecraft swiftly arrived at Kava. As they disembarked, the group immediately felt the planet's harsh conditions, howling winds, and molten lava surging across the ground. Not far off, Broly was engaged in a fierce battle with his father, exuding a terrifying aura with each attack that triggered massive explosions. Lin Chen and the others quickly approached. Wang Tung shouted, "Now, let's work together to subdue Broly's father and calm him down." The group sprang into action with Sun Wukong and his companion charging towards Broly's father to restrain him. Lin Chen faced Broly directly, taking a deep breath and elevating his energy to the utmost, charging towards Broly. Sensing Lin Chen's approach, Broly roared in fury and swung a punch. The force was staggering. Lin Chen exerted all his strength to defend, but was still pushed back. At that moment, Sun Wukong and his allies successfully restrained Broly's father, causing Broly's aggression to wane. Lin Chen seized the chance, gathering his power once more, preparing to deliver the final blow to restore Broly's sanity. At that moment, Lin Chen turned to Broly, his eyes sparkling as if he had discovered a new world. "Let's have a match, Broly. I can help you become stronger." Broly remained silent, tacitly accepting the challenge, and immediately launched an attack on Lin Chen. With ease, Lin Chen sidestepped the assault, Broly's fist whistling past the hem of his garment. Without hesitation, Broly followed with a kick, but Lin Chen executed a backflip, landing deftly at a distance. Seeing this, Broly erupted with a powerful aura, the air around him swirling violently as he charged at Lin Chen, once more his fists raining down like a storm. Lin Chen skillfully maneuvered through the onslaught, simultaneously searching for an opportunity to counterattack. Suddenly, seizing a momentary gap in Broly's assault, Lin Chen sprang forward and delivered a punch to Broly's abdomen. Taken aback, Broly staggered slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Yet he quickly regained his composure, his energy surging once more. This time he altered his tactics, employing a series of more intricate techniques. Lin Chen, undeterred, remained fully focused, responding with precision. As the fierce battle raged on, Broly gradually adapted to Lin Chen's rhythm, his strikes growing increasingly ferocious. Meanwhile, Lin Chen continued to observe Broly's fighting style, contemplating how to aid him in becoming even stronger. At that moment, Broly unleashed a green energy wave with a single hand. Lin Chen, moving with lightning speed, charged toward Broly, deflecting the energy wave with a forceful blow. Before long, Lin Chen and Sun Wukong arrived at the venue of the power tournament, when suddenly the system alerted him that the Dragon Ball world was under strange control, revealing that all the deities and humans in this realm were illusions. What? How can this be? Lin Chen pondered for a moment, realizing that apart from himself and Sun Wukong, the other four were merely facades, including the very fabric of this world. Could it be that this strangeness had obliterated their reality? Just then the system prompted him to check the Zenith Palace. Quickly, Lin Chen relayed this information to Sun Wukong, leaving Vegeta and Broly in a state of bewilderment. In the Zenith Palace, Lin Chen witnessed the near demise of Zeno himself and questioned who possessed such overwhelming power capable of overpowering even Zeno. In his final moments, Zeno spoke of saving the Dragon Ball world before succumbing to his fate. As Lin Chen and the others stood in shock at Zenith's death, a sinister figure emerged slowly from the shadows, emanating a chilling aura that warped the very space around it. "You have finally arrived. This Dragon Ball world is already mine," the eerie voice echoed throughout the palace. In an instant, Sun Wukong and the others entered a combat stance, their powerful auras flaring to life. Lin Chen remained calm, analyzing the dire situation, and he understood that the strength of this entity was unfathomable. "Broly, Vegeta, let's team up," Sun Wukong shouted, leading the charge against the malevolent force. Their attacks rained down upon the figure, yet only stirred ripples in the air. The entity sneered dismissively, raising a hand to unleash a tremendous force that sent them all flying. As they faced imminent peril, Lin Chen recalled Zenith's last words about saving the Dragon Ball world. He speculated that Zenith's death might have left them with a crucial clue. Focusing intently, Lin Chen sought to glean insights from the scene of Zenith's demise just as the entity launched another assault. It was futile. The being was an entity from beyond the Dragon Ball world. At that moment, Sun Wukong and the others had succumbed to the darkness, their gazes fixed on Lin Chen as the ominous energy shattered the very fabric of space itself. Soon Lin Chen found himself alone, confronting the eerie entity before him. This entity had no physical form. It manifested as a swirling mass of black mist, rendering all physical attacks futile against it. This being could no longer be understood by conventional logic. It vanished and reappeared in an instant, prompting Lin Chen to unleash destructive energy in hopes of shattering it. However, the purple energy proved ineffective. The origins of the entity's power were unknown, and even the higher deities had been invaded by this anomaly. Defeating it would require intellect rather than brute force. Lin Chen furrowed his brows, rapidly contemplating a strategy. A thought struck him: since physical attacks and destructive energy were useless, perhaps he could delve into the essence of energy itself. He focused his mind, sensing the energy fluctuations around him in an attempt to identify the source of the entity's power. At that moment, the Dark Sun Wukong joined the battle, unleashing a potent dark energy that resonated with Lin Chen's own. Guided by this dark energy, Lin Chen finally discerned a flaw in the entity's power. It appeared to be linked to a certain dark matter within the fabric of space. Without hesitation, Lin Chen employed a spatial distortion skill, twisting and compressing the area where the dark matter resided. The entity emitted a piercing shriek as its form began to destabilize. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen and Dark Sun Wukong intensified their assault, intertwining various energies into a formidable torrent that surged toward the entity. Under this relentless onslaught, the entity gradually dissipated, fading into wisps of smoke that vanished into the air. Lin Chen and Dark Sun Wukong exchanged a knowing smile. They had triumphed in this arduous battle. However, although the entity had vanished, it seemed that this was not the end. Was it possible there was more than one? The system indicated that what they had destroyed was merely one of many anomalies. The true entity had yet to reveal itself, and their current task was to locate Zen-Oh and the others whose whereabouts remained a mystery. The dominion of this world lay with the anomalies, yet the Dragon Ball realm was nowhere to be found. At that moment, Dark Sun Wukong and Vegeta launched an attack against Lin Chen. Blood trickled from the corners of Sun Wukong, and Vegeta's mouth, their eyes wide with intensity. Lin Chen's heart raced. He had just defeated one anomaly, and now Dark Sun Wukong and Vegeta had turned against him. He swiftly sidestepped their assault, calling out, "What's wrong with you two? Snap out of it." Yet there was no response. Their attacks grew increasingly ferocious. While defending himself, Lin Chen pondered a solution. Suddenly, he noticed a faint, eerie aura emanating from them. Could they be under the influence of residual, anomalous power? Without hesitation, he unleashed purifying energy, aiming to disperse the dark essences enveloping them. The moment the energy made contact, Dark Sun Wukong and Vegeta howled in agony. Gritting his teeth, Lin Chen increased the output of the purifying energy. At last, their gazes began to clear, and they collapsed to the ground. Rushing to assess their condition, Lin Chen confirmed they were unharmed and declared, "It seems the anomaly's scheme continues. We must find Zen-Oh swiftly and unravel this mystery." With that, he led Dark Sun Wukong and Vegeta toward the direction where the Dragon Ball world might exist. Lin Chen and his companions entered a realm that felt profoundly eerie. At that moment, he sensed a dark aura approaching. He realized the anomaly had returned, and if it invaded his body, he would end up like Sun Wukong and the others had before. A swirling mass of purple mist advanced toward Lin Chen. He prepared to transform into his ultimate form, but the purple mist had no tangible body. Faced with the overwhelming odds, he decided to retreat. If he could not win, he would leave. At this moment, Lin Chen arrived in a world that had been eerily invaded. Here, humanity was largely consumed by a strange force, with only a handful remaining conscious. Lin Chen flew to Bulma's home, but instead of finding her, he encountered former comrades whose eyes glowed a haunting red. The terrifying Majin Buu, now transformed, prepared to attack Lin Chen, when suddenly a brilliant wave of light struck Buu, causing him to explode instantaneously. "Aotu Wang Tong. In this world, it seems we have yet to fall victim to the strange invasion," Lin Chen said, relieved to see Wang Tong. "Thankfully, you're unharmed," Wang Tong replied, his brow furrowed. "The invasion is escalating, and we need to find Bulma quickly. She may have a way to stop it." Lin Chen nodded, and just as they prepared to depart, a horde of corrupted Saiyans surged toward them from all directions, clawing and screeching in a chilling manner. Lin Chen and Wang Tong immediately assumed battle stances, ready to fight the monstrous wave. As they engaged in a fierce struggle, a gigantic, eerie vortex appeared in the sky, from which emerged an even more terrifying being, radiating a black aura with eyes shimmering with malice. Lin Chen and Wang Tong exchanged a determined glance, resolute in their decision to confront this formidable unknown enemy together. They focused their energy, unleashing their strongest attacks against the creature, igniting an intense battle. The mightiest strike came from Wang Tong, yet it proved ineffective against the strange force. Across the globe, strange invasions were rampant, and they needed to find the source to eradicate it completely. In that instant, a beam of light enveloped Lin Chen and Wang Tong, pulling them into the Omni King's palace. There, the Omni King's Grand Minister had been corrupted by the strange force. In a flash, the Grand Minister lunged at Lin Chen, who, caught off guard, was knocked away. No wonder it is said that a washed-out version is weaker by a third, while a corrupted version is 10 times stronger. The Grand Minister suddenly unleashed a more powerful, strange energy from within, waving his arms to fire black energy beams at Wang Tong. Wang Tong adeptly dodged while searching for the Grand Minister's weaknesses. Lin Chen steadied himself, quickly adjusting his stance to rejoin the fray. He gathered all his strength, transforming into a bolt of golden lightning, rushing toward the Grand Minister. Just as Lin Chen neared, the Grand Minister vanished, only to reappear behind him, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying. Seeing this, Wang Tung roared in anger, unleashing his ultimate technique. Countless energy waves rained down upon the Grand Minister. The Grand Minister scoffed, crossing his arms to form a black shield that blocked all the energy waves. At that moment, a faint voice echoed from the corner of the palace. I have a way. Lin Chen and Wang Tung turned to see Bulma imprisoned in the corner, holding a mysterious device that seemed capable of countering the strange force. They rushed to her, ready to use the device against the corrupted Grand Minister. A final showdown that would determine Earth's fate was imminent. If they failed, Earth would be doomed. Lin Chen and Wang Tung shielded Bulma as they closed in on the Grand Minister. Bulma, visibly anxious, activated the mysterious device with trembling hands. The device emitted a dazzling light that clashed fiercely with the strange energy enveloping the Grand Minister, creating a powerful shockwave that momentarily unsettled everyone. Enraged, the Grand Minister unleashed more of his strange energy, desperately attempting to break free from the light's grip. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen and Wang Tung attacked with all their might, their energy harmonizing with the device's light, gradually suppressing the Grand Minister. Just as victory seemed within reach, the Grand Minister forcefully fused with the strange energy, becoming even more formidable, and the light began to waver. Bulma gritted her teeth, continuously adjusting the device's parameters to enhance the light once more. Lin Chen and Wang Tung, pushing their limits, launched their strongest strikes. Through the combined efforts of all three forces, the strange power surrounding the Grand Minister was slowly dispelled, and he returned to normal. The Omni King's palace fell silent, and Lin Chen, Wang Tung, and Bulma breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that Earth was temporarily safe. Their next task was to continue searching for and eliminating the strange invasions across the globe. Soon the bizarre occurrences around the world were resolved by Lin Chen and his companions, and the anomalies in the Dragon Ball world were also rectified, restoring tranquility to all. At that moment, Lin Chen received a notification from the system. Host has completed all tasks and can return. I can go home now. I don't want to stay here any longer. In an instant, Lin Chen felt darkness envelop him, and he lost consciousness. However, this was the work of the anomalies. The world Lin Chen returned to was not his own, but rather a realm fabricated by these strange forces. As he surveyed his surroundings, the anomalies reveled in their triumph. Ultimately, Lin Chen realized that the world he inhabited was a facade, and he had never truly returned home. Everything was a manifestation of the anomalies' power. Upon learning the truth, Lin Chen felt utterly devastated. His parents and the world he knew were mere illusions. Just as despair threatened to overtake him, he recalled the abilities and experiences he had amassed while confronting the anomalies across the globe. Gritting his teeth, he resolved not to give up. Lin Chen began to scrutinize the flaws within this virtual world, searching for a way to counter the anomalous forces. Through relentless exploration, he discovered subtle anomalies in the passage of time within this realm. Following this lead, he delved deeper and unexpectedly found a weak point in the anomalous power. Lin Chen concentrated, fiercely channeling all his strength to unleash a powerful assault on this vulnerable node. With a violent tremor, cracks began to appear in the virtual world. The anomalies emitted a furious roar, but Lin Chen did not waver. Finally, with his full force behind it, he shattered the virtual realm, revealing a portal to the real world. Without hesitation, he dashed through, and as the light enveloped him, he finally returned to the world that rightfully belonged to him. Yet the anomalies would not allow him peace. As Lin Chen entered his own world, the anomalous forces invaded, surprisingly capable of transcending time and space. Just as Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief, a chilling power swiftly spread around him, causing the air to grow icy and penetrating. The familiar streets began to twist and contort while grotesque faces emerged in the sky, emitting bone-chilling laughter. At that moment, he noticed the vacant, soulless gazes of his family and friends, their bodies moving towards him uncontrollably. Lin Chen's heart raced. He realized they were being manipulated by the anomalous forces. Evading their attacks, he began to devise a counter-strategy. Suddenly, he recalled the combat experience he had gained in the virtual world and wondered if he could leverage the rules of reality to subdue the anomalous power. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen focused his mind, guiding the natural energies around him to converge upon himself. With a mighty shout, he released this energy towards the source of the anomalous forces. In an instant, a radiant light burst forth, temporarily suppressing the anomalies and restoring his loved ones to normal. Yet Lin Chen understood this was only a temporary measure. He needed to eradicate the anomalous power entirely to truly protect his world. Thus, he readied himself once more for the grueling challenges ahead. Having gained the power of rules, Lin Chen could now control the anomalous forces. Only by obtaining the laws of heaven and earth and the laws of time could he completely annihilate the anomalies and save both his world and the Dragon Ball realm. In the Dragon Ball world, the seventh universe on Earth, Son Goku and Bulma gazed up at the sky. This time the anomalies had infused dark power into Vegeta. At that moment, Vegeta erupted with a surge of dark energy, once again falling under their control. A wave of darkness surged through the entire Dragon Ball world. This black power was immensely formidable. Even Son Goku found himself powerless against it. Only Lin Chen stood a chance of battling Vegeta. At this moment, Lin Chen returned to the Dragon Ball world, where he sensed a formidable dark power emanating from Earth. Alright, let me see what has transpired on Earth. Lin Chen made his way to the luxury cruise ship frequently visited by Bulma, where Vegeta had already launched an attack on Bulma and the others. Just as Vegeta was about to strike Tianjin Fan, Lin Chen intercepted the attack. Upon seeing Lin Chen, Vegeta's eyes filled with murderous intent as he unleashed his strongest energy, a black aura, even more potent than before. Lin Chen engaged Vegeta in combat, their exchanges fierce and relentless. After his transformation into darkness, Vegeta was significantly more powerful than Lin Chen. In an intense kick, Vegeta sent Lin Chen flying across the battlefield, though Lin Chen eventually stabilized himself. Realizing that Vegeta was under some form of control, Lin Chen understood that this situation could not continue and that he needed to quickly identify the mastermind behind Vegeta's manipulation. At that moment, an even more sinister dark power emerged from the ocean depths. A mysterious shadow slowly rose from the water, the very force controlling Vegeta. The shadow let out a sharp, mocking laugh. Do you really think you can stop me? Vegeta is merely a pawn in my game. Lin Chen decided to stabilize Vegeta, first focusing his energies on confronting the mysterious shadow. While dodging Vegeta's attacks, he scouted for openings in the shadow's defenses. Suddenly, the shadow unleashed a barrage of black energy beams. Lin Chen dodged agilely while observing the energy core located in the shadow's chest. Seizing the moment, Lin Chen teleported directly in front of the shadow and delivered a powerful punch to its chest. The shadow recoiled in pain, its grip on Vegeta weakening. Vegeta began to regain some awareness and joined forces with Lin Chen. Together, they launched a final assault on the shadow, and under the overwhelming energy of their combined attack, the shadow was finally vanquished, restoring peace to Earth once more. As Vegeta regained consciousness, he realized he had no memory of the events that transpired. Lin Chen explained everything to him, revealing that an eerie force had blackened all of humanity. Vegeta furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with rage. Such evil power dares to taint Earth. We cannot let the mastermind escape easily. Lin Chen nodded. Indeed, we must quickly devise a way to reverse the blackening of the others. As they pondered their strategy, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, and a massive black rift appeared, spilling forth even more dark energy. It became clear that the mysterious shadow was merely a precursor. The true evil force had detected the demise of its minions and had torn open a spatial gateway to descend upon Earth. Countless blackened monsters surged from the rift, charging toward Lin Chen and Vegeta. Instantly, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, roaring as he charged into the horde of monsters, shattering them with every blow. Lin Chen refused to be outdone, unleashing his ultimate techniques to fight alongside Vegeta. In the heat of battle, they gradually approached the black rift, seeking a way to close it. Suddenly, a more powerful figure emerged from the rift. It was the leader of the evil force. An even more arduous battle was about to commence. The evil leader towered over them, exuding a chilling aura. He cast a disdainful glance at Lin Chen, who in response unleashed his own power, tapping into the force of the rules. At that moment, Lin Chen unleashed a tremendous surge of power, activating the initial stage of the Supreme Free Will technique. The evil leader in turn summoned all of his dark forces, and the two of them soared into battle, their clash capturing the attention of advanced deities. The higher universe had not been invaded by any malevolent force, as it lay beyond the realm of the Dragon Ball world, with the supreme leader being the Omni King. Within the Dragon Ball universe, the highest deity was Wang Tong. On the screen, the Omni King observed Lin Chen's formidable strength. In fact, he had taken note of Lin Chen during the power assembly. This young man should not be underestimated. I shall lend him a hand. A powerful force of divine energy surged into Lin Chen's body. Below follows the list of divine combat powers. Jiaozi 100 trillion. Sun Goten 120 trillion. Tianjin Han 250 trillion. Krillin 280 trillion. Master Roshi 293 trillion. Piccolo 400 trillion. Android 18 800 trillion. Android 17 1100 trillion. Frieza 5300 trillion. Son Gohan, peak of the first layer of the divine realm. Vegeta, third layer of the divine realm. Son Goku, peak of the 5th layer of the Divine Realm. First Universe Destroyer God, 1st layer of the Angel Realm. Second Universe Destroyer God, peak of the 2nd layer of the Angel Realm. Third Universe Destroyer God, peak of the 1st layer of the Angel Realm. Fourth Universe Destroyer God, 3rd layer of the Angel Realm. Fifth Universe Destroyer God, 2nd layer of the Angel Realm. Sixth Universe Destroyer God, peak of the 4th layer of the Angel Realm. Ninth Universe Destroyer God, 1st layer of the Angel Realm. 10th Universe Destroyer God, peak of the 1st layer of the Angel Realm. 8th Universe Destroyer G. As Lin Chen felt this divine energy merge within him, his entire being seemed to be ignited with power, elevating the initial stage of the Supreme Free Will technique to new heights. Each collision with the evil leader unleashed waves of cataclysmic energy. The evil leader, sensing the surge in Lin Chen's strength, briefly flickered with fear in his eyes. Yet gritting his teeth, he summoned the last remnants of his dark power, desperate to resist. Before the screen in the higher universe, the Omni King watched with keen interest, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, the gods of the Dragon Ball world anxiously observed the unfolding battle. Lin Chen, seizing an opening in the evil leader's defense, concentrated his energy and released a brilliant beam towards him. The evil leader attempted to evade, but it was too late. The beam struck him directly, issuing a horrific scream as his body was consumed by the energy, reducing him to ashes. Lin Chen descended slowly, the luminescence around him gradually dimming. He had successfully defeated the evil leader, temporarily averting the crisis. At this moment, Lin Chen and his companions arrived at a place known as the Golden Planet. As they strolled down the bustling street, their laughter was abruptly interrupted by a soldier's voice. "You're outsiders. According to our regulations, we need to search you." Before long, the soldier discovered a magical artifact on Lin Chen, the only tool capable of confronting the strange beings. Ultimately, the soldier seized the Dragon Pearl, as well having never encountered it before, and handed it over to the king. Lin Chen and his friends watched helplessly as their precious artifact and the Dragon Pearl were taken away, their hearts filled with urgency and anger. Stepping forward, Lin Chen addressed the soldier. "These items are of great importance to us. Please return them." The soldier, however, responded coldly. "This is the king's order. You can only speak to the king about it." With no other option, Lin Chen and his companions followed the soldier to meet the king. The king sat upon a resplendent throne, gazing curiously at the Dragon Pearl and the magical artifact before him. Lin Chen explained the significance of these items, but the king remained unmoved. Instead, he proposed that if they could assist him in resolving the recent surge of strange occurrences in the kingdom, he would return their possessions. Exchanging glances, Lin Chen and his friends reluctantly agreed, determined to retrieve their belongings. They followed the clues provided by the king to the sites of the strange events. As they stepped into the area, a chilling aura enveloped them, heralding an impending challenge. Cautiously, they advanced through the eerie landscape, thick black mist obscuring their vision. Suddenly, a massive shadow lunged out from the fog, an ominous creature, its terrifying form clawing and biting at them. Lin Chen reacted swiftly, directing his companions to scatter and evade. Seizing the moment, he dashed forward, intending to subdue the creature. Yet it proved exceptionally agile, easily dodging his attack and retaliating with a fierce blow that sent Lin Chen crashing to the ground. Just as the creature prepared to strike again, his companions flanked it, using their unique abilities to restrain it. Together, they engaged in a fierce battle against the creature. During the fight, they discovered that it seemed particularly averse to certain types of light. An idea sparked in Lin Chen's mind. Recalling a small luminous object he carried, he quickly retrieved it and shone it toward the creature. The creature shrieked in agony as the brilliant light hit it, causing its body to weaken. However, the creature's power began to swell, revealing its formidable nature. It grew stronger as the battle raged on. Just when they thought they could press the advantage, the creature let out a furious roar and split into several smaller entities, which swiftly scattered and attacked from various directions. His companions found themselves in disarray, struggling to defend against the onslaught. Lin Chen, anxious and desperate, recognized that if this continued, they would all be in grave danger. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Lin Chen. He recalled reading in an ancient text that while some creatures possess immense power, their true forms can be quite fragile. Observing the movements of the smaller entities, he noticed they all seemed to orbit a central point. He surmised that this might be the true form of the larger creature. Without hesitation, Lin Chen rallied his companions, concentrating their efforts on the central point. Under the combined assault, the true form of the larger creature finally revealed itself. Lin Chen seized the opportunity, brandishing the magical artifact and channeling all his strength into a fierce thrust toward the creature's core. The artifact emitted a dazzling light, piercing through the creature's body. The larger creature let out a mournful wail, and with it all the smaller entities dissipated. The battle had finally come to an end. Lin Chen and his friends successfully resolved the strange occurrences. Now they were set to return to the king and reclaim what rightfully belonged to them. They arrived at the king's domain intent on forcing him to yield. Lin Chen swiftly dealt with the king, realizing that the mission was accomplished. Lin Chen proceeded to the next planet where he, along with Sun Wukong and Vegeta, reached a world abundant in wealth. The inhabitants of this planet, named Golden Planet, were notoriously greedy. Sun Wukong enticed one of the locals with money, captivated by the glimmering structures made entirely of gold. It was said that beneath this land lay the Super Dragon Balls. After facing numerous challenges, Sun Wukong finally descended into the depths of the planet. Just as Lin Chen and the others were about to seize the Dragon Balls, a multitude of monsters swarmed through the sky, said to be led by their chief, the Ancestral Dragon. Lin Chen knew well that the Ancestral Dragon was the leader of all dragons and monsters. Unexpectedly encountering them here hinted that their quest for the Dragon Balls would not be easy. The Ancestral Dragon, flanked by its host of monsters, surrounded Lin Chen's Sun Wukong and Vegeta. It let out a furious roar that reverberated through the underground. "You outsiders dare to covet the Super Dragon Balls of my Golden Planet. You seek your own demise." Sun Wukong stretched his limbs, grinning as he said, "Hey, it won't be that easy to stop us." With that, he charged at the Ancestral Dragon, throwing a straight punch aimed at its head. The Ancestral Dragon nimbly dodged, sweeping its tail towards him, but Sun Wukong leaped aside in time. Vegeta, not to be outdone, gathered energy in his hands and unleashed a barrage of purple beams. Lin Chen, utilizing his unique abilities, summoned a series of glowing blades to strike at the monsters. The underground was filled with the sounds of battle and the clash of energy. The Ancestral Dragon was formidable, and Sun Wukong and Vegeta struggled to gain the upper hand. Just when the battle reached a stalemate, Lin Chen suddenly spotted a flaw in the Ancestral Dragon's defense. He shouted, "Wukong, Vegeta, over here." The two quickly understood the plan and joined forces with Lin Chen to launch a coordinated attack, finally forcing the Ancestral Dragon to retreat. Seizing the opportunity, they swiftly collected the Super Dragon Balls and escaped the perilous location. Unbeknownst to them, Earth had also fallen under the Ancestral Dragon's control, with all planets succumbing to its dominance. Upon their return to Earth with the Super Dragon Balls, they were shocked to find it utterly transformed. The streets were in ruins, bearing the marks of monster rampages, while terrified people hid in fear. The Ancestral Dragon sat proudly in the heart of what was once the city, surveying the chaos. "Did you think that taking the Dragon Balls would allow you to escape? Now the entire universe is mine," it laughed maniacally. Sun Wukong clenched his fists in anger. "Ancestral Dragon, don't get too cocky." Vegeta's gaze was icy. "Today you'll learn just how powerful we are." Lin Chen quickly analyzed the dragon's weaknesses. The battle ignited once more, but this time the Ancestral Dragon appeared better prepared, showcasing even greater strength. Yet Sun Wukong and his companions did not falter, continuously adapting their tactics. In a moment of crisis, Lin Chen suddenly thought that the Super Dragon Balls might be their salvation. He hurriedly explained his plan, and they decided to gather the Dragon Balls to make a wish and enhance their powers. As radiant light enveloped them, their strength surged dramatically. With renewed vigor, they faced the Ancestral Dragon, once more their teamwork more synchronized than ever, quickly overpowering it. Ultimately, the Ancestral Dragon was vanquished and peace returned to the universe. However, the Ancestral Dragon would inevitably return, for all of this was the doing of the Time and Space Demon. Even Lin Chen's journey to this realm was orchestrated by that very power. Lin Chen felt an overwhelming surge of anger as he prepared to unleash the basic technique of the Zizai Jiagong to confront the Time and Space Demon God once more. However, the Time and Space Demon God did not grant him the opportunity. With a mere wave of its hand, Lin Chen's power was extinguished. At that moment, Lin Chen was no match for the Time and Space Demon God. Just then, the Ancestor Dragon arrived, not to attack Lin Chen, but to summon the 4 ancient Dragon Kings. As the 4 ancient Dragon Kings emerged, they radiated an imposing aura. They were the Han Yuan Dragon King, symbolizing the power of water, the Yin Yu Dragon King, representing the force of fire, the Lan Feng Dragon King, embodying the might of wind, and the Pan Yin Dragon King, standing for the strength of earth. The 4 Dragon Kings roared as they charged towards the Time and Space Demon God, unleashing a tempest of water, raging flames, howling winds, and flying boulders, engaging in a fierce battle. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Chen endeavored to calm his emotions and attempt to reignite the power of the basic Zizai Jiagong within him. At that moment, the Time and Space Demon God sensed Lin Chen's intentions and directed a portion of its power towards him. As the impending force was about to strike Lin Chen, the Han Yuan Dragon King suddenly altered its course, conjuring a surging water wall that stood before Lin Chen, blocking the attack. The water wall trembled violently under the impact of the time and space demon god's energy, but it managed to shield Lin Chen. Taking advantage of this moment, Lin Chen focused his spirit, and the energy within him began to surge wildly, reigniting the power of the basic Zizai Jiagong. Meanwhile, the Yen-Yu Dragon King unleashed a torrent of searing flames aimed directly at the time and space demon god, while the Lanfeng Dragon King flapped its wings, whipping the flames into a frenzy, enhancing their potency. The Panyan Dragon King was not to be outdone, summoning massive stone pillars to strike at the time and space demon god. With the combined onslaught of the four Dragon Kings, the time and space demon god was momentarily restrained, compelled to divert more power to counter them. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen shimmered with radiant energy as the basic Zizai Jiagong fully activated. Like a specter, he surged towards the time and space demon god with a speed that made him nearly invisible, delivering a powerful punch that caused a crack to appear on the demon's form. The balance of battle seemed to slowly tilt in Lin Chen's favor. The Ancestor Dragon and Lin Chen had forged a bond, while the time and space demon god's power stemmed from the energies of all dimensions, having eroded other realms as well. Lin Chen pressed his advantage, launching relentless attacks against the time and space demon god, bolstered by the basic Zizai Jiagong. However, the time and space demon god had absorbed the energies of all dimensions, and after a brief period of disarray, it quickly steadied itself and retaliated, sending forth a powerful wave of energy that sent Lin Chen flying. Just as Lin Chen landed, the time and space demon god employed a spatial binding technique, ensnaring Lin Chen's body in an invisible grip, rendering him immobile. Witnessing this, the Ancestor Dragon let out a furious roar, commanding the four Dragon Kings to concentrate their power, forming a massive energy pillar infused with the forces of water, fire, wind, and earth aimed at the time and space demon god. The demon was compelled to allocate some of its strength to fend off this strike, allowing Lin Chen to break free from the spatial binding. At this moment, Lin Chen sensed a new power surging within him, indicating a potential breakthrough in his basic Zizai Jiagong amidst the battle. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated all his strength into his fist, charging once more towards the time and space demon god with a resolve akin to burning bridges. This punch carried Lin Chen's boundless fighting spirit and hope for breakthrough, striking the time and space demon god with tremendous force, causing the cracks in its form to widen instantly. At this moment, the time and space demon god harnessed the powers of all timelines to defeat Lin Chen. His body transformed into a dark blue hue, emanating a formidable and mysterious energy that even made Lin Chen take several steps back, prompting him to prepare for a serious confrontation. Lin Chen resolved to unleash a skill he had never utilized before, the star absorption technique. Host, eliminating the time and space demon god will grant you the strongest elimination technique from the Overlord. Your technique surpasses even that of the Overlord. Please strive hard, echoed a voice within him. As Lin Chen placed his hand upon the body of the time and space demon god, it seemed as if a powerful, mysterious force was drawing from within. The demon god attempted to flee, but it was too late. Soon all his power was absorbed. You have killed me, and now you will never see the true mastermind behind it all, the demon god uttered, revealing that Lin Chen had been unaware that the real puppet master was not the time and space demon god. I am nearly at my end, but I will tell you this: beyond the realm of Dragon Ball lies a mysterious universe known as the Dark Abyss. There resides a being you cannot provoke, the Emperor of the Underworld, the ruler of the Dark Abyss. Additionally, in the Dragon Ball world there exists a powerful deity known as the Creator God. The Lord of Dimensions is merely a puppet. Above the dimensions is another universe, the Ultimate Universe, where many formidable beings reside. Let me tell you, aside from those powerful beings in the Ultimate Universe and the Creator God, no one can contend with the forces of the Dark Abyss. As for the Emperor of the Underworld, even those powerful beings apart from the Creator God cannot rival him. Lin Chen realized that he must seek out the powerful beings within the Ultimate Universe. Furrowing his brow, he understood the gravity of the situation. He decided to first search for traces of the Creator God within the Dragon Ball world, hoping to gather more clues to counter the Emperor of the Underworld. Thus, Lin Chen embarked on his journey to find the Creator God. Along the way, he encountered numerous hardships and obstacles. Just as he found himself on the brink of despair, a mysterious light appeared, and an old man manifested before him. The elder claimed to know the whereabouts of the Creator God, but required Lin Chen's help to rescue a powerful warrior imprisoned at the edge of the Dark Abyss. Without hesitation, Lin Chen agreed. Utilizing the power acquired through the star absorption technique, he plunged into the edge of the Dark Abyss. There he engaged in fierce combat with the formidable guards protecting the warrior, ultimately succeeding in his rescue. The elder, honoring his promise, revealed the location of the creator god. Lin Chen hurried forth, eager to receive crucial guidance to combat the emperor of the underworld. This is where all dark powers converge. The creator god is sealed in the abyss of darkness. Only by locating him can the emperor of the underworld be eradicated. Arriving at the abyss of darkness, Lin Chen was enveloped by an eerie atmosphere as dark energy surged towards him like a tidal wave. Eerie roars echoed from within the abyss as if countless malevolent spirits lay in wait. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen activated the star absorption technique, gradually absorbing the surrounding dark energy and converting it into his own power. Just as he cautiously delved deeper, a horde of dark creatures surged from all directions, their twisted forms exuding a nauseating aura. Lin Chen quickly engaged them, wielding a radiant light that illuminated the chaotic battle. After a grueling struggle, Lin Chen finally beheld the sealed creator god bound by a massive dark rune radiating a faint glow. As Lin Chen approached, he felt an overwhelming repulsion. The creator god weakly spoke. To break the seal, you must gather 3 creation keys, each hidden in treacherous locations within the dark abyss. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's gaze sharpened with determination. He understood that a new challenge awaited him. Soon Lin Chen arrived in the dark realm of the Anming universe, where shadows loomed and an aura of death pervaded the atmosphere. He sensed a formidable dark power surrounding him. It turned out that the strongest beings of the Anming universe had come forth, intrigued by the arrival of a stranger eager to confront Lin Chen. I have heard from the emperor that there is one called Lin Chen, the master of the Dragon Ball world and the supreme ruler. I never expected him to arrive here so effortlessly. Indeed, I am Lin Chen, the master of the Dragon Ball world, and I have come here to seek immense power. Huh. You are not the first to utter such words. Those who have spoken similarly before have all met their demise. Is that so? I have heard of your might, and I am curious to test it. With that, Lin Chen unleashed his intermediate free and unfettered technique, causing several opponents to stagger backward. At that moment, all dark forces surged into Lin Chen's body, and his eyes turned pitch black as a powerful dark energy erupted, shattering the very fabric of space. Lin Chen was momentarily under their control, bound by an order to annihilate the entire King universe, which was also Lin Chen's universe. Meanwhile, on Earth, Piccolo and Goku felt a tremendous dark power approaching. This black force had reached Earth, and they were unaware that it was Lin Chen. As Lin Chen arrived in the skies above Earth, Goku and Vegeta beheld the controlled Lin Chen. Could it be that Lin Chen, such a formidable being, has fallen under dark control? How could this happen? Before Vegeta could finish his thought, Lin Chen struck him with a powerful punch. Vegeta was sent flying far away. At this moment, Lin Chen harnessed the energy of dark destruction, preparing to obliterate Earth. Goku and Vegeta attempted to stop him again, but Lin Chen's strength was overwhelming. They were dispatched with ease, barely exchanging a few blows. Now Goku found himself with no choice but to fuse with Vegeta to confront Lin Chen. They achieved their fusion, and an immense power surged from all directions, yet Lin Chen remained unfazed. Goku and Vegeta charged forward while Lin Chen met them with calm resolve. Even the fused form of Vegeta could only resist momentarily, as the power of their fusion was time-limited. Vegeta unleashed a powerful Kamehameha wave, sending a tremendous energy blast toward Lin Chen, but Lin Chen merely waved his hand to dispel it. As Vegeta prepared for another attack, Lin Chen revealed his true power, employing his dark immobilization technique to freeze them in place. In that instant, Earth was swiftly destroyed. Beerus on the Destruction Star sensed the overwhelming dark energy. Whis and Beerus arrived in the skies above Earth only to find that it had vanished and all its inhabitants were dead. Infuriated, Beerus lamented the loss of the planet of delicious food. Whis and Beerus returned to their realm to investigate who had caused this destruction. By this time, the battle between Lin Chen and Vegeta had concluded, with Lin Chen as the clear victor. Lin Chen then flew directly to the Destruction God planet. Whis discerned that Lin Chen had changed, that he was under control. Without hesitation, Beerus prepared to attack the controlled Lin Chen. The possessed Lin Chen was immensely powerful. Beerus found himself evenly matched. Unless the Grand Minister intervened, there was little hope. The palace of the Omni King had also fallen under dark influence, and the 3 emperors were the ones controlling the Omni King. The Grand Minister had been sealed away. The Omni King, filled with fury, prepared to unleash his erasure technique, but the 3 emperors resisted its power, preventing annihilation. The battle powers of the warriors are as follows: Jiaozi 1 unit, Kellen 10 units, Kame Sennin 131 units, Piccolo 400 units, Android 18 510 units, Android 17 700 units, Bu 1200 units, Frieza 3,000 units. Trunks 1,900 units. Vegeta 4,900 units. Goku 139,000 units. From Universe 6. Kefla 2,000 units. Kaba 1 unit. Hit 45,000 units. From Universe 11. Jiren 1,000 units. Topo 42,000 units. Dispo 33,000 units. The God of Destruction from Universe 6 Kampa 600 units. The God of Destruction from Universe 9 300 units. The God of Destruction from Universe 11 1,200 units. The God of Destruction from Universe 7 Beerus 3,000 units. In a cosmic crisis, the strongest warriors from various universes were summoned together. Goku from Universe 7 gazed upon the lengthy list of battle powers, contemplating his strategies. Suddenly, a mysterious entity appeared, exuding an aura of terror. After some investigation, they discovered that this enigmatic being possessed an astonishing battle power of 5 million units, far surpassing all known warriors. An intense battle was inevitable. Goku took the initiative to attack, but his efforts were easily thwarted. Vegeta, reluctant to back down, joined forces with Goku, yet they remained unable to make a dent in this mysterious presence. Just as despair began to settle in, Gohan, who had been concealing his strength, stepped forward. At a pivotal moment, he broke through his limits, his battle power soaring to 2 million units. Gohan engaged in a fierce duel with the mysterious entity, and the other warriors joined the fray. United in purpose, they ultimately overcame the mysterious being, safeguarding the peace of their universes. Just as they believed the crisis to be averted and began to celebrate, the body of the mysterious entity started to tremble violently, splitting into 5 smaller doppelgangers, each possessing a battle power of 1 million units. The warriors, still recovering from the recent battle, found themselves thrust into another fierce struggle against these 5 manifestations. Though Goku was anxious to act, his stamina had waned and his strikes lacked their usual vigor. Vegeta, panting heavily, bore several wounds. Gohan, still grappling with his newfound power, struggled to unleash his full potential. In this moment of peril, Hit, who had been quietly observing, suddenly intervened. Utilizing his time-stop ability, he launched a surprise attack on the doppelgangers. Seeing this, the other warriors rallied, coordinating their assaults alongside Hit. Once again united in their efforts, they engaged in a fierce battle and managed to eliminate all 5 doppelgangers. Peace was restored across the universes, and this cosmic conflict became an unforgettable memory for the warriors. However, tranquility was short-lived. At the sight of the defeated doppelgangers, a mysterious black rift appeared, emanating an even more terrifying aura than before. A colossal, malevolent figure emerged from the rift. It was the true final form of the mysterious entity, with a battle power reaching an astounding 10 million units. The warriors, having just relaxed their guard, felt the tension peak once more. Everything was about to begin anew. At this moment, the Omni King had transformed into his battle form, engaging in fierce combat. The dark energy clashed with the purple energy, creating a luminous sphere that surged with astonishing speed. In mere moments, they exchanged thousands of blows, each second ticking away, when suddenly the High Priest arrived with Sun Wukong. "You actually broke the seal," Emperor Lufa exclaimed, astonishment etched across his face, quickly morphing into a furious expression. Sun Wukong, with a knowing smile, wasted no time and launched an assault on Lufa, who responded vigorously. The two locked in a fierce exchange. Meanwhile, the battle involving the Omni King intensified. The clash of dark and purple powers grew increasingly violent, the luminous sphere expanding relentlessly, warping the surrounding space. The High Priest stood aside, his gaze flickering as if plotting something. Suddenly, Lufa seized upon a flaw in Sun Wukong's defense and unleashed a powerful wave of dark energy. Sun Wukong swiftly dodged, yet his clothing was grazed. Just as Lufa prepared to capitalize on this moment, the Omni King broke free from his opponent and charged toward Lufa. Alarmed, Lufa quickly turned to defend himself. The battle among the three became a stalemate, with energy surges devastating the surroundings. The High Priest smirked slightly, seemingly foreseeing the outcome of this clash, quietly awaiting the final result. Deciding to transform, the High Priest invoked the Dark Freedom technique and struck the Omni King. Caught off guard by this betrayal, the Omni King seethed with rage, intent on annihilating the High Priest, but he found that the High Priest had already developed resistance to his divine elimination technique. Without hesitation, the Omni King engaged in battle with the High Priest and the three emperors. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, having regained his consciousness in the spatial realm, quickly sensed the peril surrounding the Omni King and utilized instant teleportation to appear by his side. The sudden arrival of Lin Chen brought immense joy to the Omni King, while the nearby emperors were astonished that Lin Chen, once controlled, had managed to break free from the darkness. Lin Chen joined the fray against the High Priest and the battle grew increasingly intense. Lin Chen unleashed his most powerful skills, sending brilliant beams of light toward the High Priest and the Emperors. The High Priest scoffed, effortlessly countering Lin Chen's attacks with the Dark Freedom technique, retaliating with a powerful strike that staggered Lin Chen. Observing this, the Omni King gathered immense energy into a colossal orb and hurled it at the High Priest. The High Priest sidestepped, only to be approached by Lin Chen, leading to a fierce exchange of punches and kicks that resonated with thunderous sounds. At that moment, Sun Wukong, who had been at a disadvantage, suddenly erupted with a formidable aura, breaking through to a new realm. With a mighty shout, he charged at Lu Fa, landing a punch that sent him flying. Sun Wukong then joined the fight against the High Priest. The combined strength of the three formed a powerful offensive, gradually overwhelming the High Priest and the three Emperors. Suddenly, a fierce glint ignited in the High Priest's eyes as he prepared to unleash his ultimate move. Sensing the impending danger, Lin Chen exchanged a glance with the Omni King and Sun Wukong. The three simultaneously invoked their strongest techniques, intertwining three beams of light and launching them at the High Priest and the Emperors. With a resounding explosion, the High Priest and the Emperors were utterly defeated, bringing this breathtaking battle to a close. The battle concluded, marking the victory of the Omni King Lin Chen. However, the Great Priest fled, prompting Lin Chen to pursue him. Yet the Omni King halted Lin Chen, stating, "There's no need to chase him, he is wounded and will not survive." At that moment, it was time for Lin Chen to return to his own world, the Dragon Ball universe, where he had once been the sovereign. Aware that farewell was imminent, the Omni King bid a heartfelt goodbye to Lin Chen, who transformed into a beam of light and vanished. In the shadows, a hidden mastermind proclaimed, "Everything is unfolding as I anticipated. It is time to initiate the plan to annihilate all timelines." The orchestrator of this scheme was none other than the Omni King's brother Zen-Oh. Previously slain, he had resurrected himself using the Resurrection Stone and now possessed formidable power. Upon returning to his Dragon Ball universe, Lin Chen discovered it had been overrun by Zen-Oh's minions. The 12 universes were under Zen-Oh's dominion, ruled by his 12 demon gods. Zen-Oh had also constructed the Dark Palace, establishing his world. Remarkably, Lord Beerus and the former deities were alive, imprisoned in a place known as the Dark Electronic Prison, a realm of profound darkness. The security there was exceptionally stringent, with every soldier possessing bronze-level prowess. Lin Chen aimed to locate the imprisoned deities when he sensed a powerful dark force approaching from the sky. Amidst the darkened heavens appeared an individual claiming to be the Dark Demon God, second only to Zen-Oh, who had dealt a significant blow to Lin Chen's universe. The Dark Demon God unleashed a torrent of dark energy, and Lin Chen, refusing to yield, activated his full power of the Ultra Instinct. The clash of their powers echoed through the void, each force rebounding against the other. Though Lin Chen launched his attacks, the strength of the Dark Demon God derived from Zen-Oh was not to be underestimated. As their powers collided, Lin Chen was hurled backward, but managed to stabilize himself, instantaneously teleporting behind the Dark Demon God. With a single punch, he sent the Dark Demon God flying. Enraged, the Dark Demon God resorted to forbidden techniques, utilizing dark absorption. In an instant, Lin Chen felt his energy being sapped, his body growing increasingly feeble. Realizing he was immobilized, he had no choice but to unleash the Silver Blue Ultra Instinct. A surge of powerful silver blue energy erupted from Lin Chen, activating his full capacity. Unwilling to be outdone, the Dark Demon God unleashed his ultimate dark power. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, neither able to gain the upper hand despite their full exertion. With no other option, Lin Chen activated the Dark Purple Ultra Instinct, unleashing a formidable dark purple energy that reverberated throughout the universe, capturing the attention of Zen-Oh. "Not bad, this kid is interesting," Zen-Oh remarked, preparing to clear the field as the Dark Demon God was rendered incapacitated by Lin Chen's relentless assault. As Lin Chen prepared to unleash his most potent destructive force, a sudden energy struck his attack. Surprised by Zen-Oh's personal arrival, Lin Chen stood speechless, feeling the overwhelming power radiating from Zen-Oh. This dark energy was on par with that of the Dark Demon God. Suddenly, Zen-Oh erupted with a powerful dark aura, suffocating Lin Chen in its oppressive grasp. At this moment, Zen-Oh had engaged in battle with Lin Chen. The dark force surged into Lin Chen's body, yet he effortlessly dispelled it using his Zai Ji Gong. Realizing Lin Chen's formidable strength, Zen-Oh abandoned any pretense and unleashed his full demonic power. In response, Lin Chen transformed into a Super Saiyan, and the collision of green and dark energies erupted around them as their powers clashed in explosive combat. Seizing the opportunity while Lin Chen was retracting his fist, Quan Imo suddenly morphed into a shadow darting behind Lin Chen with ghostly speed and delivered a powerful kick to his back. Lin Chen, however, reacted with lightning speed, twisting his body like an eel to evade the blow and counterattacked with an elbow strike aimed at Quan Mo's chest. Quan Imo swiftly retreated, avoiding the strike, while rapidly forming hand seals and chanting incantations. Countless dark shadows emerged from the ground, surging toward Lin Chen like a tidal wave. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen's green aura intensified, and he thrust both hands forward, unleashing a massive green energy wave that collided with the dark shadows, resulting in a deafening explosion and a violent shockwave. At that moment, Quan Imo seized the opportunity, knowing Lin Chen was focused on the shadows, and gathered his demonic energy to prepare a fatal strike. Sensing the impending danger, Lin Chen's gaze sharpened as he summoned his inner strength, once more gearing up to confront Quan Mo's next assault. With a powerful thrust of his arms, Quan Imo sent a colossal black pillar of demonic energy hurtling toward Lin Chen, distorting the space it traversed. Lin Chen shouted, channeling all his green light into his hands, forming a massive green orb that he hurled against the oncoming pillar. The collision unleashed a terrifying energy storm, creating a vast pit in the ground. The force of the impact sent Lin Chen staggering backward, while Quan Imo capitalized on the moment, advancing with a punch aimed at Lin Chen's face. Lin Chen deftly turned his head to evade the blow, seizing Quan Mo's arm and forcefully tossing him aside. Quan Imo executed a midair flip, landing steadily, a fierce glint in his eyes. He formed hand seals, summoning a horde of demonic soldiers that charged at Lin Chen with ferocious cries. Lin Chen smirked, his figure flickering like a specter among the soldiers, each strike felling one of them. Angered by the relentless destruction of his minions, Quan Imo resolved to expend his last vestiges of demonic power and engage Lin Chen in a decisive battle. Demonic energy surged violently around Quan Imo, causing his body to swell, transforming him into a towering and terrifying figure, his expression twisted with rage. He howled to the heavens, raising his arms high as an apocalyptic wave of magic erupted from within him, forming a massive black vortex that began to consume everything around. Lin Chen felt the overwhelming power and was momentarily taken aback, but he did not waver. Taking a deep breath, he reached the zenith of his green aura, his body beginning to change as his Super Saiyan form evolved once more. His hair thickened, his muscular lines became more defined, and the green light enveloped him like a tangible entity. With resolute strides, Lin Chen charged toward Quan Imo, each step trembling the ground beneath him. He leaped high, aiming a punch at the top of Quan Mo's head. Quan Imo was undeterred, crossing his arms to defend. The two forces collided once more, threatening to tear the very fabric of space apart. Ultimately, Lin Chen's strength proved slightly superior, forcing Quan Imo to retreat, his demonic energy beginning to dissipate. As he watched his power fade, despair flickered in Quan Mo's eyes, while Lin Chen pressed forward, ready to deliver the final blow. The dark mage, despite being gravely injured, defiantly rose to his feet, eyes blazing with fury directed at Jiang Chen. He resolved to unleash a powerful attack, summoning a mysterious force that erupted from his body, a dark energy that threatened to annihilate both him and Jiang Chen. With a series of furious roars, the dark mage unleashed a formidable power through his mastery of the Dark Freedom Ultimate technique. This dark technique paralleled Jiang Chen's own Super Freedom Ultimate technique, creating a titanic clash between the two. Jiang Chen, taken aback by the intensity of the black energy, found himself locked in combat once more with the dark mage. Their powers surged, clashing in a whirlwind of force that neither could dominate. Just as the dark mage prepared to strike Jiang Chen down, an enigmatic force, the power of a dragon, suddenly intervened. It was the dragon god Salama, whose presence intertwined with that of the dark mage. Upon seeing the dragon god, the dark mage vanished into the shadows. Salama revealed an overwhelming battle power. Vegeta 130000, Sun Wukong 200000, Dragon God Salama 100000, Jiang Chen's battle power 400000. Feeling Salama's overpowering might, Jiang Chen's heart sank. In an instant, Salama appeared before him, scrutinizing him intently. "Your Super Freedom Ultimate technique has much room for improvement," he remarked. Jiang Chen nodded vigorously, his voice respectful. "I hope the esteemed dragon god can offer guidance." Salama acknowledged him with a slight nod, a surge of dragon energy enveloping him. "I shall assist you in breaking through with this dragon power." With that, a torrent of formidable dragon energy coursed into Jiang Chen's body. He felt an explosive surge of strength, his battle power skyrocketing. Vegeta and Sun Wukong looked on, utterly astonished. Meanwhile, the dark mage had not truly departed. Lurking in the shadows, he sensed Jiang Chen's ascent in power and a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. He began to gather the dark energy, once more plotting to launch a surprise attack, while Jiang Chun was still adjusting to his newfound strength. A new crisis quietly loomed. Suddenly, the dark mage surged forth from the shadows, propelled by a torrent of dark energy aiming straight for Jiang Chun. Caught in the critical moment of power fusion, Jiang Chun found it difficult to react to the sudden onslaught. Sun Wukong and Vegeta rushed forward, attempting to block the dark mage's advance. However, the dark mage had succumbed to madness. His dark power intensified, and despite their desperate resistance, the two warriors began to falter. Just as the dark mage was about to strike, Jiang Chun, the dragon power within him erupted, forming a potent shield that repelled the dark mage's assault. Seizing the moment, Jiang Chun steadied himself, feeling a newfound strength coursing through him, his gaze sharpening with determination. With a mighty roar, he charged at the dark mage, merging the Super Freedom Ultimate technique with the dragon power to unleash an even more terrifying force. The dark mage, overwhelmed, began to retreat. Jiang Chun pressed the attack, delivering a powerful punch that sent the dark mage crashing to the ground, unable to rise again. This fierce battle concluded with Jiang Chen's resounding victory. Recognizing Jiang Chen's potential, Dragon God Salama proposed a martial arts contest in 3 days at the Void Realm, a tournament of life and death across the cosmos. Participants would include the 6th universe, the 9th universe, the 11th universe, and the 7th universe, each dispatching their strongest warriors alongside their god of destruction. The team of warriors consisted of 5 members, and the 9th universe quickly confirmed its roster: Red Wolf, Grey Wolf, and the ace fighters Yuan Tashwanta, and the Steel Wolf, with the god of destruction being Perkins. The 6th universe's team was established next, comprising Golden Bear the robot, Yin Jiabe Kaifura, and Hit. The 11th universe included 2 unnamed fighters and the formidable Jiren alongside Topo. Finally, the 7th universe's team featured Sun Wufan, Bu, Broly, Vegeta, and Sun Wukong. The battle commenced. The 9th universe dispatched the Red Wolf, who faced off against the Golden Bear from the 6th universe. As they clashed, the air filled with the sounds of battle, both fighters evenly matched. Suddenly, the Golden Bear and the Red Wolf unleashed their ultimate techniques, causing a dazzling burst of golden light and crimson energy to rupture the very fabric of space. The two warriors fought to a standstill, but the Red Wolf surged forward, her entire form enveloped in a radiant red aura, her strength and speed significantly enhanced. A powerful, mysterious force erupted, breaking through the void, while the Golden Bear, too, augmented his combat prowess. In the thick of battle, the Red Wolf began to falter, sent flying by the Golden Bear's might. Yet, gathering her remaining strength, she brandished the Dragon Ball, channeling its energy into herself. At that moment, the Golden Bear was no longer a match for her. The Golden Bear refused to relent, unleashing his full power, yet it proved futile. The Red Wolf had become invincible. She readied her finishing blow, determined to end the Golden Bear's reign. However, the Golden Bear was not easily subdued. With palms pressed together, a powerful golden light surged forth, igniting into fierce flames that surged toward the Red Wolf. Unyielding, she stood her ground and met the attack with all her might. As the Golden Bear believed victory was within his grasp, the Red Wolf intercepted his ultimate move, swiftly deflecting it. Unfazed, the Golden Bear executed his final technique. In a flash, he appeared behind the Red Wolf and struck her with a devastating punch, invoking the Flash of Time and the Destruction Palm. 2 dragons surged into her body, leaving her weakened. Just as the Golden Bear thought he had triumphed, an unusual wave of energy erupted from the Red Wolf. Thanks to the Dragon Ball's power, her dormant mystical bloodline awakened. Her eyes snapped open and her aura soared to terrifying heights, her once dim form now radiating a brilliant red light. Startled, the Golden Bear steadied himself, preparing to attack once more. The Red Wolf's lips curled into a confident smile as she raised her hand, sending a colossal wave of red energy hurtling toward the Golden Bear. He dodged hastily, but the energy wave pursued him relentlessly. As the wave neared its target, the Golden Bear summoned his last vestige of strength to create a powerful shield. The impact of the energy wave against the shield resounded with a deafening roar, forcing the Golden Bear to stumble back. The Red Wolf advanced, her eyes ablaze with determination, raising her hands to deliver a fatal strike, vowing to obliterate the Golden Bear. Just as she was about to unleash her cataclysmic energy, the Golden Bear had a sudden inspiration. Utilizing the chaotic space around him, he conjured an illusory duplicate. The Red Wolf's attack struck the illusion, resulting in a massive explosion that distorted the surrounding area. Meanwhile, the real Golden Bear seized the opportunity to slip behind her, executing the Flash of Time. Once more, his speed nearly transcending time itself. Channeling all his strength, he delivered a fierce blow to the Red Wolf's back. Caught off guard, the red wolf stumbled forward, her internal energy momentarily disrupted. The golden bear pressed the advantage, unleashing a flurry of punches that rained down upon her like a torrential storm. Clenching her teeth against the pain, the red wolf focused her remaining strength to repel the golden bear. Yet the toll of her injuries proved too great, and she slowly succumbed to the ground. Breathing heavily, the golden bear watched as the fallen red wolf lay before him. This fierce battle culminated in his victory. At this moment, Lin Chen and the dragon god Salama announced the disqualification of Universe 9. However, the god of destruction protested, arguing that there were still 4 warriors remaining on their side. Lin Chen deemed it too troublesome to address them one by one, hence the announcement of disqualification. Lin Chen decided to grant them an opportunity to merge, allowing the 4 warriors of Universe 9 to fuse together. Thus their Kaiō-ken threw them the earrings, and soon they transformed into the ultimate steel wolf. The atmosphere in the arena surged, breaking through the boundaries of the void realm. Meanwhile, Universe 6 also fused, becoming the infernal demon. Before long, the warriors of Universe 6 and Universe 9 clashed once again. The ultimate steel wolf unleashed a surge of purple energy, while the infernal demon erupted with black power. Their energies collided, pushing the two apart. As they faced off again, their powers peaked, and each clash sent tremors through the void realm. Sun Wukong watched, his blood surging with excitement, yearning to join the fray. Lin Chen consented to his request, allowing the warriors from Universe 7 and Universe 11 to enter the arena simultaneously. Sun Wukong and the warriors of Universe 11 charged into battle like tigers descending a mountain. In a swift motion, Sun Wukong appeared before the infernal demon, launching a fierce straight punch. The infernal demon sidestepped, countering with a kick aimed at Sun Wukong, who nimbly evaded the attack. Meanwhile, the warriors of Universe 11 engaged the ultimate steel wolf in fierce combat. As the battle raged on, the infernal demon suddenly stumbled, seeming to struggle with its strength. It turned out that the previous battles had taken a toll, and though formidable, it was reaching its limits. Seizing the opportunity, the ultimate steel wolf concentrated its power and struck the infernal demon with a devastating blow. The infernal demon fought valiantly to withstand the attack, but was ultimately sent flying, collapsing to the ground, unable to continue fighting. The warriors of Universe 6 were filled with despair, as the infernal demon's defeat meant they were one step closer to elimination. The situation on the battlefield grew increasingly complex as Universe 7 and Universe 11 prepared to face the ever-mighty ultimate steel wolf. Seeing this, Sun Wukong let out a mighty roar as golden flames erupted around him, activating the ultimate instinct technique. He moved like a specter, darting around the ultimate steel wolf and launching relentless attacks. The warriors of Universe 11 coordinated seamlessly, surrounding the ultimate steel wolf from various angles. In response, the ultimate steel wolf roared purple energy, surging wildly as it unleashed a massive wave of energy toward them. Sun Wukong quickly gathered his energy, releasing the Kamehameha to counter it. The two powerful energies collided violently in midair, resulting in a tremendous explosion that shook the void realm. As both sides remained locked in a stalemate, the ultimate steel wolf suddenly altered its strategy, abandoning defense in favor of a full-on assault. It charged at Sun Wukong, delivering a fierce punch. Sun Wukong dodged skillfully, but was still grazed on the shoulder, causing him to stagger slightly. Seizing the moment, the warriors from Universe 11 attempted a sneak attack from behind, but the ultimate steel wolf retaliated with a swift strike, sending them flying. However, in that brief window, Sun Wukong found his opportunity, launching a full-powered spirit bomb directly at the ultimate steel wolf's chest. The impact caused the creature to stagger back a few steps, its condition visibly deteriorating. Just when everyone thought the ultimate steel wolf was about to fall, it suddenly let out a deafening roar, its purple aura intensifying beyond previous limits. It charged at Sun Wukong again, moving at a speed almost too fast for the eye to follow. Sun Wukong activated the ultimate instinct technique to counter, yet the ultimate steel wolf's attacks were relentless and lethal. The warriors of Universe 11 regrouped and rushed in from all directions. However, the ultimate steel wolf showed no fear, executing a series of fierce combo attacks that repelled them. At this moment, Lin Chen sensed the tension in the battle and contemplated a strategy. Suddenly, he realized that he could have the warriors of Universe 7 and Universe 11 unite once more to unleash a powerful attack. Understanding Lin Chen's intent, Sun Wukong and the warriors of Universe 11 quickly gathered together, channeling their strongest energies. A dazzling rainbow light shot into the sky, forming a colossal pillar of destructive energy that surged toward the ultimate steel wolf. The creature attempted to defend itself, but the energy was overwhelmingly powerful, engulfing it entirely. When the brilliance faded, the ultimate Steel Wolf was disintegrated, and the warriors of Universe 9 lost their fighting capability, resulting in their elimination. Soon it was Sun Wukong and his companions' turn to take the stage. This time they faced the 11th universe with Jiren and Toppo as the final contenders. The other three fighters engaged in battle with Son Gohan, and Bu, who immediately transformed into a mysterious state, and Bu unleashed his full power. The two fought fiercely, neither gaining the upper hand. In a flash, Son Gohan teleported behind them and unleashed a flurry of attacks, quickly overcoming both opponents, leaving only Toppo standing. At that moment, Son Gohan and Bu combined their efforts to send Toppo flying. The 11th universe was left with only Jiren and Toppo, while all the fighters from the 7th universe turned their attention to Jiren. As the crowd's focus sharpened, Toppo stepped forward, his gaze resolute, emanating an undeniable aura of strength. "Let me test your skills first," Toppo bellowed, launching the first attack with the speed of lightning toward the warriors of the 7th universe. Observing this, Sun Wukong charged forward to meet him, and they clashed in a fierce exchange of blows, producing sparks with every strike. Meanwhile, Broly watched the unfolding battle, feeling Toppo's intense fighting spirit ignite his own resolve. Just as Sun Wukong and Toppo were locked in a fierce struggle, Broly suddenly entered the fray, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Toppo. Taken by surprise, Toppo hurriedly sidestepped to evade the attack, allowing Sun Wukong to seize the opportunity. Together with Broly, they launched a vigorous offensive against Toppo. Although Toppo felt the pressure, he gritted his teeth and pressed on, constantly seeking a chance to counterattack. Jiren, meanwhile, stood silently at the side, observing the battle as if awaiting the perfect moment to intervene. Vegeta transformed into his Super Saiyan Blue form at full power, unleashing a flurry of attacks on Toppo. With their combined strength, they finally defeated Toppo. Now only Jiren remained on the battlefield. He advanced slowly, each step radiating an invisible sense of oppression. Son Gohan took a deep breath, channeling all his power. In his mysterious state, he shone more brightly than ever and charged at Jiren. Unfazed, Jiren sidestepped, gracefully dodging Son Gohan's attack before retaliating with a palm strike that sent him crashing several meters back. Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged glances and transformed into their Super Saiyan Blue forms, flanking Jiren for a dual assault. Jiren's feet remained firmly planted on the ground as he swiftly countered their attacks. Observing this, Broly roared and joined the melee, resulting in an explosive clash of energy. Just as the battle intensified, Jiren unleashed an even more formidable aura, crossing his arms before him and then thrusting them forward. A massive energy wave surged toward the fighters. They quickly scattered, and the energy wave exploded upon impact, creating a colossal crater. The fight against Jiren was only just entering its peak phase. Whether the warriors of the 7th universe could overcome this powerful opponent remained uncertain. In the midst of dodging the energy wave, Jiren instantaneously appeared before Broly, delivering a crushing blow to his abdomen. Broly let out a muffled grunt and was sent hurtling backward, losing control. Seizing the opportunity, Son Wukong and Vegeta attacked Jiren again from both sides, but Jiren's reflexes were lightning quick. He vanished from sight, reappearing behind them and kicking them away. Witnessing this, Son Gohan charged once more, attempting to distract Jiren. However, with a mere flick of his hand, Jiren sent Son Gohan flying like a severed kite, crashing heavily to the ground and sustaining serious injuries. The warriors of the 7th universe were now panting heavily, their stamina severely depleted, while Jiren remained calm and collected, exuding confidence in his victory. Just when despair began to settle over the group, Goten and Trunks suddenly arrived on the battlefield. Although their power was lesser than that of their predecessors, their eyes brimmed with determination. Together they transformed and charged at Jiren. Jiren frowned slightly, seemingly taken aback by their audacity. Nevertheless, he did not underestimate them and began to respond seriously to these unexpected challengers, while the remaining fighters of the 7th universe took the opportunity to regroup, preparing to launch another attack. As the crowd gathered around Jiren, leading the charge were Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Son Gohan. All three radiated fury. Sun Wukong and Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, while Son Gohan entered a mysterious state and Broly morphed into a legendary Super Saiyan. The group surged toward Jiren, quickly forcing him to retreat a few steps. In response, Jiren transformed into his gray form, enhancing both his power and speed. With his gray transformation, Jiren's gaze sharpened, emanating an aura that struck fear into the hearts of his opponents. He instantly met their onslaught, fists clashing with theirs in a whirlwind of ferocity. Energy erupted everywhere, engulfing the battlefield in a powerful wave. Broly, wielding the immense strength of the legendary Super Saiyan, broke through the encirclement and lunged at Jiren, each punch delivering a force akin to a natural disaster. Jiren deftly sidestepped Broly's assault, countering with a strike to Broly's chest that sent him stumbling back. Yet Broly quickly regained his momentum, charging forward once more. Meanwhile, Son Wukong, Vegeta, and Son Gohan launched their attacks from various directions, but Jiren navigated their combined efforts with remarkable ease. Suddenly, seizing the moment, Jiren concentrated and unleashed a powerful energy blast toward the group. They scattered to avoid the explosion, which detonated on the ground, sending dust swirling into the air. The battle escalated into a fierce clash with no clear end in sight. In the midst of dodging the energy waves, Vegeta had a flash of inspiration and devised a new strategy. He exchanged a knowing glance with Son Wukong, and they instantly understood each other. The two began to circle Jiren at high speed, creating multiple afterimages to distract him, while Son Gohan and Broly launched a surprise attack from the sides. Despite Jiren's keen sight, he struggled to respond to such a complex assault. Just as Jiren's focus wavered, Son Gohan unleashed a powerful ki blast aimed at his abdomen. Jiren grunted, his body swaying slightly. Broly seized this prime opportunity, leaping high and delivering a devastating strike to Jiren's head. Simultaneously, Son Wukong and Vegeta attacked from the front and back. Feeling unprecedented pressure, Jiren gritted his teeth and summoned all the energy within him to forge a solid shield. However, the collective force of their assault proved overwhelming, causing a crack to appear in his defenses. At this critical moment, Jiren erupted with an even more formidable aura, breaking free from their combined attack, and the battle settled into a tense stalemate, where victory remained uncertain. In this standoff, Jiren suddenly closed his eyes, his aura escalating at a terrifying speed. In this dire moment, he grasped a deeper level of power, and his gray flames deepened and intensified. In the blink of an eye, he reopened, his eyes radiating a chilling intensity, and vanished from sight. When he reappeared, it was behind Broly, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying. Next, he charged at Son Gohan, who hurriedly tried to defend, but was overwhelmed by Jiren's might, leaving his arm numb. Seeing this, Son Wukong and Vegeta executed their fusion technique, transforming into Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta. Vegeta immediately showcased astonishing strength, engaging Jiren in a fierce battle. Each collision sparked tremendous energy explosions. Just when Vegeta thought he had found an opening to deliver a decisive blow, Jiren vanished again, reappearing behind Vegeta to unleash a full-force punch that sent him flying and disrupted their fusion. At this moment, Son Wukong and the others were beginning to show signs of exhaustion, while Jiren remained in peak fighting condition, tipping the balance of this epic confrontation ever more in his favor. At this moment, everyone launched another assault on Jiren. The gray Jiren unleashed a formidable power, a dark force that rendered the eyes of the crowd unable to open. Jiren charged at them with lightning speed, and in an instant several fighters were knocked off the stage. Only Son Wukong remained on the battlefield, determined to defeat Jiren with all his might. Son Wukong erupted with the advanced form of the Ultra Instinct technique. Jiren raced towards Son Wukong at breakneck speed, and the two exchanged thousands of punches in the blink of an eye. Their movements were so swift that the spectators struggled to follow. The battle was intense, both fighters exerting themselves to the fullest, yet it appeared to be a stalemate. Losing patience, Jiren unleashed his full power, and Son Wukong responded in kind, once again clashing together. Jiren found himself holding his ground against Son Wukong's Ultra Instinct technique. Son Wukong ascended to a new level, unleashing the Super Blue Ultra Instinct for the first time, astonishing the onlookers and taking Jiren by surprise. Jiren too unleashed his full might, a surge of red and white energy colliding with Son Wukong's. The two forces clashed violently, as if they were on the brink of explosion. This battle showed no signs of concluding anytime soon, the clash of power sending shockwaves through the arena. Suddenly, the two energies erupted with a thunderous roar. Both fighters were sent flying, landing on the stage, creating a massive crater beneath them. They collapsed simultaneously, resulting in a draw. The Dragon God Salama and Lin Chen announced the end of the match. Jiren from Universe 11 and Son Wukong from Universe 7 had fought to a standstill. Even as the battle concluded, both Son Wukong and Jiren felt unfulfilled. They had become rivals, yet shared a mutual respect. But then a surge of dark energy enveloped the entire Void Realm. This energy was reminiscent of the ancient dark forces. Had darkness truly not been vanquished? This was the question troubling Lin Chen. As confusion swept over the crowd, the dark energy coalesced into a massive figure, revealing the resurgence of dark, now manifesting in a terrifyingly new form. He laughed maniacally, proclaiming, "Did you think you could eliminate me like this? You're so naive." With a wave of his hand, countless black tendrils lashed out towards the crowd. Sun Wukong and Jiren sprang into action, unleashing their formidable powers to counterattack. However, this time Dark's strength far surpassed their own. Their efforts merely managed to slightly impede the onslaught of the black tendrils. Other warriors joined the fray, and the Void Realm erupted with energy. Just as everyone struggled to hold their ground, Dragon God Salama noticed a faint fluctuation behind Dark, a vulnerability within the Dark Force. He hurriedly informed Sun Wukong and Jiren of his discovery. The two understood instantly, seizing the opportunity to deliver their most powerful strike directly at that weakness. Dark let out a pained howl as the black energy began to dissipate. Ultimately, with the combined strength of all, Dark was completely vanquished, and the Void Realm returned to tranquility, leaving the breathtaking battle as an unforgettable memory in everyone's hearts. However, Dragon God Salama had succumbed to Dark's control. At that moment, he attacked the various universes, and the warriors struggled to resist. Yet Dragon God Salama's power was immense, amplified by the dark forces coursing through him, making him a formidable adversary. The warriors gradually found themselves overwhelmed, and the situation grew increasingly dire. It was then that Lin Chen, who had been silently observing, discovered that the flow of dark energy within Dragon God Salama was not flawless. There appeared to be a critical energy transfer point. Lin Chen quickly relayed this finding to Sun Wukong and Jiren. Without hesitation, the two launched another full-force attack aimed directly at that energy node. Their strikes cut through the air like sharpened blades, precisely targeting the dark vulnerability on Salama. Instantly, the dark energy surrounding Salama became chaotic, quaking violently. At that moment, the other warriors seized the chance to mount a fierce counteroffensive, unleashing a torrent of energy attacks upon Salama. At this moment, Lin Chen could no longer bear the situation and transformed into a Super Saiyan God ready to battle the Dragon God Salama. The two engaged in a flurry of punches, exchanging thousands of blows in an instant. Salama prepared to unleash his skill, the time reversal technique, a power that could transport someone back to the virtual world akin to Lin Chen's first arrival in the Dragon Ball universe. They would return to the time of Lin Chen's inaugural visit to the Dragon Ball world, at which point the Lin Chen from that first encounter had already vanished. Soon Lin Chen awoke on King Kai's planet, the territory of North Kai. The North Kai sensed Lin Chen's powerful aura, though Lin Chen's battle power had dropped to 1-0 due to his presence in the virtual world. During this era, the strongest fighters had power levels around 1-0, rendering Lin Chen's strength insufficient. It seemed to be the time when Sun Wukong first faced off against Frieza. Ding Host will receive 5-0 battle power and dark absorption for helping Sun Wukong defeat Frieza. Lin Chen was pleasantly surprised by such generous rewards and made his way to the battlefield where Sun Wukong was clashing with Frieza. At that moment, Sun Wukong had already been defeated and reverted to his normal state. Just as everyone feared that Frieza was about to eliminate Sun Wukong, Lin Chen suddenly teleported behind Frieza and delivered a powerful kick that sent him flying far away. Sun Wukong's son Sun Wufan eyed Lin Chen warily and asked, "Who are you?" However, Lin Chen did not respond and instead walked straight towards Frieza. At this moment, the system chimed, "Congratulations, host. You have defeated Frieza and received 5-3-0 battle power. The more you fight, the more power you will gain." Frieza transformed, reaching a power level of 6-0, while Lin Chen was slightly behind but possessed dark absorption. Frieza charged at Lin Chen with incredible speed, almost imperceptible to the latter. Just as Frieza was about to strike, Lin Chen had a flash of inspiration and activated the time stasis ability, freezing everything around him. He quickly approached Frieza and unleashed dark absorption, siphoning off a significant portion of Frieza's remaining strength. Frieza collapsed to the ground, stripped of his capacity to resist. The system's voice sounded once more, "Congratulations, host. You have thoroughly defeated Frieza and received the bonus ability of time control." With a significant boost in power, Lin Chen gazed into the distance, pondering how to navigate this complex virtual world and find his way back. Now that Lin Chen could harness the power of time and space, he noticed that Dragon God Salama had vanished without a trace. As Lin Chen was deep in thought, the fabric of time and space twisted suddenly, and Dragon God Salama emerged from the distortion. It turned out he had been observing from the shadows, waiting for Lin Chen to lower his guard. "You've got some skills, but it's still not enough," Salama sneered, swiftly forming hand seals to summon a host of formidable monsters from various timelines. These creatures varied in shape and emitted terrifying auras, encircling Lin Chen. Without fear, Lin Chen activated his time control ability, sowing chaos among the monsters. Some moved sluggishly while others vanished and reappeared unpredictably. Seizing the moment, Lin Chen unleashed his attacks, each punch imbued with immense temporal power, driving the monsters back. Seeing this, Dragon God Salama personally intervened, reigniting the fierce battle with Lin Chen. Lin Chen skillfully maneuvered through the gaps in time to evade attacks while searching for counterattack opportunities. In a moment of Salama's vulnerability, Lin Chen seized the chance to execute a technique that fused dark absorption with time control, overwhelming Salama with an immense force. Ultimately, Dragon God Salama was defeated. The tumult of time settled, and Lin Chen glimpsed a flicker of hope for escaping the virtual world. At this moment, the system informed Lin Chen that everything was far from over. The host had defeated Beerus, acquiring the powers of Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Deep Blue, the ultimate instinct, and the initial stage of the White God. The White God is categorized into 3 levels: beginner, intermediate, and advanced, along with the White God Dragon Fist. This power of fusion of white and yellow was immensely formidable. The White God Dragon Fist form was remarkably potent, capable of matching the ultimate instinct on equal footing. Lin Chen was astonished to realize that defeating Beerus would yield such rewards. His trump card was the White God Dragon Fist, a weapon he could wield against the Omni King. According to the system prompt, as long as he defeated the virtual Omni King in the digital realm, he could return to the real world. Soon Lin Chen arrived at the God of Destruction's planet. Beerus sensed a powerful aura from a distance, recognizing it as Lin Chen's. "I have come to defeat you, prepare to perish," Lin Chen declared, unleashing his energy and transforming into Super Saiyan God Blue. Beerus was equally surprised by the strength of the person before him. The God of Destruction immediately transformed, and they clashed fiercely. However, after a few exchanges, it became evident that Lin Chen was not Beerus' match, prompting Lin Chen to shift into the ultimate instinct. In just a few moves, Beerus was defeated, his destructive energy depleted. Observing the fallen Beerus, Lin Chen felt little emotion stir within him. The system's prompt resonated at the right moment. "Host has defeated Beerus. Rewards have been issued. Please proceed to the Omni King's palace to challenge the virtual Omni King." With a flash of light surrounding him, Lin Chen retracted his aura and sped towards the Omni King's palace. Upon entering the palace, he found the Omni King seated on a massive throne, gazing at him with curiosity. "Are you the one here to challenge me?" "How intriguing," the Omni King said with a smile. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen activated the White God Dragon Fist form, his body radiating a blend of white and yellow light, a powerful aura instantly enveloping the entire palace. The Omni King's eyes widened, his playful demeanor vanishing as he released his own power. They collided in an explosive encounter, the very fabric of space warping under their strikes. Harnessing the might of the White God Dragon Fist, Lin Chen gradually gained the upper hand. Ultimately, after a fierce exchange, the Omni King was vanquished, disintegrating into countless specks of light. The system chimed, "Congratulations, host, you have successfully defeated the virtual king of fighters and are about to return to the real world." A flash of white light enveloped Lin Chen, whisking him away from the Omni King's palace. Ding! The opponent you defeated is not the true Omni King, but a mere clone. This means the Grand Minister is still alive. At that moment, Lin Chen arrived at the true Omni King's palace, where the Grand Minister awaited him. With a gentle smile gracing his face, the Grand Minister appeared, welcoming, yet Lin Chen sensed the hidden danger beneath that smile. "Welcome, brave challenger. But do you think this is the end?" the Grand Minister intoned softly. Lin Chen, alert, focused his energy once more, allowing the power of the White God Dragon Fist to surge to its peak. The Grand Minister slowly raised his hand, a mysterious and ancient force emanating from his fingertips. This energy was unlike anything Lin Chen had encountered before. It felt like the embodiment of rules. They engaged in another fierce clash, the Grand Minister's seemingly gentle strikes, each laden with an unyielding control over the very fabric of law, challenging Lin Chen's defenses. Yet Lin Chen was undeterred, unleashing powerful techniques from the White God Dragon Fist, striving to breach the Grand Minister's defenses. Just as the battle reached a stalemate, Lin Chen suddenly sensed a new power stirring within him, as if the White God form had undergone a further transformation in this fight. Seizing the moment of inspiration, he infused this newfound strength into his attack, launching an even more powerful White God Dragon Fist toward the Grand Minister. The High Priest evaded at lightning speed, while Lin Chen relentlessly pursued him. With an angry shout, Lin Chen unleashed his transcendent, unfettered supreme skill, and the High Priest transformed, revealing his own mastery of the same technique. The two forces clashed violently, sending tremors throughout the entire multiverse. A storm of energy raged, tearing apart the very fabric of space, dark fissures appearing across the multiverse. Just as the two opponents found themselves locked in a stalemate, the High Priest suddenly darted to Lin Chen's rear, delivering a powerful kick aimed at his back. Lin Chen swiftly turned, crossing his arms to block the strike, but the immense force knocked him back several steps. Seizing the opportunity, the high priest unleashed a flurry of rapid attacks, his fists raining down like meteors upon Lin Chen. Gritting his teeth, Lin Chen summoned all his strength to withstand each blow, each impact resonating with a thunderous roar. Just as the high priest believed he had the upper hand, a glint of determination flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. He once again amplified the power of his transcendent, unfettered supreme skill, his body radiating an even more brilliant light. In the midst of the high priest's assault, Lin Chen struck with a direct punch to the high priest's chest. The high priest, caught off guard, was hit squarely, his body flying through the air like a kite severed from its string. Lin Chen pressed the advantage, transforming into a streak of light as he charged toward the high priest, preparing to deliver a final blow. Just as Lin Chen's fist was about to connect, the high priest executed a spatial teleportation at the last possible moment, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike. Immediately afterward, he formed seals with his hands, summoning the dark-sealed evil forces of the multiverse. Countless malevolent energies converged into a gigantic dark claw that reached for Lin Chen. Undaunted, Lin Chen pushed the power of his transcendent, unfettered supreme skill to its limits, his body bursting forth with a kaleidoscope of colors as he materialized an energy sword. He swung the divine sword, cleaving through the dark claw, which shattered into black smoke and dissipated. Seeing this, the high priest summoned multiple clones to surround Lin Chen from all directions. Lin Chen nimbly weaved between the clones, wielding his divine sword to destroy each one in turn. At that moment, the high priest's true form attempted a sneak attack from behind. However, Lin Chen, attuned to the instincts of his unfettered supreme skill, swiftly dodged aside, grasping the high priest's arm, and with a powerful throw, he slammed him into the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The high priest crashed into the ground, yet remained unscathed. He suddenly burst forth from the earth, chanting incantations as the laws of time within the multiverse began to unravel. Lin Chen felt the surrounding time fluctuate, erratically, severely disrupting his movements. The high priest seized this moment to concentrate a beam of temporal energy aimed at Lin Chen, who struggled to evade amidst the bizarre temporal flow. Suddenly struck by inspiration, Lin Chen focused his mind, countering the chaotic time laws, with his transcendent, unfettered supreme skill gradually acclimating to the peculiar temporal environment. Timing his move perfectly, he charged toward the high priest, enhancing the power of his energy sword one last time, vibrant with radiant hues as he slashed down fiercely. The high priest attempted to teleport away once more, only to discover that Lin Chen had sealed the space around him with energy. "Embrace your death," Lin Chen roared as his sword descended. The high priest let out a wretched scream, his body cleaved in two, the malevolent aura swiftly dissipating. The laws of time in the multiverse began to stabilize, and Lin Chen finally emerged victorious from this grueling battle. Just when Lin Chen thought the fight was over, the severed body of the high priest began to writhe in a strange manner, an even more sinister and powerful aura emanating from it. It turned out that the high priest had set up malevolent clones throughout the multiverse. What Lin Chen had just faced was merely a fragment of his true power. He reassembled his form, his strength multiplying several times over, massive black wings sprouting from his back and his eyes turning blood red. Laughing maniacally, the high priest waved his hands, conjuring countless evil runes that formed a gigantic dark array, ensnaring Lin Chen within its confines. Waves of dark energy surged from the array, eroding Lin Chen's body. He felt an unprecedented weight pressing down on him, yet he refused to yield. Taking a deep breath, he shattered the limits of his transcendent, unfettered supreme skill, once again his body erupting with dazzling golden light that pierced through the evil array. Lin Chen charged at the high priest, ready for their final confrontation. Their figures flickered in the void, each collision causing ripples throughout the multiverse. At last, Lin Chen seized an opportunity, gathering his entire strength to deliver a decisive punch that shattered the high priest's core of evil. The high priest dissipated into a cloud of black smoke, and the multiverse returned to a state of tranquility. After the death of the Grand Priest, he would naturally fall into an eternal slumber, while the Overlord became aware of Lin Chen's formidable strength. This Overlord was the sovereign of the virtual realm. Gazing at Lin Chen, the Overlord's eyes glimmered with a complex light. He had never encountered someone so powerful. "You are strong, but I am the king of fighters, and this world is ruled by me." The youthful voice of the king carried an undeniable authority. Lin Chen smiled lightly. "This is merely a virtual world, and what you call dominion is but a fictitious construct." Enraged, the Overlord waved his small hand, unleashing a surge of energy toward Lin Chen. Unperturbed, Lin Chen raised his hand to gently deflect it, causing the energy wave to dissipate instantly. At that moment, the virtual world trembled, revealing that someone in the real world was attempting to alter the program of this virtual realm. Lin Chen realized this might be his chance to escape. He looked at the Overlord and said, "This world is about to change. You are merely data set to be reset." The Overlord, in a state of panic, glanced around while Lin Chen seized the opportunity amidst the chaos, finding a passageway back to reality. He stepped forward and left the virtual world behind. Upon returning to the real world, Lin Chen found himself in an unfamiliar laboratory. A group of people in white coats stared at him in shock, one stammering. He really emerged from the virtual world. Lin Chen regarded them, warily questioning the situation. It turned out these individuals were a research team conducting an experiment on the virtual world, intending to test its stability by modifying the program. They had not anticipated that Lin Chen would take advantage of this opportunity to escape. At that moment, the team leader approached him, excitement on his face, asking, "You displayed incredible abilities in the virtual world. Can you assist us in further refining this experiment?" Contemplating the situation, Lin Chen realized he might gain valuable information from this experiment. Thus, he agreed to collaborate with the research team, temporarily embarking on a journey to uncover the deeper secrets of the virtual realm. Lin Chen followed the research team to the core area of the experiment, which was filled with various sophisticated instruments. The team leader elaborated on the principles and objectives of the experiment, and Lin Chen listened attentively. Suddenly, an alarm blared throughout the laboratory. The team leader's expression shifted to one of alarm. "Oh no, there are unknown energy fluctuations in the virtual world. Something seems ready to break free." Lin Chen immediately became alert. He observed a massive shadow gradually taking shape within the projection of the virtual world. The shadow exuded a terrifying aura, crashing through the barriers of the virtual realm and materializing in the laboratory. It was colossal, resembling a small mountain, each step causing the ground to tremble. The researchers, filled with dread, scattered in all directions. Lin Chen took a deep breath, summoning his inner strength, prepared to confront the unknown beast that had escaped from the virtual realm. He understood that this battle was not just about his safety, it also determined the success of the experiment and could potentially affect the stability of the real world. Lin Chen launched the first attack, sending a sharp energy beam toward the creature, which merely left a faint mark upon its massive form. The creature roared in anger and extended its giant claws towards Lin Chen. He skillfully dodged while analyzing the beast's weaknesses. At that moment, a female researcher shouted, "I've discovered that its eyes are the weak point." Hearing this, Lin Chen focused his power and charged towards the creature's eyes. Just as he neared, the monster suddenly unleashed a jet of black energy, enveloping Lin Chen. He felt his strength rapidly being consumed, gritting his teeth to resist. Just when he was about to succumb, he recalled a special technique he had employed in the virtual world. Channeling his energy, he formed a protective shield that thwarted the encroaching black energy. Seizing the moment, he dashed toward the creature's eyes with lightning speed, delivering a decisive blow. The monster let out a pained howl and collapsed to the ground. The laboratory fell into silence, and the research team admired Lin Chen's prowess even more. Lin Chen understood that the secrets of this virtual world were far from being fully revealed, and he would continue to work with the team to unravel more unknown mysteries. The ambitious scientist prepared to annihilate the Dragon Ball universe, believing that only one universe, the real universe, should exist, while all others must be destroyed. Thus, he pressed the annihilation button, targeting Earth within the Dragon Ball universe. Vegeta raised his head to the sky, and suddenly numerous destructive forces appeared above. Vegeta furrowed his brow, a surge of intense fury swelling within him. He let out a mighty roar, instantly transforming into Super Saiyan Blue as he conjured a powerful energy in both hands and charged towards the destructive forces above. Meanwhile, Son Goku sensed the anomaly and quickly flew to Vegeta's side, transforming as well to join the fray. As they valiantly battled against the destructive forces, Trunks from the future also arrived on the battlefield. Drawing his sword, he unleashed all his power, fighting alongside Vegeta and Goku. However, the destructive forces were overwhelmingly powerful, and they gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. Suddenly, a mysterious light flashed, and Zeno appeared before them. Observing the chaos, Zeno frowned, then with a wave of his hand, he unleashed an even greater force that nullified the destruction. It turned out that Zeno had sensed the crisis in the Dragon Ball universe and had come to save this world. The ambitious scientist watched in horror as his plan crumbled before him, his eyes widening in fear. Zeno cast a cold glance in his direction, and in an instant the scientist was obliterated. The Dragon Ball universe returned to tranquility, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief, continuing to guard this world filled with hope. Yet the conclusion was not so easily attained. A greater mastermind lurked behind the scenes, orchestrating everything. The game had just begun, and a powerful force was felt across Earth in the Dragon Ball universe, including the realms inhabited by the gods. The warriors looked around warily, trying to discern the source of this formidable power. Suddenly, the sky split open with a tremendous rift from which emerged a colossal being radiating an eerie light. Its eyes glinted with boundless madness and a lust for destruction. Each step it took made the ground tremble. Vegeta glared furiously and transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, once more charging ahead. Goku and Trunks, refusing to be outdone, followed closely behind. Their attacks rained down on the mysterious entity like a storm, yet only sparked momentarily, failing to inflict any substantial damage. The mysterious being let out a cold laugh, raising its hand to unleash black energy waves that sent the three flying. Just as they found themselves in dire straits, Beerus and Whis arrived. Beerus showcased the immense power of a god of destruction, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the mysterious being. However, the entity's strength was beyond imagination, and Beerus gradually found himself on the defensive. At that moment, the warriors realized that to defeat this formidable foe, they had to unite all their powers. They began gathering the elite fighters from the Dragon Ball universe, as an ultimate battle concerning the fate of the universe was about to commence. The heroes swiftly assembled, including Gohan, Android 17, O, and Android 18. United in purpose, they devised a detailed battle plan. Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan, launching attacks on the mysterious being alongside Vegeta and Goku from different angles. Androids 17 and 18 utilized their agility to continuously disrupt the being's movements, while Beerus and Whis sought out its weaknesses, waiting for the opportune moment to strike a decisive blow. The battle was fiercely intense, although the mysterious being was powerful, it began to struggle under the combined onslaught. Just as victory seemed within reach, the mysterious being suddenly unleashed an even greater power, sending everyone reeling. It laughed maniacally, preparing to release its ultimate move. At that critical moment, Zeno appeared once again. He regarded the mysterious being with a hint of displeasure, then clasped his hands together, unleashing an invincible wave of purifying power. Under the assault of this purifying force, the mysterious being gradually disintegrated. Once more, the Dragon Ball universe returned to peace, and the warriors cheered joyfully, knowing that as long as they stood united, they could protect this beautiful universe. Lin Chen prepared to unleash the destruction technique once more. To protect the Dragon Ball universe, he had no choice. This was the final act he could perform for the Dragon Ball universe before he departed. The true mastermind behind it all laughed sinisterly. Haha, Lin Chen, I've been waiting for you. It is time for revenge. The mastermind revealed himself to be Ji-Feng, Lin Chen's former best friend. Both had traversed into the Dragon Ball world together. Ji-Feng's family in the real universe had fallen victim to Lin Chen's actions, and this time, he sought to make Lin Chen pay the price. In his quest for power, Ji-Feng had turned to dark magic and ultimately transformed into a monstrous being devoid of humanity, a being known as the Dark Demon Emperor, the ultimate boss within the Dragon Ball universe. With the obliteration of all planets and universes in the Dragon Ball realm, Lin Chen declared that everything had come to an end. Just then, Ji-Feng, cloaked in malevolence, appeared outside the Divine Palace. Lin Chen, do you really think hiding in this Divine Palace will spare you? Today I will make you pay for your blood debts. Ji-Feng roared. Lin Chen rose slowly, his gaze unwavering. Ji-Feng, what happened back then was an accident, and I have suffered because of it. But now I will not allow you to continue your reign of evil. With those words, the energy within Lin Chen surged wildly, the power of the destruction technique coalescing once again. Ji-Feng, unwilling to yield, rapidly formed hand seals, unleashing a barrage of dark magical beams towards the palace. Lin Chen countered by summoning an energy shield that deflected all attacks. In an instant, Lin Chen darted forward, and the two engaged in a fierce battle amidst the void. Fists clashed, and the collisions of magic and energy echoed continuously. As the battle reached its climax, Lin Chen seized Ji-Feng's opening and unleashed his most powerful destruction technique. A colossal beam of energy engulfed Ji-Feng in an instant. With a cry of despair, Ji-Feng was reduced to ashes. Lin Chen observed this scene and let out a long sigh. It was time to leave this universe. Just as Lin Chen was about to activate the portal to depart, a more potent malevolence began to spread. To his astonishment, Ji-Feng slowly reformed his body, becoming even more ethereal, surrounded by an intensified aura of darkness. Lin Chen, do you think you can obliterate me this way? I have merged with this dark power. As long as even a trace of evil exists, I will not perish. Lin Chen's heart sank, but he quickly regained his composure. He understood this was the final showdown. Taking a deep breath, he summoned all the energy within him. This time, he would exceed the limits of his previous destruction techniques. At the same moment, Ji-Feng unleashed his ultimate dark magic, a vortex of darkness swirling in his hands, sweeping toward Lin Chen. With a mighty shout, Lin Chen unleashed the full force of his destruction technique, colliding fiercely with the dark vortex. The void trembled violently, the light blinding. Ultimately, Lin Chen's destruction technique gained the upper hand, shattering the dark vortex completely. Ji Feng, overwhelmed by this tremendous power, vanished without a chance of revival. Exhausted, Lin Chen closed his eyes and activated the portal, leaving behind the ravaged Dragon Ball universe. Yet the story was not over. Ji Feng was not truly dead, for he possessed the Resurrection Stone. The Dark Demon Emperor and Ji Feng were not one and the same. The monsoon resurrected once more, this time intent on annihilating Lin Chen. With a fierce determination, it summoned its most potent dark powers, preparing for another confrontation with Lin Chen. Awakening the ultimate state of the Zizai Ji Yi Gong, Lin Chen quickly harnessed a formidable force, the Xingqian Zizai Ji Yi Gong, which surged forth from all directions like a cosmic tide. As the overwhelming power approached, Ji Feng felt an unsettling tremor in his heart. He gritted his teeth, allowing the dark energy to surge wildly, transforming into a massive black shadow that lunged at Lin Chen. Radiating starry brilliance, Lin Chen formed seals with his hands, coalescing the celestial energy into a colossal star dragon that roared forth to meet the dark specter. The collision erupted in a deafening roar, with energy waves sweeping through the surroundings, distorting the very fabric of space. Ji Feng staggered under the impact, but quickly regained his footing, intensifying his dark energy output. Lin Chen's gaze was resolute. The Xingqian Zizai Ji Yi Gong reached its zenith, with celestial power continuously converging. Suddenly, he waved his hands, causing the star dragon to split into countless smaller star serpents, which coiled towards Ji Feng from every direction. Taken aback, Ji Feng fought desperately to fend them off. In that moment of distraction, Lin Chen seized the opportunity to dart in front of Ji Feng and unleashed a punch imbued with endless cosmic energy, sending Ji Feng hurtling away. He crashed heavily to the ground, devoid of any strength to resist, and Lin Chen successfully defeated him, safeguarding the peace of this world. Soon Ji Feng was entirely vanquished by Lin Chen's elimination technique. At that moment, the true Heavenly Demon Emperor emerged. It was revealed that Ji Feng was not the Heavenly Demon Emperor at all. The readied entity was the genuine Heavenly Demon Emperor, possessing no physical form, only a singular, yet its power was invincible. Lin Chen, realizing the truth, attacked the eye imbued with red energy, unleashing a force of destruction wherever he aimed. His assault was as swift as a meteor, but the red eye merely shifted slightly, evading the strike. In response, a dark red beam shot forth, prompting Lin Chen to sidestep hastily. The beam grazed his shoulder, causing the space around it to collapse instantaneously. Lin Chen understood that this true Heavenly Demon Emperor surpassed Ji Feng by a vast margin. The Heavenly Demon Emperor let out a sinister laugh, and countless dark red beams erupted from its eye, raining down upon Lin Chen like a torrential downpour. Lin Chen channeled the Xingqian Zizai Ji Yi Gong, forming a celestial shield before him, but the beam's force was tremendous, causing fissures to appear in the shield. As Lin Chen struggled to maintain his defense, he suddenly felt a new power awaken within him, a force born from his insights during the battle. With a powerful shout, Lin Chen shattered the celestial shield, transforming it into countless star fragments that merged with his newly awakened energy, creating a resplendent galactic barrier. The galactic barrier withstood the barrage of beams, and seizing the moment, Lin Chen crossed his arms before him and thrust forward, unleashing a massive wave of galactic energy towards the Heavenly Demon Emperor's eye. Wherever the wave traveled, darkness was dispelled and space was restored. The wave struck the eye with tremendous force, resulting in a thunderous explosion, eliciting a pained roar from the Heavenly Demon Emperor. Just as Lin Chen believed he had landed a successful hit, the singular eye unexpectedly fractured into countless smaller eyes, dissipating the wave instantaneously. These myriad small eyes glimmered with eerie light as they surged towards Lin Chen from all directions. He was quickly surrounded and snared in a web of intertwining dark red beams that bound him tightly. Lin Chen struggled fiercely, the new power within him and the star energy surging chaotically as he sought to break free. Just as he felt overwhelmed, the previously defeated Ji Feng transformed into a surge of dark energy that merged with Lin Chen, amplifying his strength. Empowered by this force, Lin Chen erupted with an even greater aura, breaking free from the web of light. He rapidly formed seals with his hands, summoning the power of the entire cosmos, creating a colossal starry vortex that engulfed all the small eyes. The Heavenly Demon Emperor let out a desperate shriek before ultimately being consumed by the cosmic whirlpool. As the last remnants of darkness faded, peace returned to the world. Lin Chen, having exhausted himself, slowly collapsed, yet he knew that under his guardianship this world would once again embrace a new tranquility. After resolving their misunderstandings following their last collaboration, Jifeng and Lin Chen found themselves in a renewed alliance. However, the Demon Emperor was still very much alive, his true form residing on Demon Island, a place rumored to be teeming with demons. As Lin Chen and Jifeng prepared to venture into this dark realm, they quickly arrived at Demon Island, where an ominous aura enveloped the surroundings. This island was home to notorious villains like the evil Sheru, the malevolent Beerus, and Frieza, whose spirit lingered here. Thus, everyone was desperately seeking a way to escape. With Lin Chen's arrival, it was as if a savior had come. United once more, Jifeng and Lin Chen launched a concerted attack, shattering the chains binding Frieza and the others. Their combined strength stirred the attention of the Demon King, whose power was derived from the very demons that populated the island, surpassing that of any adversary they had faced before. As Lin Chen and Jifeng prepared to confront the Demon King, they quickly realized that his speed was astonishingly fast, leaving Lin Chen unable to discern his movements. Before they could initiate their assault, they were sent flying. The impact left them sprawled on the ground, racked with pain. At that moment, Frieza and the others hurried to their side. Gritting his teeth, Frieza remarked, "The Demon King's speed is incredible and his strength is off the charts. We've suffered greatly at his hands before. However, he has a weakness. There's a brief moment of buildup in his right arm before he attacks." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen and Jifeng's spirits reignited with determination. They swiftly recalibrated their approach and charged at the Demon King once more, this time keeping a vigilant watch on his right arm. When he lunged again, Lin Chen seized the moment, deftly dodging and delivering a powerful punch to the Demon King's abdomen. Jifeng followed up with a sidekick aimed at his leg. The Demon King let out a pained grunt, his form swaying slightly. Seizing this rare opportunity, Lin Chen and Jifeng combined their powers to unleash a devastating attack, sending forth a brilliant beam of light toward the Demon King. Struck by this force, the Demon King roared in agony. As the light faded, he began to collapse, the dark aura of Demon Island dissipating gradually. The group exchanged glances, a shared smile indicating their success. Quickly, they rescued Frieza, unaware that a pair of eyes lurked in the shadows, watching them intently. Just as they thought their mission was accomplished, the figure concealed in darkness emerged. It was the Demon Emperor, who had been lying in wait, using the Demon King to sap Lin Chen and the others of their strength. "Lin Chen, you have indeed surprised me, but this is where it ends," the Demon Emperor sneered, unleashing a wave of terrifying dark energy. Though they had triumphed over the Demon King, Lin Chen and Jifeng found themselves in a fierce struggle against the more formidable Demon Emperor, their bodies and spirits already drained. Just as the Demon Emperor prepared to deliver a fatal blow, a mysterious beam of light shot forth, intercepting his attack. A mysterious warrior radiating a sacred light revealed himself. It was a champion who once safeguarded the peace of the universe. "Stand back. Let me deal with this evil fiend," the mysterious warrior declared, engaging the Demon Emperor in a fierce battle. The sky darkened and waves of energy surged around them. Meanwhile, Lin Chen and the others took the opportunity to recuperate, preparing to find a moment to rejoin the fray against the Demon Emperor. Soon, Lin Chen and his companions re-entered the body of the heavenly Demon Emperor. Lin Chen resolved to perish alongside the Emperor, and blue flames engulfed his body. A fierce battle of power erupted once more as Sun Wukong and the others launched a combined assault on the heavenly Demon Emperor's form. Under the onslaught of Lin Chen's blue flames, the Emperor's body began to tremble violently, emitting an enraged roar. The attacks from Sun Wukong and the others fell upon the Emperor like a torrential downpour, yet this formidable foe remained unyielding. Suddenly, Lin Chen noticed a peculiar glow emanating from a certain part of the Emperor's body. It seemed to be the core of his power and simultaneously his weakness. Gritting his teeth, Lin Chen concentrated all his blue flames and charged towards that vulnerable spot. Just as he was about to reach it, the heavenly Demon Emperor sensed the impending danger and swung his massive arm, sending Lin Chen flying. Observing this, Sun Wukong shouted, "Everyone attack that spot together." The group swiftly adjusted their aim, focusing their firepower on that weak point. In an instant, radiant light burst forth, energy swirling chaotically. The heavenly Demon Emperor's form swayed precariously, and seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen surged forward once more, pouring all his strength into the blue flames directed at that weakness. Finally, the heavenly Demon Emperor let out a harrowing scream as his body began to disintegrate, the crisis seemingly averted. However, just as everyone believed it was over, a more sinister black mist emanated from the remnants of the disintegrated heavenly Demon Emperor. The mist quickly coalesced, forming a miniature yet more terrifying version of the heavenly Demon Emperor. "Did you think you could eliminate me this easily? You are sorely mistaken," the small heavenly Demon Emperor scoffed. Lin Chen and his companions' expressions changed. They had just expended a tremendous amount of energy and now faced this new adversary. Sun Wukong roared, "Don't be afraid. Let's give it everything we've got one more time." Yet this time their attacks yielded little effect as the small heavenly demon emperor effortlessly neutralized their onslaught. Just as he prepared to launch a fatal strike, the blue flames within Lin Chen erupted uncontrollably, forming a massive shield that protected everyone. Under the influence of this newfound power, Lin Chen seemed to experience a breakthrough. He charged once again at the small heavenly demon emperor, and this time his blue flames fused with an unknown force within him, transforming into a dazzling beam of light that pierced through the small heavenly demon emperor's body. With a final wretched scream, the small heavenly demon emperor vanished, and peace returned to the world. Exhausted from the exertion, Lin Chen nearly collapsed, darkness closing in on his vision, but Sun Wukong hurriedly rushed to support him. As they basked in the victory, the space around them twisted, and a mysterious figure slowly emerged. Clad in black robes with a face shrouded in shadow, he radiated an unfathomable aura. "Did you think that by eliminating the heavenly demon emperor the world would be at peace?" "How naive," the mysterious figure coldly remarked. It turned out that the heavenly demon emperor had merely been a pawn in his grand scheme to test their strengths. Lin Chen and the others warily surrounded the mysterious figure, their eyes still burning with determination despite the recent battle. The mysterious figure smirked, raising his hands as countless black apparitions surged forth from behind him, rushing towards them. A new round of combat commenced. Lin Chen took a deep breath, feeling the power of the fusion within him, ready to face the challenge once more. He knew that the journey to protect the world was far from over. Lin Chen charged ahead, first the fused power surging through him. With each punch, he threw blue flames, and unknown energy illuminated the surroundings, repelling the encroaching apparitions. Sun Wukong was equally relentless, wielding his golden staff with ferocity, dispelling the apparitions in his wake. The others also unleashed their abilities, engaging in a desperate struggle against the apparitions. The mysterious figure stood aside, coldly observing the battle. Suddenly, he formed a hand seal, intensifying the onslaught of the apparitions, and the group began to struggle under the pressure. Gritting his teeth, Lin Chen continuously drew upon his inner strength, realizing that the fused power was growing stronger with each passing moment. At that moment, he grasped a new method of utilizing this strength. Blue light radiated from him as he materialized a colossal flaming sword. With a mighty shout, he swung the sword towards the mysterious figure, slashing through the apparitions and forcing the mysterious figure to stagger back a few steps. The mysterious figure's expression shifted. He hadn't anticipated Lin Chen's rapid advancement in such a short time. Setting aside his prior underestimation, he prepared to engage with full force, signaling the onset of an even more intense battle. Lin Chen finished, and a voice echoed in his ear. With a flash of light, Lin Chen found himself in a black hole. The game had begun, and in the darkness, the mysterious figure arrived on Earth.